next, I want to introduce two really important people. But before I do, I've got Corey as well. Corey, are you with us? I know you're on the road today. I don't know how your service is.
Hey, Brian, can you hear me?
Awesome. We got you loud and clear, sir.
Perfect. That means I got service. My name's Corey Southam. I'm representing Strongfield Environmental Solutions up here in Canada. Unfortunately, I couldn't get out of work today, so I'm on my way to the field, so I'm in the vehicle. That's why my video's not on. But yeah, we're Industrial Land Reclamation and Vegetation Management Service. And the other hat that I wear is also as chair of the North American RPAAS Working Group. Lots of the people that are speaking here today are part of that working group, and really what we do in that group is we have monthly meetings. We didn't have one last month because we were busy planning for this, but we'll have one to follow up after this event. And really what we're doing is trying to get the research together to regulate these platforms across North America and even around the world, really. So yeah, I'm excited to join you guys today. I'm glad the service is holding out, and I'll be in and out all day. But yeah, I'll definitely be present after my talk for some questions. And thanks again. We'll talk to you guys in a bit.
Awesome. Thanks, Corey. Glad you're with us. All right. And two of our magicians behind the scenes. Trust me, you do not want me or Dan running a webinar. Okay. So I want to introduce you the masterminds behind this whole thing that made it possible. In addition to our partnership here with Jim and Corey and Dan and myself, I'd like to introduce to you Mary Poling. Mary, are you there?
I am. Thank you. I'm happy to be here, and I'm happy to be helping to host this great conference and workshop. I'm the coordinator for interactive communications, all things Zoom at the University of Arkansas System Division of Agriculture. And looking forward to learning about drones and all things aerial.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Yeah, cool. Thanks, Mary. All right. And then my other mastermind. You ready? Samantha.
Hi. Yeah, I'm Samantha Barker. I work with Mary here at the University of Arkansas Division of Agriculture at the Little Rock State office in the IT department. And I just think drones are pretty cool, and I'm excited to hear more about them.
Awesome. Cool. All right. Well, thank you. And we're going to kick it off right now with, oh, wait, I did want to say, yeah, we talked about, we've got people joining from 24 countries, including Australia and Bolivia, Nigeria, Switzerland, and Colombia. So people literally joining us from all over the world at all different times of the day. So pretty wild. I've got one final poll for us to run by real quick. And yeah, here it is. What are you most interested in? This is really great for us to know, so we can really direct some of our Q&A and those types of things. Your options are regulations or research, technology updates, end user experience, like what's it like to actually own an RPAAS and be operating it day to day, or other. Okay. Wow, a nice even mix as well. Okay, so about 26% of you said you'd want to hear about the regulations. 24% of you said research, top of mind. 27%, my favorite category, is technology updates. And then 19% end user experience. And then about 3% of you said something else. So awesome. All right, perfect. So let's go ahead and kick it off. I'm going to start the day with Dr. Dan Martin. And all right, Dan, take it away, sir.
All right. So Mary, if you can go and bring up my presentation. I'm Dan Martin. I'm a research engineer with USDA ARS. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about a project I did this summer looking at controlling grasshoppers with a spray drone. So Mary, if you could go and cue that up, there'll be a time for Q&A afterwards, 2 or 3 minutes afterwards. I'll be live to answer those. Thank you, Mary. Good morning, my name is Dan Martin. I'm a research engineer with USDA ARS in College Station, Texas. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about a project that I worked on this summer with my colleagues with USDA APHIS down in Mission, Texas. And we're looking at RPAAS applications of carbaryl 7 for suppression of grasshoppers and Mormon crickets in rangelands. My co-authors are Roberto Rodriguez and Derek Waller, who are with USDA APHIS, and I appreciate their collaboration on this project. So first of all, rangeland in the Western US is a valuable agricultural resource for livestock production, provides an important habitat for wildlife such as this deer that you see out here on the ranch in New Mexico. Grasshoppers and Mormon crickets are natural components of these ecosystems. Their populations can reach outbreak levels, however, and cause serious economic loss to rangeland forage, especially when accompanied by drought, which we've seen plenty of over the last couple of years. Cattle consume about 50% of their body weight in forage every day. So pound for pound, a grasshopper will eat up to 20 times as much plant material as a steer. So to put it another way, 30 pounds of grasshoppers can eat as much as a 600-pound steer. This is one of those grasshoppers that was out in New Mexico during the project. Very typical. Grasshoppers only consume more than 20% of rangeland forages in the western US and can cause over $1 billion of damage each year to the forage. It's been said that it takes 200 acres of rangeland to support one head of cattle. So grass is at a premium there in the western US. Economic threshold for rangeland grasshoppers has been estimated to about 8 grasshoppers per square meter. Economic threshold is when it's a trigger to spray. So if you have more than 8 grasshoppers in a square meter, that's an economic trigger to trigger a spray. As you can see in this picture here, this is about a square meter, and we have upwards of 25 to 30 grasshoppers. I shot this on a road because the grasshoppers are really hard to see when they're in the rangeland environment. They blend in, and you really have to move to get them to be disturbed enough to be able to see them. So here on the road is actually pretty typical of the grasshoppers that we saw there in New Mexico. So our objective with this study was to determine the viability of treating rangeland grasshoppers and Mormon crickets using a UAS or RPAAS applied insecticide, specifically carbaryl under field conditions. Had 2 different sub-objectives. One was to determine the operating characteristics of the RPAAS for application of this 2% 7 granular bait, and also a liquid formulation called 7 XLR Plus in rangeland habitats at the program standard rate. The second sub-objective was to evaluate the efficacy of the developed methods for grasshopper management by monitoring the mortality of the grasshoppers over a 2-week period. So this is the setup that we had in the field for the study. The bright yellow boxes there, each one of these represents 10 acres. So this picture, what you're seeing in this picture is about 600 acres. The bright yellow is actually the untreated controls that we had in the study. The green is where we had the liquid formulation sprayed. And then in the blue, that's where we had the 7 bait. It's a granular product that we put out as a bait. So this is the 7 bait. It's a carbamate, and it's a solid granular pelletized formulation of 7 that we put out with a spreader. So the first thing that we do is we calibrate the equipment. This is the drone that we were using. It's made by Leading Edge. It's called Precision Vision 35, and this is the hopper right here that you can see where the bait goes in, and it'll hold up to 25 pounds of bait. So the first thing we did here is we calibrated the flow rate to get the application rate that we needed for the treatments. And then the other thing that we did is pattern test it. So we set up buckets every 3 feet apart over about 100 feet here, and we made passes over those buckets with the spreader at the flow rate that we had determined. The amount of bait in there was so light that we ended up having to make 10 passes over this to get an actual pattern. And then we divided that by 10 so that we could see what the application rate would be. And this is what the pattern looked like from the bait application. The red marks indicate the swath. So looking side to side, it was about a 50-foot swath, maybe a little bit over. But that's what we used in the study, was a 50-foot swath. So here is just a little video showing the bait coming out. Once it's in the air, it's really kind of hard to see because it's such a low application rate. But this is what it looks like. You have a little spinner on the bottom that disperses the bait. And then we flew passes over these plots at 10 miles an hour and at 20-foot height. And so these were on a 50-foot swath. So I'll just let you watch this for a little bit. But this is a huge ranch that we were on, probably 10,000 acres or so. So there was a lot of room for us to do the testing that we needed to do. And as you can see, the forage is very sparse. All that brown in there is just dirt surrounded by little clumps of grass, and the bait was very effective on certain species. Now, the next part of it was the spray application of the liquid formulation. So this is actually 7XLR Plus is what it's called. This is the same drone, except now we have the spray apparatus on it. So it has the tank, has booms on each side, and we had 2 nozzles on each boom. So we used an XR11001 nozzle for this application, and we were shooting for about a 250 micron BMD droplet size for these applications. Again, we had to do flow rate calibrations here to make sure that we were putting out the right amount. And then we did pattern testing. So this is what the pattern testing looked like. We put out water sensitive papers on cards across probably about 75 feet. And we wanted to see what the application rate was, the coverage, the droplet size, all of that to know exactly what type of swath that we could apply at. So this is what the cards look like. And we have really good coverage for what we needed there, and about the right droplet size from what we were trying to target. This is what the pattern looked like. You can see here a pretty decent pattern. This is from water sensitive paper, so, and just a few passes. So this is what the pattern looked like. This is what our target application rate was. It was actually 16 ounces per acre, which is about 2 liters per hectare, 2.2 liters per hectare. And so with this, we had a swath here of about 40 feet. So for the actual application, this is what it looked like from the air. And the nice thing about this is we were able to fly, since there's only 16 ounces, excuse me, per acre, we were able to fly at 20 miles an hour, 10 feet off the ground to get the application rate that we needed. Now, APHIS uses something called RAATS, or RATS. It's a reduced application aerial treatment. And what that means is you spray a swath and you skip a swath. You spray a swath and you skip a swath. And the grasshoppers are mobile, so they will move from the untreated area into the treated area. And so even though our swath was 40 feet, effectively it ended up being 80 feet wide, which made for a very productive flight. We were able to cover the whole 10 acres for each of these treatments with 1 battery set in about 6 minutes. So very, very good application method that had some good results to it as well. So after we finished making all the applications, this is what the flight plans look like, the flight logs, and we had really good coverage both for the granular and for the liquid application. Now, for the results, there were 17 different individual species of grasshoppers that were represented in this rangeland. And for the bait, there's only certain species that accept the bait and others that will just turn their noses up at it. So if we break this down with the gray shading being the treated areas and the white being the untreated areas, you can see specifically, let's say on this one here, you can see there's no difference initially, which is what we would expect. But then we really don't see a reduction in the treated or the untreated over time. So this means it's a species that did not accept the bait. Now, contrary or conversely to that, we have up here at the top, you can see these are the untreated areas, and they do decline a little bit over time and kind of comes back up. But you can see the treated areas right here, very high numbers, and then over time, they dwindle to almost nothing. Okay, so this is a species that accepts the bait, and it was very effective against those species. Now, for the liquid application, we have the 7XLR put out as a broadcast application in those strips like we talked about. And then when we look at the grasshopper densities over time, you can see it starts out with about 28 grasshoppers per square meter initially. But then over time, these untreated areas, those numbers stay high, around 18 to 20. And then in the treated areas, they drop over time to about 5 or 6. So below the threshold for making applications. So we were able to get those under control and in check using the spray application with the drone over 14 days. Now, in conclusion, both the granular baits and the liquid spray formulations were both successful being applied with an RPAAS. The granular baits, however, required multiple flights. We had to split it up into 2 different batches of 25 pounds each, and we had to change out batteries each time we did that. So it went through many more batteries, twice as many batteries really, to make the granular applications than the liquid. And the granular baits were selectively ingested by the bait-loving grasshopper species. The liquid spray formulations, however, were applied quickly and used much less battery power. I was able to complete the whole thing on 1 battery set, 10 acres, in 6 minutes. And the ULV liquid insecticide was ingested by all grasshopper species, and the mortality was equivalent to conventional methods used by aphids. So in summary, the study was very successful. We were able to determine which applications methods worked well and which ones worked best. And then this data will be used to move forward from here out.
Awesome. Dan, great work on that. Thanks for sharing that with us. And we've got a couple questions for you here. And I'll start at the top. So Edward asks, is the UGS-1 from Canada? And if you're not familiar, he's talking about the seed spreader or the granule spreader attachment. Do you know much about the device itself?
I just know the mechanism for operation. There is, so the hopper holds, I think it's 16 liters of volume is what that, it would end up being 25 pounds of our bait that we used for the study. We packed it out, but it was right at 25 pounds, but I think it's 16 liters of volume. And it has an orifice at the bottom that we were able to control the flow rate to that disperser, that the spinner at the bottom. There was a carabiner that allows us to just hook it up to the underside of the drone, the fuselage. So it's a fairly easy installation. And we, like I said, we can control that flow rate through the orifice. It's a 3D printed orifice that inserts into the bottom of the spreader. And so when we were doing our flow rate test, we knew exactly what the flow rate was that we needed based on the swath that we had tested. And so we were able to match up the orifice to the flow rate that we actually needed for the study. And it worked really well. As you saw there, we had a 50-foot swath, which is pretty amazing. It can be used on bait such as this, but it can also be used for fertilizer and ant bait, those kind of things that need to be put out as well. It worked really well.
Awesome. And that aircraft was a kit that you purchased from Leading Edge, is that right?
Yes, so that was the PV-35, and the spreader is just an option for that aircraft that can go on it. It's correct. All the electronics are on board to control the spreader, a pump, or even a rotary atomizer for vector control.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you so much. So I know we've got a couple other questions coming in. Dan, will you, and we'll get those answered by message or afterwards, but Dan, will you go ahead and introduce our next presenter?
Sure. Thank you, Brian. So our next presenter is Andrew Ward, and he is with CropLife America, which represents the ag industry. So I will let Andrew take it from here. We appreciate him participating and being a part of this. Andrew?
Hi, my name is Andy Ward. I'm the Stewardship Director at CropLife International. Before I start my presentation on the stewardship of unmanned aerial vehicles in crop protection, I'd like to thank the organisers of this workshop very much for including me on what looks to be a very exciting agenda. I'd also like to thank them for, because I'm based in the UK, for allowing me to record it in advance so that I can present or do my presentation whilst it's still regular hours rather than late in the evening. So to start off with, CropLife International, who are we? We're the association body of the research and development multinational plant science companies, 6 members, Bayer, BASF, Corteva, FMC, Sumitomo, and Syngenta. CropLife International is the global organization, but we also have associations both in regions and national associations across the globe, as presented in this slide here. Some of these associations focus on crop protection elements, some on the plant biotechnology, and some on both. So, the stewardship of drones. Drones over the last couple of years has become such a big innovation, and we've really taken our lead in CropLife International through collaborating with the Japanese Crop Protection Association, as Japan were the early pioneers in the use of drones in crop protection. However, there's a lot of movement at the moment. We're seeing in South Korea and China, I'd say China in particular, a lot of growth in the use of drones. I believe that in 2015 there were 10,000 drone operators in the agricultural sector in drones. By 2018, that had trebled to 30,000, and the growth continues. Elsewhere in Asia, this year we heard that the use of drones had been mandated for management of desert locust in India, a first, and we expect to see further use of drones in that country. And actually, in at the end of October 2020, there was a Latin America workshop to agree principles and way forwards for the use of drones in crop protection in that continent. Again, building a lot on the experience of Brazil. Even in Europe, which traditionally has been an area where aerial application of pesticides has been very limited, there's been recent interest from the European Commission to be bringing together what's known, particularly in terms of spray management, stray drift, and as with OECD, who are looking at the similar, we can anticipate that there will be recommendations and advisory papers being brought out from both of those bodies. And then even in Africa, not just for the use of drones in the management of locusts, but actually in South Africa, building on the continent's history of aerial spraying again, there are developments in the use of drones. So we're really talking about a global issue here. In response, my stewardship team at CropLife International developed an initial guidance document, stewardship guidance for the use of unmanned aerial vehicles for the application of crop protection products. Um, our thinking was to get this document uploaded, available for others. It's not totally comprehensive. We're expecting to revisit the document later this year or early next year and revise it in accordance with the feedback that we've received. But at least it's up there. It's a thought starter. We're really getting people to be thinking about stewardship issues. So I would welcome you to the CropLife International web pages to look at this document in its entirety. There is also a short summary for people that don't have the time or won't be able to go into such details. And if you don't have time to copy down the URL here, please just visit the CropLife International webpage, croplife.org, and you'll be able to use the search function to find the document there. Now, we're not the only, that's not the only document that's there. Our regulatory colleagues are developing recommendations, but also CropLife Asia has produced some useful guidance and is currently developing two documents, which I think will be very useful. Firstly, a document on the recommendations for UAVs, drones, for drone operators, and then also for the regulators. So, stewardship and the use of drones in crop protection. Now, when I talk of stewardship, I'm going to be focusing on elements such as integrated pest management, responsible use, resistance management, container management, and maybe also talking about avoiding obsolete stocks. And clearly, drones represent an incredibly valuable tool which can augment or supplement current practices. For example, some of the work that's done in remote sensing can augment pest scouting, which can be a timely and somewhat boring occupation, but critical in ensuring that crop protection products are only applied when they are required. In terms of precision application and reducing application rates, reducing potential for drift into unintended areas, a drone is a fantastic tool. And in certain areas, particularly maybe in less developed countries, we're we're anticipating that drones will start to replace knapsack sprayers, which to some extent will be advantageous in terms of exposure, particularly dermal exposure to the applier. We also see what we're seeing in Asia is a professionalization of crop protection services, where rather than farmers themselves using the drones for crop protection, independent drone operators are providing the crop protection services, which for countries where there are lots of small scale farmers, often uneducated farmers, we actually see this as a positive step because it enables the crop protection to be conducted by people that can have specific training, will be aware of the risks and how to manage them. Also, we can see that if one operator or one operating company is applying crop protection measures in an area, there will be potential benefits in terms of resistance management. For example, in the alternation of different modes of action, and then also in container management benefits that there won't be containers left on farms that will be left up to the drone operator, and it will be the responsibility of the drone operator to ensure that containers are returned to an official collection point. And then also with fewer operators providing crop protection services, we anticipate that there will be less leftover products left behind, and so there will also be benefits in terms of obsolete stocks. So, having said all that, we need to be responsible in how drones are deployed, and we need to ensure that those that are operating the drones understand the fundamentals of stewardship. In Asia, again, our experience has been that a lot of the drone operators actually come from an entrepreneurial background, more so than an agricultural background. And so they don't necessarily understand what's critical in terms of responsible use. So we need to reinforce the messages about ensuring that an appropriate and legal product is procured. That's the fundamental, the start off point. Whatever crop protection product is used, it should be appropriate to the task, and we need to make sure that it's legal. Secondly, ensuring that the label is both read and abided by, and that sprays only take place when they are appropriate, so that it's complementary with integrated pest management processes. But also in here, implementing responsible use both before and during flight and post flight. So everything from mixing and loading to maintenance in flight, and then cleaning and washing afterwards, making sure that products are well looked after and the environment is respected, so that, for example, water that's used to clean the drone is taken out of the environment and dealt with in a responsible manner. Um, yes, building on that, mitigating the risks in transporting, handling, and applications, and being aware of the challenges of resistance developing and the usually plastic pollution from the containers. And best practice in that, the triple rinsing and puncturing of used containers. So those are all general stewardship recommendations. Anybody that works in stewardship would recognize those. But of course, we need to think about the additional stewardship requirements that come through operating a drone. What can be done before, during, and after the flight to mitigate against risks? Making sure that operators all have an emergency plan, identifying what hazards there could be, what exposure could come from those hazards, evaluating the risk, planning for mitigations, and planning for emergency action. Of course, the clear one with the drone is if the drone crashes whilst fully loaded, what needs to be done, how will that be managed, and making sure that that management is appropriate to the local situation. It's critical, of course, that as part of stewardship, that the drone operator follows the regulations and also follows the drone manufacturer's guidance. And one of our concerns in less developed countries has been that drones that weren't developed for crop protection are being adapted and used for crop protection. And that's fine as long as it's being done and assessed and regulated. But if there's lack of regulation, actually this could increase risks, increase drift, increase our problems. So to make sure that regulations and the proper equipment are being used. And then, as I said about the cleaning and responsible disposal of cleaning and wastewater. So in short summary, that's what I wanted to leave you with today. I do feel that it's great that you're implementing a multi-stakeholder approach here, that you've got speakers from a wide variety of backgrounds, and that's how we're operating with CropLife International. Do feel free to reach out to us and or network with other CropLife associations to benefit from their experiences. And I wish everybody all the best. And I'll just leave you with this African proverb. I lived in Africa for a number of years, but I think it's often very appropriate for our activities and stewardship. And that is, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, go together. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Andy. That was some really good, useful insight. We are running a little short on time, so we do not have times for live Q&A for Andy. If you have any questions for Andy, just put it in the Q&A and we'll get that right back to you. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Brian to introduce our next speaker.
Awesome. Thanks, Dan. Yeah, great presentation, Andy. Thanks for putting that together. Our next presenter is John Atterbury from the FAA. He is an aviation safety inspector. And John's conversation, his presentation goes for about 15 minutes, and then we'll have about 20 minutes for a live Q&A afterwards. So please, anytime during his presentation, type into that Q&A. Remember to mention John at the FAA so we know that this question is for him, and then we'll answer those as we get to the Q&A part of his. All right, John, are you with us?
Yes, good morning, Brian. I'm ready to go.
All right, go ahead and take it away, sir. Thanks.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. As Brian said, I'm John Atterbury with the FAA. I work in the General Aviation and Commercial Operations Division. I'm the Part 137 Agricultural and Unmanned Aircraft focal point. And I've got a briefing this morning about applying for exemptions to operate unmanned aircraft for agriculture, and also a very brief overview of the Part 137 certification process for unmanned aircraft. Let me get my briefing up here. All right, as I said, I'm John Atterbury with the General Aviation Commercial Division, and I just wanted to talk a little bit about regulations and certification for unmanned aircraft. Quick overview, we're going to discuss which regulations are applicable and which of those require relief under an exemption. And just, as I said, a very brief overview of the 137 certification requirements. The regulations that apply to unmanned aircraft are Part 61 for pilot certification, the pilot's license, Part 91 for general operations, Part 107, which is for small unmanned aircraft under 55 pounds, and then Part 137 for agricultural aircraft operations. I want to go first to the definitions in Part 137. So there's two terms. One is agricultural aircraft operations, and that means that any operation involving an aircraft, which includes unmanned aircraft, that dispenses economic poisons, and that's the one I really want to focus on, but also anything agriculturally related. So that includes anything to sustain a plant, propagating plants, forest preservation. For example, firefighters that drop water on forest fires, they have to get a Part 137 certificate. And pretty much anything related to agriculture when an aircraft is used. Now, economic poisons, and there's a long definition, but basically if it's any kind of a substance, especially a poison, or even if it's not hazardous material that would mitigate or destroy some type of a pest, a pesticide, if you will. And also if it regulates the plant, which would include fertilizers. And just a quick aside about COVID-19. Ever since March, we've been receiving a lot of requests for information and for certification to use unmanned aircraft to combat COVID-19. And I just want to make it very plain that indeed, if you're spraying any kind of a substance to mitigate a virus, by definition of 137.3, that's an agricultural aircraft operation, and it requires an agricultural aircraft certificate under Part 137. And it doesn't matter whether the substance is hazardous material or hazmat, it's meeting the definition of an economic poison. Something else we've seen related to COVID-19 is that people are in a hurry, I understand, and they want to get their authorization as soon as possible. It's still a long process, unfortunately, but they use COVID-19 as the rationale for the public benefit, which is fine. I don't want to discourage anyone from doing that, but when COVID-19 is mentioned in a petition for exemption, it slows down the process. It's not a magic phrase that gets you to the front of the line. It actually puts you in two lines. One is for the normal exemption, and then there has to be a legal review. The FAA has determined anything related to COVID-19 requires an additional legal review. So I would encourage you, if you do want to spray for COVID-19 using an unmanned aircraft, that you just apply for a plain, regular Part 137 certificate and don't mention COVID-19. But if you want to, go ahead. It just could delay the process. Now back to the regulations. There's two categories of unmanned aircraft that the FAA view. One is the small unmanned aircraft that's under 55 pounds, and the applicable regulations are Part 107 and Part 137. And then the large aircraft, 55 pounds or more, that's Part 61 and 91, and then also Part 137. Now, unmanned aircraft cannot comply with all the different federal aviation regulations, and so therefore they require relief, and that relief is granted through an exemption. Now, an exemption lists the conditions and limitations to ensure an equivalent level of safety. For example, if someone wanted an exemption to see and avoid, and that is a manned aircraft, the pilot has a responsibility to see and avoid other aircraft. Well, so how does an unmanned aircraft do that since the pilot is not in the aircraft? And the answer is through keeping the aircraft within visual line of sight. That way the pilot can view the entire airspace around the unmanned aircraft and avoid manned aircraft that way. And so that would be an equivalent level of safety to say, I'm going to maintain visual line of sight with the aircraft. to date, my last count was 116, but there's over 100 unmanned aircraft Part 137 exemptions that have been granted. So some of the regulations that unmanned aircraft can't comply with include, the aircraft requirements. For example, normally an aircraft has to be certificated, has to have an airworthiness certificate. Also a pilot certificate. For instance, Part 137, you need a private pilot certificate or commercial certificate, but we allow unmanned aircraft agriculture operations under a Part 107 certificate. Also, the pilot needs to carry the certificate with him in the aircraft, as well as the actual agricultural operator certificate has to be on board the aircraft. And then simple things like wearing of a shoulder harness. We're not going to require the unmanned aircraft pilot to wear a shoulder harness while he's 100 feet away from the aircraft. It's kind of silly. So specifically for small unmanned aircraft, since they operate under Part 107, the main item that they need relief for is hazardous material. And so most economic poisons are hazmat, and so therefore require relief from 107.36. For large unmanned aircraft who operate under Part 91, they need relief from pilot certificates, the operating regulations, and aircraft airworthiness requirements. An additional requirement for large unmanned aircraft, since they're operating under Part 91, is they have to obtain a certificate of authorization from air traffic control. Now, the regulations that govern application for an exemption and the entire exemption process is 14 CFR Part 11. And I encourage everyone to read that section if they're interested in applying for an exemption. But essentially, they must provide an equivalent level of safety to that the rule provides. And I gave the example of a visual line of sight for see and avoid. There's two types of exemptions the FAA grants. One is what we call a full grant, and that's a precedent-setting grant. That's generally the first grant or the pathfinding grant. And so that company or organization spends a lot of time and money. They get that grant, and it's public, and everyone can look at that grant. I'll discuss that in a moment. And then because it's equivalent to a regulation, everyone else is authorized to obtain that same relief if it's identical via a summary grant. Here's some websites on the FAA.gov webpage, and I believe these will be available on a list of hyperlinks that will be put out later if not already been provided. But they govern how to apply, or at least provide advice on how to apply or petition for an exemption, as well as how to request a certificate of authorization from air traffic control. And the question that I get frequently is, well, what should I state in my exemption petition? And I can't write that for you, but others have gone before you. There's over 100 grants to date. And so I recommend that someone who's interested go to the docket, is what we call it. And the docket is found at regulations.gov. And you can search the docket for all kinds of, not just exemptions, but also regulatory rulemaking efforts. But for Part 137 unmanned aircraft exemptions, I recommend that in the search block or the search function on the docket, type in 137.41C, and that is a regulation that is exempted in every unmanned aircraft petition and exemption. So you can look on the docket. That search will produce hundreds of results, and you can see what others have requested, what relief they have been granted, and what relief has been denied. I'll shift gears and talk a little bit about Part 137 certification for unmanned aircraft. And it's essentially the same as for a manned aircraft with a few exceptions. And if anyone is interested, I highly recommend that they obtain a copy of Advisory Circular 137-1. And that advisory circular details the process for certification for all agricultural operations, including unmanned aircraft. There's 5 phases of certification. We'll get to that in the next slide. And to date, there's been 35 Part 137 operating certificates issued to unmanned aircraft operators. And notice the difference, over 100 exemptions granted, but only 35 certificates issued to date. Several reasons. One is that there's a backlog, and 2, I think a lot of people get the exemption and then they start looking at the actual certification requirement. They realize that it's more than they bargained for. So do your homework, decide if that's what you really want to do, and then go ahead and proceed. Oops, that's backwards. There we go. Okay, so these are the 5 phases of Part 137 certification, same for manned and unmanned aircraft. First is the pre-application phase, and then the formal application phase. And again, you can get details in the advisory circular. The document compliant phase, and then phase 4 is the demonstration and inspection phase. This is really the heart of the matter. And then finally is the certification phase, and that's where the FAA issues the certificate. And phase 4 is very important because that is where the exemption comes into play. So for phase 2, an operator may apply for the Part 137 certificate after they have petitioned for the exemption. We will not accept the application until you show us proof that you've petitioned for the exemption. But you must receive a grant of exemption before we begin the demonstration phase, and that's because that exemption is equivalent to a regulation. And so therefore the operator has to comply with that exemption, has to know the exemption, and that's the standard that the certification team will hold the operator to during the demonstration and inspection phase. So to summarize, to operate an unmanned aircraft in agricultural aircraft operations, first, the operator needs to obtain an exemption, and then second, they need to obtain an agricultural aircraft operator certificate. Additionally, each pilot must have a 107 remote pilot certificate, and additionally, if it's a large UAS over 55 pounds, they need to get a certificate of authorization from air traffic control. So we'll go to questions now, and again, here's my email address. I put that out there for everyone. Don't hesitate to reach out to me if you have any questions.
Awesome. John, that was great. Thanks so much for that. And a couple people had commented that they really appreciated the presentation, so thanks for putting that together. So we've got a couple questions for you, sir, live. So the first question comes from Bo, and he says, can you cover the current pathway for being authorized for COVID spraying, even though those flights aren't agriculture in nature?
Well, they meet the definition. So, I didn't write the regulation. It was written back in 1967, I believe. But by definition, just like firefighting, so a helicopter that's dropping water to fight a fire, that's defined as an agricultural operation. And so they have to have a Part 137 operating certificate. So by definition, dispensing a substance to combat a virus, which is a pest, is an agricultural aircraft operation. Therefore, it requires an agricultural aircraft operator certificate. So there's really no difference in the application and certification process between someone who wants to dispense an economic poison, say a pesticide, or some substance to enhance plant growth like a fertilizer. If you're spraying a stadium, for example, with some type of a disinfectant to kill a virus, the FAA categorizes that as dispensing an economic poison, therefore it's an agricultural aircraft operation. And we don't differentiate the type of operation. We give you a certificate that says, here's an aircraft operator certificate, agricultural operator certificate, and you are authorized to dispense economic poisons. So you can do much more than just spray a disinfectant on a stadium. You could indeed go out and hire yourself out to a local farmer and spray his crops. So we look at it the same.
Yeah, so it's almost like, what I'm hearing is that don't get hung up on the agriculture certificate thing. It really covers so many different things from firefighting to, spraying disinfectant. And the good thing is that once you have that exemption, you've kind of got the keys to the kingdom.
Exactly.
Awesome. Okay, awesome. Thank you. Appreciate your question, Bo. The next one, John, is from Joe, and he says, is there a restriction on using a certain manufacturer of UAS for RPAAS? For example, made in other countries versus made in America?
Yeah, the FAA does not distinguish the make and the model. We just evaluate the operator and the aircraft. If the aircraft is capable of conducting agricultural operations, then that's fine with us. I do know, however, that other federal agencies have prohibited use of certain manufacturers, and I'll use one, the country of China, and I can't state exactly which federal agencies prohibit the use of unmanned aircraft for their operations. But, an example is DJI, who's probably the largest manufacturer. The Department of Homeland Security is prohibited internally from going out and purchasing those products and using them. But that's more of a use by a federal agency, not approval for use given by the FAA.
Yeah, it makes sense. Awesome. Thanks, John. All right, next question here. I might say your name incorrectly. I believe it's Abhit, and they ask, can folks use a sprayer drone? Oh, hang on, it's moving. Can folks use a sprayer drone using colored water while they're applying for certification so they can test and calibrate and practice, etc.?
Absolutely. So if they have authorization, I'll give an example, is the under 55 pound UAS, which would be covered by Part 107. So if they have a drone that weighs less than 55 pounds at takeoff, and they have a Part 107 certificate, we expect them to go out and practice. We would not want the very first flight to be during the certification. So yes, any inert substance, if you're not dispensing an economic poison or trying to do something to promote agriculture, if you're just practicing with water, that's fine.
Great. What about for folks that are practicing? Same thing, right? They're going for their certification, but their aircraft at takeoff weight is over 55 pounds. What's a good way for them to get some experience before they're in front of their, local FSDO rep?
Yeah, that's a challenge because they cannot operate an unmanned aircraft at 55 pounds or more unless they have an exemption. And so until they get that exemption, they cannot practice. However, two things. One, some unmanned aircraft that are capable of weights greater than 55 pounds, with an empty spray tank, example, if it has a 5-gallon tank, that's 40 pounds of weight. So they may be able to fly it empty at 45 pounds, full would be 85 pounds. So that's one method. Another method is to wait for the exemption. So once they receive the exemption, let's say the aircraft weighs 60 pounds empty. Well, they cannot fly it without an exemption. Well, once they receive the exemption, they can begin practicing. And the Part 137 certification team would expect them to practice once they receive the exemption prior to the demonstration phase. So that, again, gives them an opportunity to practice prior to the Part 137 team coming out and evaluating.
Well, and I think also, John, there's a lot of similarities. I know in our product lineup, there's a lot of similarities in how our over 55 aircraft operate, fly. The software is identical to our under 55. So it gives folks some flexibility there in getting themselves ready and prepared. Yeah, great.
Exactly.
All right, I've got another one for you here, sir. This is from Joshua, and he says, what's the minimum farm area coverage that may support the use of aircraft?
I can't really speak to that question. It's an economic issue. I know that the large manned aircraft, an air tractor, with thousands of pounds of capability, can cover a large area at a higher speed and may be more economically efficient than a helicopter or a small unmanned aircraft. But perhaps there's areas, and I've seen this economic model where there's hard to reach or small areas, as well as there's certain corners of large tracts of land that can't be accessed. And so the manned aircraft will spray a large area, and then the unreachable areas can get a cleanup application with the small unmanned aircraft.
Yeah, good point. It's really all about the economics of it, right? That's going to be
Correct.
the determining factor. Yeah, that's a good point, John. All right, next question for you, sir, is where is the best place? This is from Brewer. He asks, what's the best place to find the advisory circular 137.1?
If you go on FAA.gov, just go to the home page and you can search. It has a pretty good menu once you're familiar with it. You can go to regulations and advisory circulars, but it also has a search function. And if you just type in AC, which is abbreviation for advisory circular, AC space 137-1, that should get you there. And my guess is if you went to Google and typed the same thing, it'd take you right there.
Makes sense. Yeah. Awesome. Thanks, John. All right. We've got a lot of questions for you, sir. You're popular today. Okay, next one comes from Mark, and he says, are the restrictions to operating an agriculture dispensing under 55 on your own land, not for hire?
Regardless of whether it's a commercial operation or a private operation, you must have a Part 137 agricultural aircraft operating certificate. So there are two flavors, if you will, of that certificate. One is a commercial and one is a private. And so the requirements are slightly less stringent for a private. But either way, if it's your own land and you're operating privately, you still need that agricultural aircraft certificate.
Great. Awesome. Thank you. And then another question here comes in and says, let's see here. This is from, oh, hang on. My screen scrolls as people ask more questions. The next one is from Tim, and you kind of spoke to this, but maybe you can clarify, John. Tim asks, does the 137 automatically allow me to spray over 55 pounds? But that really comes down to which exemption route they went.
Correct. And so we see it happening both ways, where the petition either allows, or should I say, the operator petitions for an aircraft that's less than 55 pounds, or they petition for 55 pounds or more. So those are two different exemptions because there's two different sets of regulations that are being exempted. And so an operator that may begin with a under 55 pound UAS and they go through the certification process, they may then add a larger UAS. And it's a much simpler process. All they need is that large aircraft exemption and then go to the local flight standards office that manages their certificate and say, here's my exemption, I'd like to add an aircraft. And it's not an automatic process, but it's an easier process.
So is it better for folks that eventually want to have an over 55 pound aircraft? Does it make more sense, even if they start with an under 55, does it make sense to just submit a petition for the over 55 to start with?
It's an economic decision. I do know that the under 55 exemptions tend to be granted more readily. So the larger aircraft take a more thorough evaluation of the petition. So if an operator is anxious to go through the process, then starting with the small unmanned aircraft would be faster. And they could actually petition at the same time for a large and a small. And my guess is they would get the small exemption first.
Got it.
And
Okay, good guidance. Thank you, sir. All right, I'm on to my next one here. Let's see. And that one is from Edward. And he says, let me see. Oh, sorry. Edward was answering other people's questions. Let me pop to another one here. So Charles is asking, please speak to the setbacks, like the boundary and spray operations. What are those requirements on over 55-pound RPAAS or spraying UAS?
Okay, good question. And that's something that we're dealing with right now. I don't know what the final result will be, but for an under 55-pound aircraft, they operate under Part 107. There is no setback restrictions. They can go right up to the border of a property. For a larger aircraft, and this is an issue because the FAA is dealing with it and trying to find the best path forward. That aircraft is operated under Part 91, and usually a Part 91 aircraft has an airworthiness certificate. It's been through a process that's very extensive. That aircraft has been deemed to meet a certain reliability rate. You know, there's a certain level of confidence that we have that the aircraft is reliable, it's not going to crash. We do not have that reliability confidence with the large unmanned aircraft. It has not gone through that certification process. And so because of that, we've put a 500-foot buffer. And you can spray right up to the edge of the property, and we're not restricting that, but we're keeping a 500-foot buffer from moving vehicles, structures, and people, non-participating people. So if there's a road next to the field and there's cars driving on that road, then there's different options, but regardless, that unmanned aircraft has to stay at least 500 feet away from that moving vehicle.
Got it. And there is a way to request with a safety case an exemption to that setback. Is that right?
That's correct, and we have quite a few actually who have petitioned to amend their current exemptions, but it's an area that we're studying, and it's a hard decision. It's the term is ex parte, which I'm not sure. I'm not a lawyer, but it basically means it's a private discussion within the FAA, and where it finally lands, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I think it's an important thing to mention, John, too. There's something that we're really fortunate about here in North America, right? And the United States particularly is that, I can jump in a plane and leave my house in Seattle and, fly to our office in Orlando. And with 99.999% confidence, I know I'm going to arrive safely, because of the work that the FAA does. We have the kind of confidence, as civilians to be able to get from place to place and know that the FAA has done what it's taken to be safe. And so I know on behalf of our company, we're really grateful, for that partnership. And I know the FAA is still figuring out how to integrate and do all this. There's a lot to learn for y'all, and there's a lot to learn for us. Well, of course, you and everyone else would love for it to be quick and instant and all whatever streamlined, but I know that's the goal that the FAA is working towards. So I just wanted to put that in as well in this conversation.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. So the next part is, let me see, there's another question from Gabriel here, and he says, does the label on the chemical have to mention that the product, like a pesticide, for example, can be used for an RPAAS application?
And I will let Dan jump in, but let me try to answer first. My understanding is that the label, which is a regulation, so that chemical must be applied in accordance with the label. And that if you apply it any other way than accordance with the label, you're going to get in trouble. But to my knowledge, it does not differentiate between manned and unmanned. It simply says aerial application. Is that correct, Dan?
Yeah, so John, that's right. And I think Amy's going to cover that in her talk a little bit later, maybe go into a little bit more detail. But yes, that's my understanding as it stands right now.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, next one here is, let's see. I'm just keeping us on track for our time too. I have a question from Papu that says, does 137 with a 61 or 91 allow me to fly aircraft under 55 pounds, or is a 107 still required?
So if you're under 55 pounds, by definition, that aircraft is operated under Part 107, and therefore, requires the pilot to have a Part 137 pilot certificate.
Good.
The FAA has done something unusual in that for the larger than 55-pound aircraft, the unmanned aircraft, we are also requiring a Part 107 certificate in lieu of a Part 61 pilot certificate. And the reason is that each pilot must have undergone a knowledge and skills test. So it's unique to Part 137, either less than or greater than 55 pounds, the pilot has to have a 107 pilot certificate.
Clear. Awesome. Thanks, John. Next question, a popular topic right now, is from Bill. And Bill says, does the FAA's jurisdiction include indoor spraying, like an indoor arena?
No, it does not. And have to be careful. It's situation specific. But if there's a way for that aircraft to escape, then the lawyers could consider it to be, the term is national airspace. And an example would be a stadium which is mostly covered, but has an opening in the middle. Well, underneath the overhang, it would still be considered national airspace. If you think about it, you could probably drop a helicopter down into the middle of the field. Not that a helicopter would be flying around, but the FAA wants to make sure that that unmanned aircraft does not escape. Which
Makes sense.
we could argue that's a remote possibility, but that's the legal decision.
It's one of those tricky things. You've got to define something for all of those different unique situations, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I get that. Okay, good. And let's see, we've got just 2 more minutes left. So here's a question. Let me just look for something that's got some bumps on it. Let's see. What about, this is a question from Joe. He says, how about tethered aircraft?
Tethered aircraft are still considered unmanned aircraft, and they still have to abide by all the FAA regulations. The tether is a great mitigation. It's a great equivalent level of safety. And so, you're off of the Part 137 reservation, if you will. You've left the, Elvis has left the building now.
There you go.
So we're not really talking. I can't imagine a tethered Part 137 operation, but the FAA looks at a tether as an excellent way to mitigate a hazard.
Good.
So it depends upon the particular application of that UAS. What are they doing with it?
Yeah, it's really great. Well, John, thanks so much for being here, and thanks for your presentation and everything that you've put together, and just being a resource for these almost 300 people that are with us. And it's just great to have you. So thanks, and thanks again for your commitment to the safety of our national airspace. And with that, we'll let you free to go back onto mute. And I'm going to introduce our next speaker here. So Cindy Houghton is with us, and she's a civil aviation safety inspector with Transport Canada. And Cindy's presentation is for about 15 minutes, and then we'll have about 10 minutes for a live Q&A after that. Cindy, are you with me?
I am. Thank you
Awesome.
very much. And I want to thank both the RPAAS Aerial Application Group as well as University of Arkansas for having me here. I think it's good timing that I come in after the FAA because we dovetail on a lot, but we're different on a lot, and it can be confusing. So you've just seen John take some notes on mine, and you'll see the similarities and the differences. I'll start this presentation.
Great. Thanks, Cindy. Looking forward to learning all about those differences.
So moving in, I was asked to kind of go over some things about registration, licensing, just some basics for RPAAS operations in Canada. Now, in June rather, of 2019, we revised the regulations and built CARS Part 9, Canadian Aviation Regulations Part 9, which cover RPAASs from 250 grams to 25 kilograms. Now we do have an all-encompassing regulation for all RPAASs regardless of weight. So they'll take care of those minis. It says you must operate it safely. Okay, we're going to talk about that. We're going to get into a phenomenal website link that you guys will get access to after, which covers off pretty much your A to Z's for our passes in Canada. And we'll look at the difference between how we've set up our certificates, how we're looking at registering our passes, safe assurance, or what we're calling a elementary level of airworthiness component, operations above 400 feet, payloads, which could incur your biohazardous payloads, requirements for a special flight operating certificate. So when you can't operate inside the CARS Part 9 anymore, due to the type of work you're wanting to do. It's a form of an exemption, but we call it a special flight operating certificate. And we've got some different reasons why you might need one. We'll get into the complexities for really high risk RPAAS operations and SFOCs, and then some links to regulations before questions. So like I said, the CARS Part 9, in Part 1 of the regulations, we have the definition of small RPAAS, and that's where it states that 250 grams to 25 kilograms. 900.06 is that all-encompassing reg for all RPAASs. Do not create a hazard. And it'll be for a judge to determine what is a hazard. If I fly my RPAAS at a vehicle and that vehicle then has an accident, I could have created the hazard. So we need to really watch that. Part 9 of the regs will cover off the rules and the regulations for operating 250 grams to 25 kilograms, and 903 gets into special flight operating certificates. So I've been with Transport almost 20 years. It'll be 20 years in December, and we've built some poor websites. I actually want to commend us on this one. This is a phenomenal website. It's really your A to Z on RPAASs. All you need to do is Google TC drone safety. Don't even worry about writing down the link. TC drone safety, and you'll get it. And everything you need to know is connected in there or links to it. When we set up the Part 9 regulations, we decided we would base complexity off of the type of airspace someone wants to operate in. So we broke it down. It does not matter if you are recreational, commercial, remuneration, or not. If you are in uncontrolled airspace and more than 100 feet from people, you can operate under a basic certificate. You can be as young as 14. Okay, you do have to operate outside of the established pattern at airports and heliports and airdromes. That established pattern is your departure and approach path. That's basically what it means. We want you to operate outside of 3 nautical miles from all airports and 1 nautical mile from all heliports in our Canada Flight Supplement, which is our Canadian document that contains all registered and certified airports. And you must remain more than 3 miles from a D&D airdrome. Now, if you want to get into controlled airspace, your urban environments, your complex environments, near people, so closer than 100 feet, or over people, you must get an advanced RPAAS pilot certificate, and it will include the requirements for a skill assessment or a flight review. When you do that, you'll be allowed to operate within the 3 miles, nautical miles of an airport and a 1 nautical mile from a heliport. You still have to stay outside of that established pattern, that departure and approach path. You still have to stay 3 miles away from a D&D airdrome. You still have to stay below 400 feet, and you must remain visual line of sight to operate under the CARS Part 9. So this is just kind of a graphical picture, makes it easy to see uncontrolled airspace more than 300 feet, more than 30 meters or 100 feet. My 16-year-old son can do this, can get this certificate, can go fly an RPAAS. Okay. Your advanced operations are more complex, controlled airspace, and closer than 30 meters or 100 feet from people that are not involved in your operations. So these would be the bystanders, the looky-loos, the unsuspecting public, not your crew. Okay. The link on that Transport Canada drone site will give you a site to go to for getting a pilot certificate. Because of the magnitude of pilots getting RPAAS certificates, I think we currently have more than 45,000 basic, about 4,500 advanced RPAAS pilots. So we're getting up there. We couldn't maintain that workload with our normal manned pilot licensing system. So we created an automated online access yourself system. However, You do have to have some access points, which is a GC key or a Transport Canada account or via your online bank account. You typically have to be Canadian. So it's created a bit of grief for foreigners, but we have a workaround. That's the SFOC. Okay, so you can go in there, you can write your basic exam, you pay a fee, online visa, write the exam, print the certificate, write the advanced for the controlled airspace. You can get a hold of a flight training unit, set up a flight review with a flight reviewer. Okay. And as I said, if you're a foreign applicant or a foreign corporation or operator, we'll work with you to get you flying under an SFOC. RPAAS registration is very much the same. Again, that Transport Canada Drone Safety website, go straight there. You'll see another link in it. Same thing, there's a car regulation that says you have to be Canadian or a Canadian corporation or certain percentage incorporated in Canada to be able to register an RPAAS. I think it's only about $5 to register an RPAAS. We try to keep these fees pretty low, and the written exam fees are very low too, $10, $25, something reasonable. We couldn't set up a system with zero, it wouldn't allow us. But we tried to keep this where, you know, we would get everybody willing to do it. So we have a process with the SFOC for how we can connect that certificate to your RPAAS for a registration component. So again, a workaround. The Safe Assurance is Transport Canada's process for taking an RPAAS and providing a type of airworthiness to it. It's a very elementary type of airworthiness component, but it is that step that takes us from basic to an advanced RPAAS. We've now decided that not only does your pilot have to be competent to operate in controlled airspace and closer than 100 feet from people, your RPAAS has to be competent. And that's how we do it. We've got a link on that Transport Canada Drone Safety website. Your manufacturers would go in. If you're building the RPAAS yourself, you're the manufacturer. You go in and you work through the process, depending on what you want to get approval to do. If it's just controlled airspace and you're okay at staying 100 feet from people, work on the 92204. If you want to get near people, and that definition is in the Safe Assurance meters, or 16.5 feet from people, 92205. And again, over people, you've got your 92206. RPAAS operations above 400 feet has always been a tricky thing. Our CARS Part 9 regulations say you've got to be at 400 feet or below. So what we're looking at here is if you want to go above, NAV Canada can give you approval in controlled airspace. If it's outside of controlled airspace, it's an SFOC. As far as payloads, the Canadian Aviation Regulations 90143 is pretty straightforward. No pilot shall, without an SFOC, carry explosive, corrosive, biohazardous weapons, ammunitions of war, create a hazard, or sling anything. Okay, please know, we can give you an SFOC that does not cover off the requirements of transportation, Canadian Transportation Agency for approval to carry cargo, nor does it cover off TDG if you're carrying a biohazardous. COVID test kits and samples can fall under TDG. Okay, Health Canada's Pest Management Regulatory Agency. We do not approve pesticide use from an RPAAS. We approve an aircraft to operate in an airspace. Okay, there's other acts and regulations governing. You must be aware of them as the operator. SFOCs and the reasons for them. Again, if you step into this, you're now operating outside of CARS Part 9. More than 25 kilograms. Okay, the FAA set it at pounds. We set it at kilos. Beyond visual line of sight, foreign operator or pilot. Above 400 feet in uncontrolled airspace. More than 5 RPAASs from a single controller. Your special aviation events or advertised events. Hazardous payloads, 90143 we just talked about. And within 3 miles of a D&D airdrome. Those all need a special flight operating certificate. Now, if you're going to get into complex special flight operating certificate stuff like BVLOS and above 400 feet and more than 25 kilograms, really large units, we will send you out a checklist or a compliance matrix to help you complete an application, but you need to send us in a CONOPS. It has to be a completely comprehensive CONOPS, not just what you want to do now, but what you want to move towards, okay? We don't want to approve you to do something and then go, oh, time out, you can't go farther. Okay, so don't cap yourself. Make that conduct holistic for what you're wanting to really do. We have a Canadian version of the JARIS SORA, the Joint Authorities for Rulemaking for Unmanned Systems, specific operational risk assessment. We've Canadianized it for our airspace, and we've got an AC to go through that to set up a ground risk, an air risk, and an integrity system for your whole operation. We need an ops manual. We need standard operating procedures. We need manufacturer's declarations. We need maintenance procedures. We need a lot of stuff. We need a DAA system, okay, or multiple systems to support, detect, and avoid if you're doing BV loss. Okay. Right now, we're just doing very elementary BV loss approvals. Atypical airspace, which is 100 feet above, 200 feet laterally of your structure, pipeline or power line inspection. Northern domestic airspaces. We have test ranges, 5.1 restricted airspaces, or fire zones. These are the type of operations we're looking at. Here's some links to our regs and standards. Okay, I believe they're going to get sent out to you at the end, so don't worry about writing anything down. And like I said, know before you go, that Transport Canada drone safety website. If it's not there, feel free to email us here, or I believe Mary will probably share my email as well. Okay, reach out with any questions well beyond today. Bit of a fire hydrant, bit fast, had short time, but I think we're ready for questions.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks, Cindy. That's great. So a couple questions are as questions are flowing in. I noticed earlier on the slide that the SFOC mentions if it's for operators operating 5 or more RPAAS. So does that mean the standard certificate is people are automatically eligible to operate up to 5 or 4 or less?
Yeah, under CARS Part 9, provided you're operating VLOS below 400 feet, below 25 kilograms, if you've got a system that is designed by the manufacturer to operate 5 or less RPAASs from a single controller, then you can do it following the rest of the CARS Part 9. Beyond 5, we've found that it becomes more of a light show, more of an aviation event where we've got a higher risk usually to the public. So.
Yeah. That's a really great path forward, as specifically as it relates to aerial application systems, because that really allows folks to cover much more area with smaller under 25 kilo drones, right, or aircraft, and that just opens up the whole environment, I think, in Canada, which is excellent. Yeah, it's exciting.
It does. Just remember that Health Canada, Pest Management Regulatory Agency, has not yet approved a pesticide to be dispersed from an RPAAS. So we've kind of got a cap on still there. Just because we'll approve it doesn't mean the other governing agency that's responsible for the pesticide itself has approved it. So
just talking about aviation law right now.
Yeah.
Totally got it. Okay, great. So here's the first question from one of our attendees. It's from Joe, and Joe says, I might have missed this, but do you have a way to convert a license from another governing body like an FAA Part 107? Can you use that license to apply for your RPAAS certificate? Or would he still have to go through all of the same normal processes?
Okay. We are looking at setting up reciprocity with the FAA 107, and I believe there's an ICAO certificate as well that a lot of countries are looking at. We haven't defined that yet, okay? What we need from a foreign operator is proof that they can operate in their country of origin. So if the FAA 107 would work for that, if you were coming into Canada as a foreign operator from a country that did not produce a certificate, okay, but allowed you to operate under a disclosure or exemption, confirmation that that was the process in the country would work too. Then we'll move through the SFOC process with you to make sure that you know the Canadian rules and Canadian regs.
Wow. Awesome. That's really exciting to hear too, especially from between our two countries, right? I mean, just right across the border. That's excellent.
We're trying.
Yeah, good. Whew, thank you. All right. Next question for you, Cindy, is from Gabriel. And Gabriel says, is there a schedule for the release of the new regs for BVLOS or beyond visual line of sight and above 25 kilo?
Okay, yes. They are working on regulations right now for up to 150 kilogram RPAASs. I think those regs are still in development. I'm not even sure when it's going to go to GC1. Sorry, I don't have the dates on that. I do know that last time we went to GC1 with the Part 9 regs, it took substantially longer. I think almost a year longer than we had anticipated. So do know that once the NPA goes through and it comes out, the Gazette 1, it comes out usually publicly, and then we take public consultation. So the magnitude of public consultation back can cause that delay into moving it to GC2 because they have to address every single response.
Oh goodness. Okay, got it. And then Cindy, if you could stop sharing, that'll give our attendees a chance to see you and I full screen. I've got
Fantastic.
another question for you here too, okay? This one comes from Matt, and Matt says, do we need an advanced pilot license to do RPAAS testing under 25 kilo with dyed water, or can he use his basic license?
Again, the basic to the advanced depends on the class of airspace you're in and your proximity to people. So if you're in uncontrolled Class G airspace in Canada, you're more than 100 feet from people, you can use a basic RPAAS. As far as dispersing water, there's a reg that says you can't disperse anything that creates a hazard. So as long as that doesn't create a hazard, and I'm not the lawyer, I'm not the judge, that would be decided in a court of law if it came to a trial. So
excellent. Cool, thank you. All right, and then we've got another one here. This is again from Joe, who asked a question earlier. Joe's saying, do you have to have a certain UAS made in like Canada or made in America? Do you have any restrictions on where the aircraft can be manufactured?
no restrictions. Again, if you want a basic RPAAS, you could build it yourself, okay? If you're a foreign operator, we'll give you an SFOC number that you'll attach to the RPAAS as a form of registration. If you're a manufacturer and you want to move through that safe assurance process, whether you built it yourself or your DJI, okay, you can work through that safe assurance 922 to get approval to operate closer to people, near people, over people, controlled airspace. So it really depends on what you want to do, but we don't restrict exterior countries and their tech coming in.
Awesome. That's good to hear. And then where do you see where do you see the future of RPAAS going as it relates to aerial application? I'm curious. If I was an attendee, I'd type this in the Q&A. What's your vision of?
Okay. I have to always be careful answering these because they're like Transport Canada said, and I don't have a crystal ball. Okay. I know the push for agricultural use in Canada has been going on for years. Okay. Unfortunately, it's not just our agency that's involved in slowing that down or having caution with that. Okay. We've seen it work effectively in other countries. I think there's a good use for it here. I think when you're getting involved in Canada, you should also get a hold of the Canadian Aerial Applicators Association, which is the manned branch. Get involved with them, follow some rules with them. But I really, what I'm seeing in technology coming in with larger air passes, I truly see full-sized RPAASs in a few years.
Yeah.
Definitely.
That's pretty exciting. And we're seeing kind of a similar trend globally, right? There's been some of the challenges from a hardware perspective has been, the avionics are solid, the framework, like the frame design, all carbon fiber and aluminum frames, things like that, pretty robust, pretty solid. The challenging as far as the limitation of size has historically been about propulsion, flight time, having it be economically and useful to be able to fly an aircraft for an extended period of time, which has kind of kept them somewhat smaller. But we're starting to see that already shift to larger and larger and larger frames.
Yeah, we have such a diversity of terrain in Canada. So whether you're looking at full fields in Saskatchewan to grape farms or fruit farms in BC and Ontario and wine farms, it's so different that the type of tech you're going to need, the size of tech you're going to need. But if it can fly in that airspace and has the redundancies to manage itself, should there be any link or loss of any sort of command or control, in which it doesn't fly away and doesn't create a hazard, I don't see how we could, push back against not having it operate. We're trying to be very proactive with technology and engineering and design here in this this whole sector of aviation. And we've definitely got, we've got other diverse operations going on as well in parallel with this stuff. So
well, it's really great to hear that too from a regulatory environment, right? Because there's such an economic benefit to the country as a whole to stay competitive and stay cutting edge and being able to compete on a global stage for food production. I mean, it's, technology is often the answer to that. So that's great to hear that you guys are in tune with that. I do have a question here in our last couple minutes. This is from, I believe you pronounced their name Shanique, and it says, are there term limits on an SFOC license? Will I have to reapply after a certain number of years, or is it lifetime?
yeah, a special flight operating certificate is the longest we typically issue them to is the first day of the 13th month. So we're talking a year. Often we'll give a shorter time period because if you're not going to be here, the operation's done, we don't want the certificate out there. If nothing changes in your operation and nothing changes in the rules and the requirements, then it's seamless to reapply the next year. But what we're finding, unfortunately, is this is just so dynamic. It's dynamic from a regulator because we don't have regs in place for an SFOC per se. So we're looking at what we're learning through technology and robustness, especially when it comes into the complex stuff with the DAA. We're learning every day as to what competencies will work and what won't work and how to move forward with that. So we want to risk it, and we've risked it as far as a year for someone to operate kind of on a quasi-exemption outside of regs, which is what that is.
Yeah, great.
So.
Awesome. Cindy, thank you so much for your presentation and for your time and just for being here and being our presenter and obvious, your and Canada's commitment to the future of the industry and doing it in a way that is both robust but also as easy as a reg environment can be. Yeah, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Stay well all. Bye-bye.
Absolutely. I've seen on the slideshow that was up, these 4 companies were able to pull some money together and sponsor this event so that we could offer closed captioning, which is great. So any of our folks that have difficulties with hearing, they're able to totally participate. It just makes a big difference. So we just want to thank all of our sponsors. Yeah, we're ready to go. So I'd like to introduce Amy Blankenship. Amy, are you with us? Awesome. There she is.
Yes, I am.
So Amy is with the Environmental Risk Branch 2, and Amy's the branch chief with the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency. And she'll be presenting for about 15 minutes, and then we'll have time for a live Q&A after that. So Amy, thanks for being with us. It's great to put a face to the name. I've talked to you several times, so great to see you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, good morning. So I'm pleased to be here with you today at the RPAAS workshop. Thank you for the invitation. So just give me a second as I prepare to share my screen.
Absolutely. And Amy, whereabouts in the world are you today?
So I am in, Washington, D.C.
Awesome.
And in East Coast.
Great. All right. We can see your screen. Go ahead.
All right. So again, good morning. So I'm Amy Blankenship, and I work in the Office of Pesticide Programs at the EPA. So more specifically, I work in the Environmental Fate and Effects Division. So in that division, we prepare ecological risk assessments and conduct drinking water assessments for use in human health. So as such, my division also evaluates exposure to offsite areas from pesticide applications through spray drift, from ground and manned aerial applications. However, today I will be discussing sort of some EPA perspectives on unmanned aerial vehicles, or UAVs, UASs, or RPAASs. I do know that they have several different sort of acronyms. So the Office of Pesticide Programs recognizes that there are several benefits to this type of application technology as compared to some traditional methods, particularly maybe in 3 potential areas: reduction in worker exposure, targeted applications, and potentially reduced environmental loading. So kind of more specifically, we see that there's potentially less worker exposure to pesticides, particularly in areas where hand application is needed, such as backpack sprayers. Also, it may be a viable tool to control invasive weeds and target applications in tough and difficult conditions, such as side cliffs, real swampy areas, things where we want to sort of have vector or mosquito control. And this could potentially increase pilot safety as well compared to manned applications. Spot or partial field applications might be more viable. And then, finally, maybe to reduce environmental loading through either GPS initiated applications, or that applications can be made closer to the crop canopy, thereby reducing spray drift. So the EPA, or Office of Pesticides, is interested in knowing not only what types of aircraft regarding UAVs are out there, but what are the most likely types and what a pesticide applicator is going to use them for. And knowing what are the most important and influential aspects of UAVs, especially with regards to things like offsite drift, worker and bystander safety, those are the things that are really going to inform us as we move forward in developing appropriate risk assessments as well as appropriate regulations. But we also recognize that this technology is rapidly evolving. And so from a regulatory aspect, we don't necessarily want to be what we call like chasing the technology, particularly as it relates to pesticide regulation and labels. So we'd like to sort of have kind of a broad generic framework as we move forward to adopt this technology into our current regulatory framework. However, some of these assumptions of potential benefits may still need to be ground truth, particularly with regards to offsite drift for certain applications. So I will talk about that on the next slide. So what do we maybe consider to be potential issues or challenges? There are things such as safety, implementation, and regulatory compliance, such as how best to add this technology to a pesticide label while ensuring compliance. And what are the potential biggest issues related to compliance? Is it drift, applicator safety, proper application as it relates to efficacy and tolerances? I suspect it's sort of all of these things and different things for each one of them. And we kind of had a question about this a little bit earlier, but does aerial application on a label already incorporate UAVs or important aspects of UAV technology and application? This is an area really where we're still trying to really understand how UAVs work relative to other traditional technologies and really understand what does aerial mean when it actually is on a label, since the label is the law. And so it is an area that we are actively engaged in and trying to better understand not only for ourselves, but also for the regulated community. So what data might be needed to test these assumptions or methods or modeling that's already in place for aerial and even ground applications? This understanding of what data is needed is especially important with regards to current assumptions for modeling that we do, especially for offsite drift transport, which is an area that I really work in. Because evaluating spray drift is mostly done through models as opposed to looking at empirical data for every new product or chemistry. So again, with implementation and compliance, what might be the operator definitions? What are the other safety concerns, both from an ecological and a human health perspective? So ultimately, these evaluations and decisions that will result in agency policies that affect label language or procedures for being able to incorporate this UAV technology. So what is the EPA doing to sort of really understand these potential benefits as well as potential challenges or issues? So in an effort to understand this, we have several ongoing efforts. We're continuing to have dialogue to continue to understand the scope of the potential products and use patterns. We're also trying to better identify what current data gaps there are, what uncertainties there are from a risk assessment standpoint, and also how we need to deal with them when making a FIFRA or regulatory decision. And these efforts are to better understand what aspects are being completed. We're doing outreach with stakeholders, work groups, and through public meetings. So we're really trying to understand from a wide perspective of stakeholder input, really how to get to some of these critical and influential points regarding UAVs with regards to pesticide application. So more specifically, what kind of communications has the EPA had to date on some of these topics? So we've communicated the issue of UAVs through a variety of work groups, stakeholder meetings, public meetings, as well as sort of having one-on-one conversations with other stakeholders that are in this environment. So one example is that we've communicated the issue of UAVs through pesticides, through our pesticide programs dialogue committee. We call it the PPDC. We've had several meetings on this topic, and most recently in October, where we discussed the establishment of an emerging technology work group. So while the emerging technology work group is not necessarily solely focused on UAVs, it definitely was part of that conversation. And so I expect through that committee and that FACA group that there will be some effort put towards understanding UAVs as it relates to pesticide applications and the EPA. We're also involved with several other stakeholder groups and other workshops, including the Association of American Pesticide Control Officials, or we like to call them APCO. You know, in the EPA, we love our acronyms, so apologies if I really start to use those first, but I'm going to try to sort of spell them out. We also work with SPIRE, or the State FIFRA Issues Research and Evaluations Group, an acronym within an acronym. It's always a fun one. And we also do work with international partners, such as the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or OECD, because a lot of these groups are focused on answering the same questions that we have ourselves. While maybe not on this slide, but I did want to note that we also, in Office of Pesticide Programs, are participating in an upcoming workshop that's being hosted by the North Carolina State University and Louisiana State University on UAV, sort of the current state of the science, very much like a meeting like we're having here today, to bring all the leaders on this topic together to sort of discuss where we're at and what are the next steps that are needed. So we're going to talk about UAVs in that workshop, but we're also going to discuss issues related to spray drift from manned aerial applications as well, and some of our assumptions that we use here at the EPA to model that offsite drift, because we really need to know that we are understanding the current state for manned aerial applications if one of our goals is to sort of compare it to UAVs and see maybe where we're being protective, maybe where we're not being protective. So it's sort of a combination of the two, if you will. And so finally, you know, either through work groups or organizations or by themselves, we've been in discussions with a variety of stakeholders, including CropLife America, who you heard from before, pesticide registrants, UAV manufacturers, the National Agricultural Aviation Association, or NAAA, also with FAA, as well as some modelers and researchers in the field. So I just wanted to kind of spend a couple of minutes highlighting one of those collaborations that we have been working on. And this one is going to be the APCO survey. So this group prepared and sent a survey to the APCO state agency members to better understand the scope of UAV use in the United States and to aid in developing priorities for their technology work group. That survey was sent in February of this year and contained 12 questions and was open for about a month. They received 46 responses, with 38 of those folks completing all 12 questions. So I just kind of wanted to give you some of the main highlights. I'm not necessarily going to walk through all 12 questions sort of specifically, but I thought there were several points that I thought would be helpful to sort of describe in this presentation today. So 74% of the respondents indicated that their state has received requests to apply pesticides using either UAV, UASs, but while there were inquiries, no applications had been made at that time. And 61% indicated that their state currently has applicators that are certified or licensed to make pesticide applications with UAVs. In one aspect, there were a couple of questions sort of getting at, all right, if you've had inquiries, you know, regarding the use of pesticide applications on UAVs, what types of pesticides are they requesting to use and on what use sites? And you can really see from the slide here that there are several pesticide classes. There are herbicides. People were interested in applying insecticides, vector controls, you know, for mosquito control, and fungicides. And even probably more varied was the actual sites that people were interested in using these for. So agricultural crops, rights of ways, forestry, public health control, and even aquatic pests. So some of the questions also got at, you know, regarding pesticide labels, from your perspective, you know, in the survey, what do you find maybe to be the most difficult to interpret or the hardest to understand? And, while there was a variety of sort of responses, one of the main ones that was returned was the discussion on the labels regarding application method, sort of this non-descriptive aerial, if you will. And this could be due to not having language specific to the use of UAVs, or maybe there's some other language that doesn't necessarily allow for that flexibility. So that's something that we are interested in, because again, we really do kind of want to make sure that we're reducing the confusion on our labels to users, especially with regards to this type of application. But again, it's something that we sort of really are actively working at here at the agency for the OPP. So, one of the main questions we have is really offsite drift from the use of UAV applications. And that's one of the really main questions that we kind of really want to get at. And so I thought it might just be helpful for this group here, if you all understood sort of just maybe at high level, how do we actually currently evaluate offsite drift? So right now we use two models to evaluate spray drift, both in ecological and drinking water assessments. The main model that we use is something called ag drift. And this model, the version we use is from 2011, is based on empirical data that was developed by the Spray Drift Task Force, as well as using complements from another model, AgDisc. And what really this is an based an empirically based model. It uses regression curves, and so what it does is it generates spray drift fractions that are adjacent to a field for either ground or aerial applications. And again, we use a certain set of assumptions based on the label or what we know, and it just sort of derives or calculates offsite drift right adjacent to an applied field. Another model we use is something referred to as AgDisc. We don't use this one quite as much. It was developed, and I think you may hear from Harold later on, from the U.S. Forest Service, and we use it for aerial applications, but more specifically for adulticide applications for our uses in OPP. So like I said, our main one is the ag drift model, which has a set of tiers. There's like a tier 1, which is pretty basic in our assumptions. And then there can be higher tiers if we have more information to maybe make it more specific to certain parameters that might be on the label or for our particular use that we're trying to evaluate. And, we do over time have the ability to update these models and sort of incorporate new information. And that may be something we might be looking into. But, there is a process within the EPA for updating any model, and it can be sort of a multi-process, multi-iterative work that we do. We normally have to go through a fairly intensive internal review. We validate it, QA/QC it, and it often involves some type of external peer review. This might be a targeted review, or it may be something as extensive as like a public scientific advisory panel meeting. So I just sort of wanted to put out there that we do have these models, and the 2011 date might look a little old, but there is sort of a process that we have to go through when we update any model that we use for a regulatory decision. So sort of on that, and more specifically, how do sort of our models that we have now, how do UAVs compare to them? We want to evaluate their equivalence or not to our current application aerial methods. And that equivalence could be with regards to drift or droplet size or efficacy. I also know that there's some interest in how do UAVs compare to ground applications. I know usually we're thinking aerial to aerial, but there's been several folks today who have commented on UAVs regarding sort of things such as backpack sprayers, spot treatments, boom applications. So I think there are folks who are actively working in this area too to also compare UAVs to ground applications. Because we really want to know, is the drift similar? Is it even lower? Or is there certain circumstances that it might actually even be higher? Kind of understanding this will really help us identify any data needs that we'll need, and specifically as it might inform whether or not our current modeling assumptions are appropriate. Because I really do think one of our goals would be to try to incorporate UAVs into our current modeling approaches, maybe update ag drift, update ag disc, because we really don't necessarily want to be developing empirical drift data for every chemistry, every sort of label, every potential type of UAV application, but take more of a generic broad-based look at that down the road. And how do we get at this? Well, our understanding might be a combination of developing new data, Not that we don't necessarily need any empirical data, but we might need some to help us understand, UAVs and how they compare, particularly if we think we want to update a model for them. So maybe we need some field trials, some specific spray tunnel studies, and also maybe just understanding what's going on in the current literature. I know that there are international efforts that are doing a review of the literature to try to get at not only offsite drift, but questions regarding worker safety, efficacy, all those things that you think about when you think about a pesticide application in a regulatory context. So, I did sort of highlight some of our communications that we're having in the public and with other stakeholders. And I did talk about the APCO survey and, really where we have some focus regarding offsite drift, but what other areas are we sort of looking at? So we're continuing to develop agency policy outlining UAV uses for labeling, regulatory clarity, safety, and enforcement issues. So these are still relatively in preliminary stages, especially for labeling and some of that clarity that I think folks probably are looking for. And we're hoping that the engagement sort of in this meeting and some of the other things that I highlighted with those work groups and workshops will help us inform those efforts. Because really the first priority for us is getting a handle on the exposure considerations, which the technology presents. Then after that, we will sort of work on policy and regulatory determinations that can be informed by, the most efficient ways to onboard UAVs in the context of directions for use, the label, worker safety considerations and training, non-target species protections, including, humans, and pesticide user compliance and oversight. So the two questions you see sort of at the bottom were posed at our recent pesticide dialogue committee meeting in the emerging technology group, because this is really what I think that group might really trying to get a handle on. So how should the EPA obtain a greater understanding of how the use of emerging technologies, which includes UAVs, leads to reduced or maybe increased risks that differ from those from current methods. And what changes to EPA's approaches to labels, if any, are needed to accommodate emerging technologies, including UAVs. Because ultimately, the OPP wants to develop policy and strategy that coincides with the evolution of UAV technology, and we want to work in partnership with multiple stakeholders. So we believe that it is an important tool, and we do want to think it does sort of align with our mission of protecting human health and the environment. And so, our agency's current plans for supporting UAVs, we don't envision needing to make a label by label update to sanction this technology. Like I said, we really kind of want to understand what are some of the fundamental questions that we need to answer related to safety, drift, and efficacy and tolerances. And so we're looking for efforts like this to really help us get a handle on that. And then ultimately, we're going to communicate with stakeholders and other interested groups our determinations about labeling and regulatory, as the science issues really kind of come into focus. So that's kind of, I think, how we are trying to really tackle this issue. But just sort of overall that we do understand its place in terms of how this technology can be used in the future for pesticide applications. And with that, that is the end of my presentation.
Awesome. Thanks, Amy. And if you could stop screen sharing on your side, then it'll show us full screen again. Awesome. So I don't have any live Q&A yet. Oh, I spoke too soon. All right. So Felipe would like to know, could we say that the drift from conventional aerial application would probably be higher than for an RPAAS application?
So, for me in this area, I think I'm really still trying to understand that question. I think there may be cases where that's true, but there may also be cases where depending on the specific type and application, that might not be true. But that's one of the fundamental questions that we're really trying to understand and to get a handle on, and working with folks, like Dan's group and some other folks who are trying to really get at that question.
Yeah, it's really critical. And I understand what you were saying earlier, really about the EPA's, some of the benefits that y'all are seeing from, exposure mitigation, right? Because in RPAAS, does require, of course, the initial engagement with chemicals while you're filling tanks, swapping tanks, etc. But otherwise, unlike a lot of other methods out there, the operator's separate, right? They're over here underneath that tent or whatever, and the aircraft is out, you know, performing the application. So I can see what you're talking about, but yeah, we've got to have the data that can prove and, you know, articulate, you know, how do we effectively mitigate drift, right? And make sure that the application is efficacious and economically viable, right? It's emerging technology, so those things have to be understood. It makes a lot of sense. I have another question here. This is from Edward Amy, and he says, is the EPA communicating with CropLife about UAV use? It's a good question.
Yes, my understanding is that yes, that we have had engagement with CropLife America at large, and also with several of its members related to the use of UAV. So it's an ongoing area of engagement.
Great, yeah, good collaboration. Another question. This one's from Joel, and Joel says, "What are your thoughts surrounding determining if RPAAS is more like a traditional manned aerial application, or is it more like a ground application?" And altitude seems to be a major consideration, right? Because RPAAS are usually, in the testing we've done with Dan and his team at the USDA, optimal application height is about 9 feet above the crop. That's like pretty perfect, which is lower than some, you know, ground rigs in some cases. So what are your thoughts on Joel's question?
Yeah, I have sort of seen where that question's been posed both ways. That yes, I have seen where some of these applications would, I would think, maybe more mimic like a ground application or a boom application, correct? Right, because you can be kind of at the right above the canopy, or maybe you think about a spot treatment, right, from a backpack sprayer, where you're kind of really targeting a certain area. And then, you know, but I do know that there probably could be at times where it might more mimic a manned aerial application too. So I think it really is both ways. And I think it's going to be very specific to the use site and the pest, maybe even that you're trying to sort of treat, right? Maybe like, because you saw Dan dispersing both a granular in one case and then a liquid in another case. So I could see that there could be a lot of different variations on sort of that ground versus aerial versus UAV and what it might more mimic.
Awesome. Amy, thank you. Appreciate you being here and for your time and just all that you went through to, I know, with stuff in the background to be with us today. So thank you for that.
Not a problem. My pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And Dan, I'm going to turn it over to you so our attendees have a new face and voice to hear for a while, okay?
All right, sounds good. Thanks, Brian. And Amy, great presentation. Appreciate that. And there were additional questions that we'll just have to put in the Q&A and we'll get to later. But right now, I want to introduce you to Amy's counterpart up in Canada, Ross Breckles. He's with the Pest Management Regulatory Agency there in Canada. And he's going to present some of the perspectives from the Canadian side as it relates to environmental protection. So Ross, take it away, please, sir.
All right, thank you, Dan. Can everyone hear me okay? I assume they can. Yes, good. So I'm Ross Breckles. I'm a scientific evaluator in the Environmental Assessment Directorate at PMRA, which is part of Health Canada. And I'm just going to share my screen. All right. Okay, so today I'm going to briefly outline Canada's pesticide registration approach and specifically the regulatory process with respect to conventional aerial application techniques. And I'm also going to talk about the approach for registration of remote pilot aircraft systems, RPAAS, or drones. So in today's talk, I'd like to introduce you to the PMRA, so that's who we are and what we do, and give a brief overview of our mandate. Then I'm going to outline the registration process, including the scientific assessments that take place. So as mentioned before, there are currently no registered drone uses in Canada for application, that's pesticide application. Therefore, any application using a drone will require registration. So I'm going to outline the data requirements for registration of drones. However, these are still in draft form and they could change. So then I'm going to talk about risk mitigation and specifically drift mitigation and highlight the drift models that we use in determining spray drift buffer zones. So within Canada, there are 3 levels of government that regulate the use of pesticide. There's federal, provincial, and municipal governments. Provincial and municipal governments can add additional restrictions on pesticide use within their jurisdictions on top of federal restrictions, but they cannot be more lenient. The PMRA is a branch of Health Canada, which is a federal institution. We're largely made up of scientists. Around about 75% of over 440 employees are scientists, and they work in a variety of different areas, including human health and the environment. And we work under the authority of the Pest Control Products Act, the PCPA, and we regulate all things related to pest control. And this includes conventional and non-conventional pesticides, biocides, antimicrobials, et cetera, et cetera. So the PCPA is administered by the Minister of Health, and the primary mandate is to prevent unacceptable risks to Canadians and the environment from the use of pesticide. This is further expanded to state that the risks are acceptable when there is reasonable certainty that no harm to human health, future generations, or the environment will result from exposure to any pest control product. According to the PCPA, all regulatory decisions must be science-based. Currently, the PMRA does not consider cost-benefit analysis. There's no lobbying from registrants, and political decisions do not impact the decisions made under the PCPA. So if a pesticide causes unacceptable risks to human health or the environment, its use will be reduced or discontinued, no matter how effective it is. So with respect to the registration of drones, we require a better understanding before we can show with reasonable certainty that their use as an application method will not cause harm to humans or the environment. So for this reason, drones are currently not allowed for pesticide application in Canada due to the insufficient data to characterize the risks. So both Transport Canada and the PMRA consider RPAAS to be aircraft. Now the aerial directive was published around about 24 years ago, so long before anyone had ever envisioned such technology being used for pesticide application, or at least in Canada, although I think it was just starting to get used in China around about that time. Stakeholder interest has increased recently, as seen in the number of research authorizations received by the PMRA, so in 2019 and then again in 2020. These research authorizations have all been to study the efficacy of RPAAS applications, yet additional data, not just efficacy, is also required, including data on spray drift and exposure, in order to register drones for application. In Canada, the data requirements are specified by use site category for the product. The specific data required for each use site category is dependent on the potential exposure. So there are 33 different use site categories under 3 main areas. There's agriculture, industry, agriculture and forestry, industry, and society. So once we have all the necessary data, it's been compiled and submitted to the PMRA, the registration process can proceed. So data is evaluated by 4 main components of a PMRA. There's the chemistry evaluation stream, which I'm not going to focus on today, as there are no drone-specific data requirements. The other streams are value, environment, and human health. So for the value assessment, they consider the benefits of a pesticide and the product performance. From these, we can define use patterns and establish directions for use. And the environmental assessment considers the likelihood of adverse effects in the environment resulting from exposure to a pesticide. This includes the active ingredient, transformation products, and any formulations the active is in. And we examine both pesticides' fate in the environment, so what happens to it when it's put into the environment, and its toxicity to a suite of terrestrial and aquatic organisms. Then we Then we assess the effects of using the pesticide on the environment, taking into account direct overspray, spray drift, and runoff. And then we have the human health assessment, and this considers occupational exposure and food residue assessments. And from this, we can determine if the proposed use is safe from a human perspective. So from all these assessments combined, we can determine whether the use of a pesticide is safe as proposed, or whether risk mitigations are required in order to better protect Canadians and the environment. So what additional data do we need for drones? We have identified several areas that require data specific to drones before we can proceed with registration. So gaps from the 3 streams include for value, we need to know about crop coverage and product efficacy when applied by drone. We also need to determine whether we could use bridging data from conventional aerial applications, or whether we need to use, we need a full suite of field trials. And for the environment, we need data on operating conditions. So that's flight height, flight speed, drone configuration. We need data on spray volume and droplet size, and data on spray deposition and spray drift. And then for health, we need data on mixer loader, pilot applicator, and bystander exposure, as well as crop residues and maximum residue limits. Now, the maximum residue limits for ground applications cover those for conventional aerial applications, provided that the spray volumes are at least 20 liters per hectare for field crops and 95 liters per hectare for orchard crops. Some drone applications may require a lower spray volume than this, in which case the PMRA would require bridging field trial data to ensure the MRLs are not exceeded. Or in the absence of this bridging data, a full set of field trials would be required. So there are several mitigation options available when potential risks from the use of a pesticide are identified, all of which may be applicable to drones. And these mitigation measures include precautionary label statements, such as toxicity to certain organisms, and runoff, such as vegetative filter strips, granule and seed treatments, such as burying seeds or something like that. Then there's use pattern changes, best management practices to incorporate whilst using drones or whatever application method you use, and then there's spray drift. So if the risk of using a pesticide is assumed to be mitigated effectively using one or all of these mitigation measures, it can proceed with registration. So I want to spend the rest of the talk today on spray drift, and specifically spray drift buffer zones, as these are an important tool for mitigating risks of spray drift to off-target terrestrial and/or aquatic sensitive habitats. So when a spray buffer zone is on the label, it is a legal requirement. And these spray drift buffer zones, their sizes are based on the toxicity of the pesticide. So obviously more toxic actives result in larger buffer zones. They're based on the sensitive area to be protective. So terrestrial, freshwater, and marine habitats may all have different buffer zone sizes for the same active. And it's also based on the crop and its growth stage at time of application. And of course, it's based on the method of application. So the PMRA for buffer zones, we currently consider 3 methods of application: field sprayers, air blast, and conventional area applications. And they're all modeled slightly differently. I'm sure you'll get a lot more information on the specifics of modeling in the next 2 talks. So I'm just going to briefly explain the different models that the PMRA uses. So for field sprayer, we use empirical drift curves developed by Wolf and Caldwell. These curves are based on Canadian field trials using a fine and medium spray quality, and modifiers were put in place for a coarse spray quality. For air blast, we use empirical drift curves developed by Ganselmeer et al. These were based on German field trials for both early and late season applications. And then finally, for aerial, we use AgDiff. We use standardized scenarios for fixed wing and rotary wing applications under agriculture, non-agriculture, and forestry settings. So we are currently using version 8.21, but are in the process of updating to version 8.29. And part of these updates will include updating the scenarios we use. The aircraft we currently model are becoming obsolete and are being replaced in the field as more modern technology is preferred. So obviously it's very important for us that we stay as current as possible. So with respect to drones, there is little drift information to determine if any of these models could be modified to effectively predict the drift component produced by drones. And so determining the correct buffer zones is not possible at present, at least for us that we know of. And this is partly because drone technology is rapidly evolving, and this creates challenges for a registration system to keep pace. The drones come in all shapes and sizes, as shown here. The small and large unmanned helicopters, there's tandem, quad, hex, and octocopters, small and large fixed wings, and then there's this hybrid, so if you see on the middle right, hybrids between fixed wing and rotary wing, all of which may come with different specifications related to the data needed for registration. And then there's also the 18-rotor volocopter and other large drones that may be intended for mass production. Finally, there are drone swarms, both large and small. So rapid development will result in the need to generate new data, as older data quickly becomes obsolete and may be restricted to the registration of older technology only. So the PMRA has been involved with several drone initiatives, including the OECD drone subgroup, which was formed in August 2019 and led by the UK, with memberships from the European Commission, Slovakia, US EPA, Australia, Japan, and the US crop protection industry. The goal of the subgroup is to develop guidance for regulators on information needed to assess the safety of drone applications. The subgroup have put out 2 data call-ins, and we've compiled around 80 relevant papers and are in the process of thoroughly peer reviewing them from a regulatory perspective. We are also involved in the North American RPAAS group led by Strongfield Environmental, with research scientists, applicators, registrants, and both US and Canadian regulators. And the goal of this workshop is to generate data required to support the approval of drone spray applications. We're also actively involved with stakeholder outreach, maintaining an open communication with industry, grower associations, for Canadian Aerial Applicators Association, and several custom applicators. So the PMRA recognizes some of the many benefits of drone application and are actively exploring ways to make this a possibility. But more data is required to better understand the value and the impact of these platforms on human health and the environment before we can reasonably say that they do not pose unacceptable risks. So I'd like to conclude this morning by providing you with some links to videos which may be of interest. How pesticides are regulated in Canada is not very well understood. Therefore, Health Canada released a number of animated videos as part of outreach and education campaign to explain generally what our scientists do, along with specific videos on human health and the environmental assessments. So with that, I'd like to open up the floor to questions, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ross. Appreciate that. Was a really good overview from the Canadian perspective. And we do have just a few minutes that we would like to take some questions. We do have several that are being posted right now. First one is from Michael. He's asking, is there anything that the industry can do to help with data submission to the PMRA to be sure that current and relevant settings are being used?
Is there anything, sorry, can you repeat that?
Let me go back here. It was actually basically, I don't have the question in front of me anymore. I kind of said it was answered, but it was asking us if the industry can do anything to provide data that would be necessary for you guys to give you guidance, I guess, for setting reasonable operating conditions for the platforms. Something like that, I think is what it was.
Yeah, if they could send us data, that would be great. Obviously, you would need more than like just one paper, and that's why we're compiling with the OECD. We're compiling. I think we've got 80 papers so far, and more are coming in. And from these, we're hoping to get a better understanding of where drones stand in terms of whether they're more similar to aerial applications, whether they're more similar to ground applications. So we don't know. So yeah, in terms of what applicators can do, yeah, just if you have data, give it to us. I mean, the more data we have, hopefully the better and the quicker we can come up with registration, hopefully.
Yeah, perfect. Hey, I just want to mention also at this time that Ross is being joined by some of his colleagues, JD Wall and Janice. And Janice, I would try at your last name, but I know it sounds French, so I'm going to pass on that. So they're here to answer some questions as well if need be. But JD, if you guys could maybe in the chat or Q&A there somewhere, if somebody has data that they'd like to send to OECD or you guys, if you could put a link in there to where they could send that, that might be real helpful.
Sure, Dan. I just also wanted to mention too that we do have a pre-submission consultation process here in Canada. So if registrants or people working through registrants are interested in having a research authorization being issued through us, they can come in for a pre-submission consultation, and we can go over at that point what information they have in front of them that they could bring to the table and anything that we may require going forward.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so we have a couple more questions and we only have about 5 minutes. So the first one here is from Matt. He says, has the PMRA set any pilot licensing requirements for using pesticides with an RPAAS that's less than 25 kilograms loaded?
I think that's all. The licensing is not done by the PMRA. Am I correct in assuming that, JD? Yeah. So that's nothing to do with the PMRA.
Okay.
So
the other part of this, Matt has like 2 or 3 questions in here. He says, can you discuss the process for a registrant application for a research authorization?
So a research authorization, if you're an applicator, you have to come in with a registrant. So the registrant submits the application to us, and then we will evaluate that assessment, and then hopefully it comes back as like you can do the research.
Okay, thank you. And then the other part, the last part, okay. Ross, go ahead. Did you have a follow-up there?
I'm just saying that you have to come in with a registrant. So the registrant has to submit the research authorization.
Okay. The last part of this is, can an RA look at specific topics such as efficacy, crop safety, and residues, and use external data from other countries for exposure and drift data?
Yeah, I think most of the papers that we have at the moment are from different countries. There's actually not that much research going on in Canada with respect to drone applications presently. Hopefully more research will become available, because obviously if it's specific to Canada, we will look at that more closely than maybe research that's done elsewhere. But yeah, we would definitely consider data from anywhere, from the US, China, wherever.
Okay, perfect.
A lot of information in China at the moment.
So Ross, we have a question from Sarah. She says, considering the variety of UAV models and potential for regulations to get complicated if the framework is too granular, will PMRA take an approach more or less similar to the EPA with regard aiming for a general framework?
I think we would want a general framework. It would be much easier in the both ends. Having a general framework would be a lot easier. However, having said that, if say an octocopter produces very, very different drift profiles, for example, from a fixed wing drone, we'll have to model them differently and have go through different risk assessments for them.
Okay, very good, thank you. So I have a question here from Grant. He says, do you feel that PMRA will require a new residue package on a pesticide to support the use of UAV applications on the label?
I might have to convey that to JD or Janice.
Sure,
okay, so sorry, go ahead, Janice, if you've got that.
No, I was just gonna, and you can confirm that your understanding is the same as mine. We are not from Human Health Directorate, so we are from the Environmental Assessment Directorate. So we are speaking a little bit outside of our knowledge and expertise, but our understanding from our human health colleagues is that until they have bridging data in order to confirm that the residues that would land on a particular crop is similar from conventional application methods, they will require the residue data for the specific application methodology.
All right, very good. Well, thank you all very much. We are out of time for this portion of it, and we need to move on to our next speaker, but we appreciate y'all's input on that. That was very well done, appreciate it. So our next speaker, and I'm not sure if he's actually on live. He has a pre-recorded presentation. And so I don't know if he's going to be here to answer any questions afterwards. Matter of fact, I think his presentation is going to take up the whole time slot that we have here before lunch. So if you have any questions for the speaker, just put those in the Q&A and we'll get those to him. So our next presentation is from Harold Thistle. He's president of TEALS. Harold's been involved in the aerial application industry for decades, mainly on the modeling side. And he has many years working with the USDA Forest Service and was on the aerial application side there, and just retired just recently, and still probably doing a little consulting. But he's going to talk to us a little bit about the modeling that's done, where those models stand, and then perhaps maybe even where we go from here. So at this point, Mary, if you could roll tape for Harold, we'll listen to his presentation.
Hello, my name is Harold Thistle, and I've been asked to give a very brief presentation on spray drift modeling. We're aware that this is an applied workshop, but we thought it was important to just briefly introduce this topic. So what do we mean when we talk about modeling? Well, we'd like a collection of equations, software that we could input the parameters of an application, a given application scenario, and generate graphs such as these, which were generated by the AgDis model, which show deposition of material downwind and versus downwind distance. So you've got deposition on the y-axis and downwind distance on the x. So why do this? Well, if you've got a model that you kind of believe, then very useful for training, for planning application, to analyze application. But I think the thing that's really kept the models alive and a general community interest is that the regulators use the modeling as part of risk assessment, so that if you're doing evaluating risk from pesticides, you need to know an amount. So if you're evaluating risk from a given application scenario, you want to know 100 meters downwind, how much was deposited, and then from that you can evaluate human or environmental exposure. But you need to start somewhere. You need to have an amount to start with. So that's why that's generated much of the interest in the models. And as a modeler, I think that an important part of trying to model is that you try to assemble the physics and assemble the data, and in doing so, you get to places where you don't know the physics or you don't have the data. And so you identify gaps in the understanding. Now, the variables that influence drift from aerial application This is a problem that's been worked on for a number of decades now. And this is the front screen from the AgDis model. And I think that, I'd point out that in training, this is where the learning curve is the steepest. You put up this screen and you start to get people just reading the variables, and behind, for instance, the aircraft button, there's aircraft weight, there's a thing called planform area, wingspan, etc. And so start to ask why these things affect drift, why release height affects drift, which is pretty obvious. You can see there's a nozzle button, the position of the nozzles relative, the position of the nozzles on the boom influences drift. The droplet size distribution is critical to drift. You've got meteorology, etc. So the most important variables determining drift from manned spray aircraft after a lot of work are the first is droplet size, followed by release height and wind speed. And also, if you're spraying a volatile, something maybe with water as a carrier, then humidity could quickly move up your list. So droplet size is the most important. And if you're not familiar with this topic, near the aircraft wake controls the movement of droplets that are sprayed from the boom. So there's that top picture is famous, the picture of the fixed wing aircraft moving through the red smoke. And then the bottom shows droplet trajectories, modeled trajectories. Those were modeled by a company, CDI, in New Jersey. So the aircraft wake is very important. So what would be different with UAS? Well, lower weight, less force holding the aircraft in the air, so the vortices will generally be weaker. Now, because there's both the aircraft weighs less, but there's also less planform area, the vortices could still be strong, and we're noticing that the vortices are sometimes surprisingly strong coming off of these aircraft, but generally there's much less force involved because the aircraft are much lighter. So of course, multiple, often counter-rotating, often stacked rotors really complicate the vortex calculation. So in our previous modeling, we're able to sort of reduce the aircraft wake to 2 vortices, propeller aircraft, maybe prop wash, and 2 wingtip vortices. That's not going to be possible, we don't think, with most of the UAS platforms. So that's an issue. These things, lower speed, less secondary shearing. Many of you know that you could put, say, a coarse nozzle on aircraft looking for large droplets, but if you orient those nozzles so that the spray is coming out perpendicular to the movement of the airplane, well, the airplane's going 180 miles an hour, and that can actually cause a secondary atomization, change a coarse spray to a fine spray. So there's still going to be shearing with these things due to the rotor wash, but it's going to be different, and the complexity of the rotor wash, there's going to be a lot to learn about this. Generally lower release heights. If you want to fly these things low, you can fly them low. We're aware that manned aircraft, helicopters can hover and get low in flat terrain in the Great Plains, parts of the Midwest. You'll see aerial applicators flying very low, but generally I think it's safe to say that we're going to be dealing generally with lower release heights. So just a picture so we all know what we're talking about. I believe this is a leading edge associates airframe. And there's been some modeling done. This is some work that I was kind of peripherally involved with, but we see that the vortices coming off these aircraft are complicated. And because there's so many configurations, and the interaction is going to be difficult to come up with a generic description of. So considerations, very quickly, the spot and small area spraying that many of these UAS are used for really challenge some of the geometric ideas that we've used in the past. We model AgDis basically models things as line sources. The aircraft flies along a line, and so the idea of spot spraying and spraying small irregular areas is going to have to change some of the geometry in our modeling. Low payloads tend to favor applications using finer droplets. Insecticiding generally uses finer droplets than herbiciding. Herbiciding tends to use higher volumes, and so the small droplet scenarios are always more difficult scenarios for modeling. The big droplets are taken to the surface by gravity more quickly. Smaller droplets are subject to the vagaries of the atmosphere and are, of course, are culprits in drift. As I kind of indicated before, the plethora of airframes is going to make it difficult to come up with generic geometries that we can sort of go into a library and pull out a fixed wing, say a wingspan and weight, etc., and adjust a model. So even though I'm aware that the airframes that are being used, that the number of airframes that seem to be getting accepted, especially in the spray community, is getting smaller. So eventually this may be a manageable problem. There's trade-offs with these small UASSs, for instance, between payload and total allowed weight, things like incorporation of equipment such as flow controllers. So if you don't know the amount you're putting out, it's hard to get the amount that lands somewhere downwind right. Things like limited power reserves may affect parameters such as pump pressure. So pump pressure is not really, a parameter. It's not really a parameter of the model. The parameter is droplet size, but the pressure directly influences droplet size. And if you don't have a handle on droplet size, it's going to be very difficult to model where this stuff is going. But I will say limitations of power and weight may inspire innovations, and these in any case, in most people's view, I guess, these limitations are expected to lessen as the technology, battery technology, and regulation mature. So with that, I think we're aware UASS technology offers a powerful tool that is and will greatly influence aerial application, and it's going to present some challenges to modeling. So that's what I have. Thank you very much for listening.
All right, thank you, Harold. I think you all will agree with me. This modeling of different aircraft, especially unmanned aircraft, is very complex, especially when you consider the multiple rotors that we have on these aircraft. And then now we have some fixed wing aircraft that are going to be more similar to our conventional manned application. It's an area that's going to take some time and then work to develop those models so that they're representative of what's flying out there in the industry. So appreciate it, Harold. Thank you for that presentation. It is my pleasure now to introduce our keynote speaker. We have him listed as just a lunch speaker. He's much more than that. He's our keynote. And I can only dream of having as many Twitter followers as Tom Wolfe has in the industry. And matter of fact, it's a great way to get the information out about application technology. The way that Tom uses social media is just amazing. Tom's from Canada. He's a tremendous scientist, application expert in the field, and we are just delighted to have you, Tom, present during our lunchtime. I would just say, for those that need to get up and stretch while you're speaking or grab a sandwich or something, that's fine. But we're just excited to have you, Tom, and share some of your experience and your expertise and your vision really for the technology, for the UAV or UAS RPAAS technology in agriculture. So Tom, at this point, I'll turn it over to you. Take it away, sir.
Well, thank you, Dan, and thank you everyone for having me. And it's my pleasure to be here. It's a bit of a retrospective we'll do today. As Corey and I talked about the speaker slot, we thought, why not look at what we've done in the past, the kinds of things that we've tried to introduce into agriculture in the past and whether they succeeded or failed, and maybe understand why they succeeded or failed. And so please join me now for a brief journey down memory lane of how my career started and what we discovered along the way. So I'm going to share my screen and go straight to the presentation, and I hope that that's going to work. There we go. So I decided to call it the Understanding the Success and Failure of New Spray Technologies. My co-author here is Brian Caldwell, my longtime partner in the business. In fact, we've worked together in this area for 31 years. We also publish our findings and so on Sprayers 101 these days, which is a collaboration with Jason DeVoe in Ontario. The issues, as I see them in new technology, and admittedly most of these technologies in my career have been ground-based technologies, are the following. Does it work? Does it provide the necessary efficacious result? That's the reason we spray. There's no other reason to spray. We need to affect a certain amount of control. It certainly has to be productive. We have to be able to cover the area that we farm. It has to be accurate, so we can abide by the rate recommendations and be acceptably uniform. The cost complexity equation has to come into play here. There's a limit to how much we want to spend and how much fiddling we want to do. These are all players in the future success of something. Regulatory compliance is incredibly important. We can't overstate that. I really appreciate the presence of the fairly prominent presence of the regulatory community in this particular conference today. Very important. And of course, I saved the best for last, spray drift. This is perhaps the single most important interface of the agricultural spraying business to the public. Simply put, spray belongs on the treated area and nowhere else. It has the potential to cause harm when it trespasses the treated area, and that harm must be accurately assessed and, if possible, prevented. To give you a quick overview of the kinds of drift studies that we've done over the years and the kinds of results that we've achieved from them. Typically, if you look at a composite picture of all the drift studies for a particular season, combining high and low wind speeds, low and high boom heights from a ground rig, fast and slow travel speeds, fine and coarse sprays even, we found that on average, if we emit 100% of the spray, about 82% lands under the swath directly. Another 15% lands very close nearby. You can see here this adds up to 15%, and we really consider this amount of movement to not really be drift, but rather swath displacement. It's downwind. It's just moved a little bit laterally to very, very near the applied swath. But starting at 5 meters, we start to consider these things to be drift. And even though the number that goes beyond 5 meters is only 2%, this small amount here, the 0.3% that we find typically between 5 and 120 meters, is responsible for a significant amount of potential damage to crops, environments, perhaps other things. One thing I want to note, and I won't get back into this, but I do want to note, the methods we've used to measure drift, sedimentation dishes, for example, do not measure the airborne drift, and we have measured it, and it is a larger amount actually than the sedimented drift. It's in fact about 5 or 6 times larger on average, and that material may or may not come down as wet or dry deposition subsequently. Of course, the mitigation measure is buffer zones. If we find an unacceptable amount of drift in an area, we simply go to the buffer zone to set back and make that safe again. And that's where these models that Harold and Ross and others have talked about. I got my start in the business evaluating the performance of shrouds and cones, things that were actually invented in Saskatchewan, where I work. These were very popular in the 80s and 90s, absolutely worked to reduce drift by somewhere between 30 and about 75%. So a very successful way to mitigate drift in various shapes and forms. They were manufactured in smaller places. So we saw a fairly large amount of this, but they've all been replaced. They've been replaced by cheaper and perhaps even more effective technology called the low drift nozzle. This is a market force. So the market made a decision. They said we can't. We're now folding our booms multiple times, and shrouds don't fit. We got to have another solution. The nozzle business innovated tremendously and brought us these amazing pieces of technology. Shrouds still have a large role to play. This is spraying a non-selective herbicide between rows and protecting the row. This is for resistant weed management, and done in Australia. So shrouds aren't done by any means, but they have moved aside for the time being. And then the market forces. This is a picture I downloaded from Hardy. It shows the twin force air assist boom. This is a terrific technology. This is one of the better technologies in spraying, air assist. It works. And yet for some reason, the market never, it was never successful, I guess, in the marketplace. The market never embraced it. Some imitators came along the scene as well, and these have essentially come and gone. And air assist, though it still holds tremendous potential in ground spraying, is essentially not a very large driving force. So let's go back to the issues. It's really these top four that sort themselves out. You know, does it work? I mean, you're not going to sell a machine or have a commercially successful machine that doesn't work, isn't productive, isn't accurate, and doesn't cost too much, you know. But these other two down here, this is where we need help. This is where larger forces have to come into play. And let's take a look at some examples of labels that we actually have in Canada. So this is a label I took, and it says for aerial application, it says a minimum of 30 liters per hectare. It's a roughly 3 US gallons per acre. And also it talks about a spray quality. Now this one has a coarse spray quality limitation. It's actually illegal to spray finer than this. So that's, you know, if we were to spray this particular active ingredient by air, we'd have to abide by those constraints. And the same label, if you read further down, actually has the vestige of an old statement that got my start in the spraying business. It talks about, you know, using nozzles and angles, but it also says do not use flood type nozzles, controlled droplet application equipment, spray foils, or hollow cone nozzles. They actually identified 4 or 5 technologies that said don't use these. And this is kind of where we want to go with our lesson. What are they talking about here? I got my start in the business in the late 80s evaluating this sprayer, the Spray Air sprayer. Family-owned business in Carson, Alberta built this, and they used an air shear atomizer called a foil. They said use it at 2 to 3 US gallons per acre. This is the metric in parentheses. And they said you will be able to save 40 to 55% of your label rate. Of course, the registrants took note of those claims. Another one that's mentioned is controlled droplet application system, and this is really you know, a bit of a surprise. Controlled application spinning discs, rotary atomizers are terrific. They work. They have a very strong theoretical basis on which they perform. They eliminate the finest droplets, they eliminate the largest droplets. But the implementation in this case in Western Canada was poor by some third parties. Essentially some knockoff rotary atomizers, and they made the same kinds of claims of very low water volumes, lower rates, but they weren't able to address some issues, for example, uniformity. These rotary cage atomizers are actively in use in the aerial business currently, and they play a very important role there. Various manufacturers are there, and they're very successful. The computer sprayer came around this time as well. This one used what they call precision nozzles. It had a ground drive pump, again, low volume, and again, a rate reduction applied. The Spray Master came from Australia. We saw this one. It was a gooseneck sprayer, had a foil-shaped boom, so an aerodynamic boom. They recommended driving 30 miles per hour in the field, creating a large cloud of dust. But they even managed to claim good drift control. They had a it was almost like a buff plate sprayer, as the Australians like to call these things. So the sort of a foil-shaped boom that pushed the air down. The Rogers Shroud, I spent many days unplugging nozzles with this. This was a 1 gallon per acre billion drop technology innovation, an aerodynamic boom, improved coverage, but still we did some drift studies with it, and it actually drifted more than some other unshrouded sprayers. We started looking at at electrostatics as well, 40 kilovolts in this case, low volume flat fans, improved underleaf coverage. Basically, none of these technologies are available in the market today. Why not? They have a couple of common features. They all utilize the fine spray, low water volume approach, which meant for possible customers improved productivity, improved coverage, but also higher drift risk, much higher, lower consistency, and nervous neighbors. So that's there's some peer pressure actually on not using these. They also chose to advertise or imply rate reductions. This was at a time in the 80s when interest rates were high and rain was sparse in the Great Plains of North America. And a lot of people were going bankrupt, but there were also performance complaints. All of these companies that I talked about had a lone wolf approach. Basically, they were small, family owned. They were not integrated into an institutional system of support. They didn't have strong connections to the regulatory agencies, who were much less involved back then. But they also didn't have a strong system of support in the advisors, the specialists, and so forth. So they made claims, and they, I suppose, raised the ire of some who disagreed with their claims. The remotely piloted aerial application systems are more than just another method. This is a complete game changer. This is a very accessible technology. It's very affordable to buy. It has a very strong niche. It has a tremendous potential in ag. But it is unique. It is completely unique. You cannot just file it under aerial application. And the questions that we really have to answer is, will this pass a regulatory risk assessment? We've talked about that quite a bit already today. Does the registrant support this application method with their product? I mean, obviously we're going to have a label here that says you can spray this with an RPAAS. But once someone has an RPAAS, there's going to be a bit of a gray area. Are the proponents prepared to provide scientific data to enable this decision, this regulatory decision? I think that's incredibly important. And are the restrictions enforceable? I really just want to give you 2 examples of that last point. This is a matrix of spray quality and droplet size and water volume, and basically shows the range that's currently achievable by ground spraying. And we've arbitrarily drawn some lines here. We've said below this line we don't have enough droplets to provide adequate coverage and therefore good efficacy. And in some cases, labels will say don't spray finer than medium. So we've drawn another line, and we've left a thin wedge really of acceptability. And we have to operate within that wedge with any application method to get efficacy and acceptable drift management. And the challenge really is to resist the temptation to step outside of that wedge. And that is a question of trust. It's a question of training. It's a question of possibly enforcement and follow-up. Very, very difficult to do when you have a large number of farms and a relatively small enforcement infrastructure. Second issue is this whole issue of deposit uniformity. I've been involved with many sprayer clinics over the years, and we typically see good deposit uniformity. This is an aerial from a string trial we did. But you do see some bumps and some hills and valleys, and I know we've seen some of those with Dan's presentation earlier today. This is normal. This is a normal byproduct of aerial application. But as Harold said, and this is the same screenshot he used from his paper that he published with Milteski and Wax Press, of the complexity of the turbulence that we're going to see. So there is unavoidably going to be some kind of case-by-case situation, I think, in the business. My last slide, and to close off, I just wanted to maybe review what I think 4 or 5 points are for criteria for success of the RPAAS system. First and foremost is drift control. This is the make or break of any technology. We are simply not in any position to advocate for, support, endorse. As an advisor, I will not endorse a method that drifts too much for our sensibilities. Okay. Efficacy data must be developed. I mean, there are different levels of requirement. Canada requires an efficacy data set. The US does not, but they should exist. Oftentimes the market sorts this out. It's just a question of who assumes the risk. I'm so happy, as I already said, to see the engagement of the regulatory agencies in this whole process. This is absolutely fundamental. But we have to have an investment by the registrants. They cannot simply stand by and say, will you approve this? We have to have a new flow of data, of scientific data that provides learning, I guess, about drift and deposition efficacy, performance, safety, and so on and so forth. And it's a large ask because of the diversity of RPAAS out there. And as Harold also alluded to just a few minutes ago, continued improvement of the technology, rate control. Right now we have one pressure and possibly multiple speeds. So, modern sprayers adjust for that. Will RPAAS be able to do that in the future as well? Spray quality adjustments. So spray pressure, again, is the driving force. Harold also has talked about that. And I think that's going to be very, very important. And, it's really the brain behind the gun, right? It's the qualified operator. The most important part of the sprayer isn't the nozzle. It's the operator. Any technology can be abused or used properly. There is no such thing as a foolproof sprayer. And so we do have to have some room for that aspect of it. Those are my thoughts. I enjoyed sort of a bit of a retrospective of the sprayers I worked with over the years and some of the grainy slides that were scanned in for this. And I hope you benefited from some of that. I'm happy if there's time left to entertain some questions or discussion.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. That was great, especially the historical aspect, even though most of it was on the ground side, but even on the aerial side, the technology has just come so far over the last even decade or so for aerial, both manned and unmanned. And some of those technological improvements that you're talking about, our UAV manufacturers will probably address some of those here in just a few minutes. Actually, I think they come on next. So it's going to be interesting to hear what they see around the corner, what we can expect to see for next year. And as far as drift control, I've always advocated, we have in the industry, it's always best to choose the right nozzle for the job. Try to find a nozzle that's going to give you the spray quality that you need for your job, that's going to give you coverage and deposition while still mitigating drift. And that's going to be the same thing for this technology, I do believe.
Yeah, and I'm very encouraged to see that has basically become a very, it's been incorporated in this discussion. We all know this, and I think that we're working towards achieving that fine balance of having to use by necessity for these smaller units and smaller payloads, lower water volumes, but if possible, dovetailing on the fixed wing and rotary wing piloted aircraft experience and finding that sweet spot.
Right. So we do have some questions, and we have about 5 or 6 minutes to answer those. Actually, it looks like we have about 8 or 9 minutes. So the first one's from Mark. He said, hey, where would you suggest the registrants put their investment?
Well, it's I think the biggest need right now in speaking to our regulatory agencies is simply for scientific data that assists them in making a regulatory risk assessment. Where does the drift go? How much do the drift in comparison to our existing technologies? Is there a way to mitigate the drift? How product sensitive in terms of UAV product is the drift performance? Those are the fundamental data that we need to work together in obtaining so that we can make a regulatory decision. So that's the priority.
Okay. Hey, another question that we have here, and I can't see who it's from. It's from Walter. He says, do you think that the CDA is a nice or even a better fit for the UAS? They do well with the lower volumes and can go with larger droplets, contrary to how they were used in the past. What do you think about that?
CDA, control droplet application, absolutely has a very strong fit on UAVs. It does. I think, again, it just simply has to meet the spray quality that mitigates drift to an acceptable degree, as according to a risk assessment. The problem with all of the aerial nozzles that we've used in the past, the deflector style nozzles, even the flat fans, have produced significant amounts of very large drops that waste a tremendous amount of water. When it's a precious resource, you don't want to do that. Now, in the ground, in the ground spraying, we've accepted those large drops. They have some kind of a purpose. They kind of provide a bit of entrainment of smaller drops, and we've accepted them, and we've said, look, we've got a bigger tank. We can maybe go to the full 10 gallons. This is not an option on these RPAAS systems. CDA then does provide a terrific way of improving the efficiency of the atomization, eliminating the tiny ones and eliminating the larger ones, and just getting the ones that we really want.
Okay, thank you. Another question here from D. Francois. I think it may be what it is. Can't see his whole name. It says, could you comment on the potential for swarms of drones, which could make the drift modeling of a sprayed field even more complicated?
Yeah, Derek, a great question. I'm not sure how I'm going to feel about swarms of drones with a single operator and visual line of sight requirements. It's for me, it's a formidable ask. In terms of its behavior, we do know that drift accumulates from a multiple swath environment. Now that happens whether we do a single drone with multiple swaths or a swarm of drones simultaneously doing the same number of swaths. The physical behavior of the movement from the most upwind drone compared to the most downwind drone or swath will be probably very, very similar. I don't see that as a major issue. I guess the question is, what are some of the spacing requirements? Are we flying in each other's wakes? Are there other emergent properties from a swarm that we can't model adequately with a single unit? That's a possibility. But I don't know what Transport Canada says. I know they allow up to five units autonomously right now with a single operator, but how close they can be, I don't know.
Great, thank you, Tom. Now, Drew has a question. It says, could you talk a little bit more about your expectations from registrants?
Well, I mean, my expectations. I mean, they seem the ball's really in their court. I mean, do they want to use RPAAS as an application method for their products? That's entirely their call. They may be risk averse, or they may see emergent markets and opportunities for their products, improved operator safety. For example, we saw from the Syngenta work in Switzerland that this very steep areas where grapes are sometimes grown that have to be sprayed manually pose a certain danger to the operator, and the Amy said it as well. There's from the EPA that there's a tremendous opportunity for improved safety if you can do it remotely. So those are individual decisions. I think the only thing that I would say is we're probably going to have to pool resources. So a willingness to pool resources in looking at some of these risk decisions. It would be probably, let me back up. Many of the companies, I mean, there's certainly some very large drone manufacturers, but many of them are quite small as well. This is a market that's relatively easy to enter. And so they don't have resources to fund the risk assessment data that are necessary. And we're going to have to bring them under our wings, so to speak, of resourced organizations that can say, let's do this, let's involve everyone, let's move forward together, right? It's sort of like, I think what Ross said, maybe it wasn't Ross, but it was, if we want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. And I think that was a great amount of wisdom in that early talk this morning.
So Tom, the next question is a little bit of a tricky question. Matt asks, what do you think is more applicable comparison? Standard aerial versus RPAAS or ground rig versus RPAAS? What do you think about that?
In terms of their behavior,
the comparison, like the differences, which one do you think is more closely aligned? And I just have to say, I think there's a little bit of both. The DNA of both of them are in drones, right? But let's hear what you have to say there, Tom.
What I think drones bring, and as I watch, I've not been that closely involved in some of the field studies like you have, Dan, but I'm intrigued, for example, by the actual downwash that these multiple rotor drones are able to generate. It's significant. It has an impact. It is a form of air assist, in fact, whereas we have downplayed the downwash from fixed wing aircraft, for example, and said, look, the plume trails far behind. By the time the downwash hits the ground, the droplets are still airborne. And so the downwash has relatively less power there. So in many ways, the drones might in fact be more like an air assist ground sprayer. It's entirely possible, with the key difference being that we, out of necessity, have to use less water than ground sprayers can use. But there are a lot of niches there that we can exploit.
Yeah. So Tom, we have time for just one last question. This is from Mark. He says, how much of the responsibility lies with regulatory agencies that use risk assessment tools not capable of considering other phenomena like air assist, non-traditional nozzles, shielding and shrouding, electrostatic, other additive technologies? Would this be the place for that registrant investment?
Absolutely. This is we have shut out, because we are trying to use public dollars most wisely. I mean, it's not out of negligence, but we have essentially shut out many small players with many very good innovations because we do not have a way to incorporate them into our risk assessment. Someone says, I have something that reduces drift. Can you allow this? Can you put this on a label? And they say, send us the data. And they said, we don't have the resources to send you the data.
Yeah.
So that's how these technologies die. Dozens have died this way. It's a pity every single time. Most of them would have succeeded if they'd been resourced properly. So yeah, I think again, the accommodation of national public infrastructure to incorporate those technologies, that's our most urgent need with the EPA and the PMRA.
Very good. Thank you, Tom. Appreciate it. That was a great session, great keynote presentation, and great responses, and even questions from the audience. It was really, really well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Before we get started with our UAV manufacturers, I do want to acknowledge an individual who is working with us today. He's kind of working in the background, and that's Janice. She's working on closed captioning for us, and she's going to record, document all the text from the presentations today. And so we do want to congratulate or appreciate Janice for her work in the background to make sure everything is documented from the presentations today and the discussion. So to start off with, our next session is going to be hearing from the UAV manufacturers. And I'd like to introduce our first presenter. Matter of fact, let me just tell you the format. We have 3 UAV manufacturers that we're going to highlight today and hear from. And they've all done pre-recorded presentations. And then we're going to have a little bit of time for Q&A at the end. So you'll hear 3 back-to-back presentations, and then we'll open it up for Q&A. So if you're ready, buckle your seatbelt, and here we go.
Welcome to the 2020 RPAAS Workshop. My name is Brian Sanders. I'm the President of Homeland Surveillance and Electronics. You can call us HSE. We're America's leading full-service provider of spraying drones, also known as RPAAS, like this one. We also provide unmanned aircraft for first responders and other commercial users, and even underwater drones, like ROVs, like this little guy here. I'm excited to share a bit about HSC, and today we're going to focus on RPAAS. Let's start by what you might be thinking about as you purchase an RPAAS. Things like the company's reputation. Do they know what they're doing? Do you trust them? Do you like the people? All those things are really important. Then what about coverage? What can you really achieve with that particular aircraft? How many acres in an hour? How much time will it really save you? You also might be thinking about features like swarm control. Can you pull spray reports? Can it grow with your needs over time? Oh, and obviously safety, super important. Does it have the most advanced avionics? What about redundancies, motor failure protections? How about training? You know you want to operate safely, but also maximize your productivity. And then value, how quick can you get a return on your investment? Look, these things are at the core of HSC. We've been around since 2009, which is like forever ago in the drone world. And our team's experience over the last decade has earned us the trust of customers all over the world. We have a team of FAA consultants to help you navigate the regulatory environment with ease, and an awesome crew of sales advisors who really listen to our customers and understand exactly what you need, which is really important when it comes to buying something that most people have never owned before. You want someone you can trust. Of course, we also have some of the most brilliant flight instructors and engineers in the country, which all results in us having cutting-edge tech paired with a team who stands behind it and really cares. We're also training future pilots. All right, so let's recap. HSC is your one-stop shop for all things drones. We talked about FAA and flight training, but we also offer financing, including rentals and leasing, allowing you to get your business off the ground right away. Customers also can hire us for consulting, so you can learn from the pros. We also offer drone protection plans, because let's face it, things happen. This is that kind of thing you always wish you would have had right before you needed it the most. We're also proudly veteran-owned, and our team's 100% US-based, with the convenience of a global dealer network. This one-stop shop makes it easy for you to buy the best RPAAS, navigate the reg environment, and be confident and successful. All right, let's switch gears. Talk about hardware, which has improved significantly over the last 11 years. Our aircraft features some pretty awesome tech, like automatic terrain following, so you can reach those difficult places, avoid soil compaction, and prevent crop loss. And let's face it, flying a drone takes way less effort than driving anything. Speaking of your driving, our obstacle avoidance is like that drone protection plan. One of those things hopefully you'll never need, but we like the extra layer of protection. We also offer smart automatic flow control. Super critical when it comes to achieving a quality application. Just type in your application rate, the system handles the rest. And as our RPAAS get bigger and bigger, things like folding arms and props make them easier to transport. And sealed fuselages. Really important for decontamination and those times you will get caught in a sudden rainstorm. And although this isn't as common as we think it should be, we offer user-selectable nozzles on all of our aircraft. Where others make you buy their own proprietary nozzles, look, we don't like it. Even more important, research shows that drift can be effectively mitigated on an RPAAS by selecting the right type of nozzle for the job. That flexibility is good for you and the planet. However, our hardware is pretty much as good as it's going to get. So what's next? Software. Remember how smartphones first came out? We used to see leaps and bounds in hardware upgrades, bigger screens, cameras, processors, but now it's all about software, artificial intelligence, machine learning, and intuitive operating systems. We're now at that point with RPAAS, and we love it. It's all about software, known as the ground station. Like our smart swarm control, allows you to manage multiple aircraft with one device. Great for big areas or people concerned with these smaller tank sizes. And you get redundancy. Massive leap forward in productivity, and we're stoked. Then we've got fleet management. A super slick dashboard shows you everything in real time, alerts you if there's issues, so you can maximize your uptime and minimize your downtime. Our system also provides comprehensive analytics, so you can see exactly what and where you've sprayed and make adjustments to your operations and maximize profits. And detailed spray reports. Awesome for record keeping and protecting you from liability. Last but not least, Cloud Portal lets you access your fleet's data from anywhere. And look, we've put all this together so you can get more done. And we think that's really what it all comes down to. So look, wherever you've joined me today, our team is standing by. I invite you, get in touch with us. See why we're different and what makes HSC America's leader in RPAAS. Thanks again for joining, and we'll talk with you soon.
Hello, my name is Bill Reynolds, President and owner of Leading Edge Aerial Technologies. The foundation of our company is really built on the people, and I'm sure that's the case with many companies. We're very fortunate to have incredibly smart and very experienced software engineers, a lot of aviation background, and a tremendous amount of background and experience in aerial applications, both manned and unmanned aircraft. We have a great staff in the biology that helps us do a lot of bioassay work on efficacy and applications to prove out a lot of the unmanned aircraft applications in many different markets. Certainly in agricultural and mosquito control and invasive weed management, just to name a few. Pictured on the top left is Bill Reynolds, myself, Mike Reynolds, my partner and brother, Greg Perro, our senior software engineer, and Piper Kimball, one of our lead biologists. David Dilling is our senior UAS engineer, and he works directly with Stephen Harker at our facility in Charleston, South Carolina. Several pilots throughout the country, myself, Martin Chavez, Mike Mickelson, and Ken Romo. And Liz Sargerson is our most recent addition, and she is our business engagement manager and a super talent in marketing and social media. Leading Edge Aerial Technology is a very interesting company. There's actually two sides internally to the company. We're a leading edge aerial application technology contract company, as well as a leading edge aerial technology UAS design and manufacturing company. So we help everybody in every aspect in terms of unmanned aircraft. And quite frankly, it's the aerial application contract side that has been so successful in proving with more than 10,000 flights, the systems we build for applications in all kinds of marketplaces. One of the first technology products that we came out with many, many years ago was Drop Vision Ag. And this is where our expertise is really strong. We can characterize swath width and droplet spectrums from manned aircraft or handheld sprayers or unmanned aircraft. Without this, you really have no science to provide your customers. Another one of our large technology successes is the Precision Vision product line, and it's a suite of products. All of our software is written by ourselves, both on board the aircraft and in the ground control station, as well as the firmware. It's just a great picture of the PV-35 being used in California for applications and herbicide applications by one of our customers. The systems are very capable in terms of their payload and their productivity. We have multiple payloads that interface with the UAS itself. Everything is autonomous. Once the granular system is put on, we handle all the autonomy associated with the application. The granule systems can treat up to about 38 acres an hour, and are usually around 200 to 220 acres per day. And they both have dual cameras with a high definition 1080 that really help out in terms of obstruction avoidance, along with LiDAR capabilities, both for terrain following and obstruction avoidance. Where and how is precision vision used? Everywhere in so many different marketplaces, and these are some of the products that have been put out. Great features, I won't be able to go over all of them. Made in the United States, all the software is written by us, terrain following LiDAR as well as obstruction avoidance LiDAR, most recently the RTK edition. 10,000 flight hours, dual flow control, there's just so many different things, shapefile interface, lots of good stuff built into the systems. This is a great representation of a very large application we did, over 100 acres of herbiciding on Lepidium as well as Phragmites. And these are the flight recordings that show and prove where the system's been and where it's flown. This was a recent application of the RTK with precision within 4 centimeters of accuracy, spraying herbicide on weeds and then capturing that information both in the water sensitive cards as well as seeing the herbicide deposited on the plant or invasive species itself. This is a great video of one of the applications, the Precision Vision RTK herbicide application, and we are actually compensating for wind here by doing offset based on the drift, and you'll be able to see the 1 second spray on the nozzle bend back right into the weed. All autonomous flying and recording. It's the people behind the product that make us so successful. Tremendous experience in aerial applications and unmanned aircraft systems, proven technology, on-site training with our customers. We go to our customers and train them, unparalleled support, and again, it's a creative and talented people. Thank you.
Hello everyone, this is Michael Norcha from Pika. At Pika, we build large autonomous electric airplanes, specifically large crop dusters. Pika was founded in 2017 and we're based in Oakland, California. The founding team is quite technical. We're coming from Google as well as a couple different large electric aviation companies. The team's been involved with numerous successful manned electric aviation programs, as well as driverless car programs. Our first generation crop spraying airplane, the Egret, was approved for commercial operation in New Zealand in 2019. That was very much a precedent-setting certification. So it's the largest autonomous aircraft to ever be certified for wide-scale commercial use in the world. What I'll be talking about in this presentation is our second generation aircraft, the Pelican. For that plane, we're actually coming back to the US for certification work. So we're working with the FAA. We've been approved for autonomous trials starting in October of 2020 and are well on our way to getting our commercial approval as well. We expect to have that wrapped up by January of next year. In total, we've built 8 of these large aircraft. We've flown for roughly 10,000 miles without any major issues. This is a picture of the new larger aircraft, the Pelican. So you can see if you're familiar with the smaller one, it's a very similar configuration. It's got 3 motors, 1 on each wing and 1 on the tail. We went with this configuration because it basically means that the prop wash of the motors doesn't actually intersect the spray booms, which is a really nice feature. In this picture, the aircraft is actually equipped just with some dummy booms. The booms mount right here and extend out under the wing as you would expect. So there's a whole bunch of really cool technology behind this aircraft that really sets it apart from the rest of the drone spraying market. So the first, most obvious one is that the vehicle is a fixed-wing aircraft rather than a multi-rotor. Fixed-wing aircraft have a bunch of really powerful advantages over multi-rotors when it comes to, partly when it comes to drift, but really also when it comes to operating economics and operating feasibility. So as I'm sure a lot of you are aware, fixed wing lets the aircraft basically be set up in a central location to a farm that has access to electricity and water and ferry out to, a dozen different plots over the course of the day. And that's a really, makes a huge difference compared to having to take the vehicle to each plot and, try and charge off the grid, bring all the water you need with you, et cetera. Another thing that quite clearly sets the aircraft apart is its size. So it's got a 625-pound liquid payload. This is the largest spray drone in the market, on the market by a pretty considerable margin. The plane is fully autonomous, so everything from takeoff through landing is automated, which is really a pretty impressive feature. There's a whole bunch of proprietary software behind this product that enables that. So this is quite an unusual mission for a fixed-wing drone. It has to fly 6 feet from the ground at about 70 miles an hour. It has to intentionally fly very close to obstacles without hitting them. So there's just dozens of different features we've developed to enable this kind of mission. The hardware itself is also proprietary. So we've developed safety critical propulsion systems. So the batteries, the motor controllers, the motors, those are all done in-house, all redundant. all with a really strong focus on safety. The spray system of the aircraft is also completely custom, as is the airframe. So here's a short video of our smaller aircraft, the Egret. In this video, actually, the plane is flying over a farm in New Zealand. So this gives you a good sense for roughly the concept of operations for the aircraft. So the vehicle is small enough that it can be loaded onto a trailer. In this video, you can see it's in an enclosed trailer. The new larger aircraft, the Pelican, doesn't fit in an enclosed trailer, so it goes on a flatbed. Great, so this is last slide. There's another picture of the Pelican from the front. And just sort of to recap, Pika is building the largest, most technically advanced spray drones in the world, and we'd love to continue the conversation if you have any interest in this technology. You can find our contact information on our website at www.flypika.com. Thank you so much.
All right, very good. Well, Michael, thank you very much for that. And for Brian and Bill too, I just have to say, we in the industry, and I think I speak for all of us, we would not be where we are right now and the capabilities we have without the UAV manufacturers. We just wouldn't be there, right? So it's really all about the work that you guys have done behind the scenes, and we just see the finished product, but we don't see the thousands of hours that go in behind making the technology as versatile and as safe and as productive as it is right now. So I do want to introduce Chuma Ogunwale. He's with Pika as well. He'll be in on the Q&A. Last time I looked at, I don't see any questions. There's got to be some questions from the audience for these guys. So if you have some questions, we have about 5 or 6 minutes to where we could go and pose those to the UAV manufacturers and get their response from that. So if you have any questions, go ahead and post those in the Q&A and let us know. So Chuma, let me ask you. I heard just about a month ago that you guys got licensed, approved for perhaps demonstration in the U.S. Is that correct? Can you tell me a little bit more about that? What does that mean?
Yeah, so we've been approved with the Pelican, that's our newer plane that Michael was describing, to do flights with water in the U.S. at trial farms. So that's ongoing. We're working at a farm in the Davis region in California right now, just doing as much flying as we can.
Very good. Thank you. So Brian, there's nothing in the Q&A. Brian, do you have any questions for the other UAV manufacturers? Anything that kind of struck you?
Well, it's just awesome. I mean, you know, between what's really apparent, Dan, is that over the years, you know, we've seen a lot of people come and go, right? Between distributors like our company, manufacturers. And what I'm just really present to in this year's workshop is the level of excellence, you know, the level of rigor and performance and just seriousness that you know, everyone's bringing to the table. I mean, I'm just sitting here watching both those presentations like, that's so cool. Wow. And it's just, I'm excited about that. And now all the questions came in, Dan. I'll let you take it away.
All right. Thanks, Brian. Hey, so you guys are great. The first question comes from Michael. And he's asking, Brian, this would be for you. What type of flow control system is being used on the HSE drone?
Yeah, so it's an off-the-shelf flow rate sensor basically, and it plugs directly into the flight controller, provides real-time data of what's actually flowing at the nozzles. That's what allows the flight control system and the ground station to say, here's your flow rate, here's what's left, and we're achieving the application rate that you typed in. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. We have one for Chuma from Drew. It says, is beyond visual line of sight approval expected for the large pica RPAAS?
Yeah, definitely. That's on the horizon for us. We're getting approvals for visual line of sight first. That's the easier step to take, and then we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you, Chuma. Bill, we have a question for you here from Tim, and actually it's for all the UAV manufacturers, but it says, how closely are you guys working with the pesticide manufacturers to bring more products to the market?
This is Bill. We are already working with FMC and a few other core manufacturers, and data has been collected. We've worked with UC Davis, Dr. Ken Giles, and collecting data on alfalfa and herbicides and herbicides, as well as insecticides. So we work very close with them.
Thank you, Bill. This
And
one
Bayer.
is for, oh, thank you, thank you. We have about 2 minutes left. Chuma, this is from JD Wall. He's asking, have you conducted any drift trials with your different models?
So drift trials, not as of yet. We've done pattern testing on the Evert model. We'll be doing that on the Pelican model soon, and drift testing is in the works, but we haven't done it yet.
Okay, great, thank you. Brian, Chris asks, how effective is the train following on steep slopes?
Yes, really good question. It really comes down to flight planning. The terrain sensors are really robust, way better than they used to be. There's certain patterns to fly a steep slope that make it way safer, which we could talk about. But nowadays, I'd say that they're very reliable. So it's all about hitting your application rate, not climbing faster than the aircraft can respond to the sensor data that's coming up. But it's something we deal with pretty often.
All right, thank you, Brian. We have about 30 seconds left. Chuma, let's wrap up here with this last question from Shanique. Are there opportunities to lease your UAVs for studies?
So not as of yet. We're doing our studies internally. It's not available on the market, but hopefully in the next 6 to 12 months it will be.
All right, thank you, Chuma. Hey, we have to wrap up this session, but all the other questions and answers, we'll have those in the Q&A. We'll have them get back with you guys. At this time, I'm going to turn it back over to Brian, let him introduce our next session. Brian?
Awesome. Yeah, thank you. Whew, okay, ready. Here we go. All right, awesome. So I'd like to bring on, and I'm looking to see if he's with us yet. I have Doug McKay, who's a senior commercial project manager with BASF. And we've got a presentation. We're going to do the same thing like we did with the manufacturers a moment ago. So we'll do back to back to back, and then a joint presentation or a joint Q&A at the end. And we'll kick off this first one.
Hello, this is Doug McKay with Zarvio Digital Farming Solutions located in Calgary, Alberta, Canada. Today it's my pleasure to relate some of the journey that Zarvio has had with remotely piloted aerial application systems or drone spraying. I'll use those two terms interchangeably here in this presentation. And really we are just at the beginning of this journey. We're at the early stages of learning more about drone spraying and what the future could hold for agriculture. Zarvio Digital Farming Solutions is part of BASF Agricultural Solutions Division since 2018. We are the global digital farming brand of BASF, and our goal is to improve and automate agriculture worldwide. I'd like to show some examples of projects which Zarvio is working on worldwide, where they might not be applied with a drone sprayer today, but as these technologies begin to converge, that it might be commonplace that someday a drone sprayer does these type of applications. So the first is in Brazil, where there are resistant weeds forming in soybean fields. We would go and fly a drone image of these fields, and create a what we call a zone spray map, where then a ground sprayer could go with either boom section control or individual nozzle control and just treat those areas where the resistant weeds are prevalent. And this can lead to significant herbicide savings of up to, we see here in this example, 50 to 70%, which is quite significant over just treating the entire field. This next example might look like what a remotely piloted aircraft might do. This is a manned aerial applicator spray plane that is doing a fungicide application for the prevention of sclerotinia disease on a canola field in southern Alberta. A few years back, we were asked the question of whether a spray plane would be able to apply a zone spray prescription accurately at the speeds that spray planes travel of roughly 120 miles per hour. So we did some research into this and tried actual prescriptions in the aircraft to turn on and off automatically. And as you can see here, that it is very precise in where it's applying the fungicide. The final project that I'd like to highlight is the Smart Sprayer. Xarvio has developed artificial intelligence and machine learning technologies that are used in an app on your smartphone that allow you to take pictures of weeds, leaf diseases, leaf damage, and instantaneously gives you a result right on your device. In collaboration with Bosch, this project has now moved to the spray boom. There are cameras mounted on the boom ahead of the nozzles that detect weeds individually as the sprayer travels through the field and treats them weed by weed. This can greatly reduce herbicide use, help with avoiding herbicide resistance, and overall would be better for the environment than treating the entire crop as well as the bare ground. There are potentially a lot of challenges, but also a lot of opportunities in the area of remotely piloted aerial application systems. We likely have more questions at this time than we have answers, so there's a lot of research yet to be done. At BASF, we are looking at research authorizations for 2021 to be able to begin testing drone spraying in Canada. Some of the challenges that I can see are things like scalability of drones to cover the large fields that we have in Canada and North America, the water carrying capacity of drones and the need to refill quite often, drift management needs to be managed, and product efficacy needs to be tested thoroughly. There's also the regulatory and product registration process that needs to be followed. But on the opportunities side, there's a lot of things available, such as drones might be able to apply a product plant by plant, for instance, using sensors that might not be possible on a ground-based or aircraft. They might be able to go places where a normal ground sprayer or an aircraft cannot. They can also apply to, say, a herbicide-resistant weed patch autonomously, which could help to control this growing spread of resistant weeds. Then there's also the public license to operate, and that there's a lot of public scrutiny on agriculture and practices of using crop protection products, and drones potentially could be a solution in that area. Thank you for your attention today. Xarvio is very open to collaborating with other companies in this field of remotely piloted aerial application systems. So if you are a company that is developing a unique product or service, we would definitely like to talk to you. Our contact information is available on the screen there. And with that, I'd be happy to try and answer any questions from the audience at this time.
Good afternoon. My name is Carlos Bogdan. I'm technical manager with OHP. Before I begin, let me tell you a little bit about myself. I'm originally from Honduras, Central America. For the last 8 years, I've been with OHP. My responsibilities are in research and development, and I deal specifically with insecticides and fungicide at this time. Before joining OHP, I was assistant and then associate professor in the Department of Entomology and the Department of Plant Pathology at Texas A&M University, where I led a research and extension program in integrated pest management in greenhouse and nursery crops. For those of you that don't know our company, we develop and market agricultural chemicals, including conventional synthetic compounds, but also biologicals, specifically designed for the greenhouse and nursery markets, which include bedding plants, potted flowering plants, foliage, etc., nursery stock, and even vegetables that are grown in greenhouses. Check us out if you haven't, www.ohp.com. We are a small virtual company. We live across the US. Even before the pandemic, we work from home and we travel, and you can see here in the map the folks that are across the US as technical sales managers, and then we have two scientists, Dave Barcel. He deals with research and development of herbicides and plant growth regulators, and myself, I take care of the insecticides and fungicides. We have many resources on our website, including literature that we update every year to help growers deal with the pests and disease issues and weed management. And we also have presence in social media. We have videos, etc. We don't sell directly. We sell through a network of specialized distributors, including the ones listed here in this slide. We focus on those that have expertise with the products that are for greenhouse and nursery use. The rest of my time, I'm going to focus on introducing a product, new insecticide called Sarisa. Sarisa is registered for use in ornamentals, conifers, Christmas trees, and non-bearing fruit in commercial greenhouses, shade houses, and nurseries. It doesn't have a registration for edible crops. This is mostly for ornamentals, again in nursery and greenhouse. Sarisa is a new selective insecticide from the newest class of insecticides, the diamides. The diamides are now the popular. There are several new products in the market with this type of insecticide. And the nice thing about it is that not only are they effective, but they are relatively safer on pollinators and non-target organisms. So they are considered alternatives to neonicotinoid and pyrethroid insecticides. Sarisa provides quick contact activity, but also long-lasting ingestion activity, mainly against chewing insects, but also several other insects. So the chewing insects include your worms and caterpillars, but also beetles, adults feeding on foliage like flea beetles and Japanese beetles. Sarisa is also very effective on thrips, such as western flower thrips, lace bugs, psyllids, and even whitefly. In addition, Sarisa is registered for use in ground applications, sprinkler irrigation systems, and also in aerial applications. So that's why I wanted to point out this product to this audience. Again, Sarisa is the newest insecticide in the diamides that is available for a nursery and greenhouse market. It's got only a 4-hour re-interval, so it's easy to use in that sense. And we hope that we can test it using unmanned aerial systems in the future. So if anyone is interested, please contact me after the meeting. Thank you again for the opportunity to be a sponsor, and thank you for the interest in agricultural chemicals from OHP. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Kurt Van Dock. I'm the head of public health in the Bayer Environmental Science Division. Today I've been asked to share some information on how we, as a manufacturer of mosquito adulticides, are approaching the new and exciting innovations with application technology, specifically as it relates to unmanned aerial vehicles. Within the public health sector, we're targeting one pest, and this pest is the world's deadliest animal, the mosquito. Fortunately, the application types and the target locations for controlling this pest are specifically and well suited for unmanned aerial vehicle or drone applications. This is because all adulticides that are applied for wide area controlled mosquitoes are done so through ultra low volume spraying. These sprays oftentimes only need 1 fluid ounce of product applied neat to completely control 1 acre. Because of the unique flight capabilities of unmanned aerial vehicles, this allows sprays to target areas that couldn't be targeted with fixed wing or large rotary aircraft that require sometimes application heights of 300 feet. With lower altitudes and better spray patterns, and therefore drift and swath width, these ultra low volume applications can control emissions upwards of hundreds of acres, depending of course on the payload and size of the drone. As a manufacturer, we consider a lot of things when developing a new product for this sector. Most important is that the spray itself is non-corrosive. In our case, with our newest product, Imperium, contains no volatile organic compounds, so as to allow the droplets to be dispersed through potentially lower pressure systems to get that sweet spot of what we're looking for in that 30-25 micron range for aerial applications. While these droplets are small, it's not difficult to achieve if you have a unique formulation. In this case, we found that EWs, emulsions in water, are very well suited for these applications. Not only because they're less corrosive and caustic than traditional EC or oil-based formulations, but because in the case of lower application rates, you can actually dilute in water in the system. This also allows you to change the viscosity of the product, and the viscosity of the product also can have an impact with these lower pressure spray systems. As a manufacturer looking to the future, because this is such a novel and emerging technology, I think some of the big considerations that we need to make is how we can optimize spray nozzles to ensure consistent delivery of the product. Certainly with fixed wing and large rotary aircraft, there are systems in place that have been used for decades. They're very consistent. You can just plug and play and get the micron size you want. With these small and new emerging drone applications, unmanned aerial vehicles, there's a need to address this. Conventional chemistries can't change without new EPA registrations, and these are costly and take time. So the best path forward to enable that our public health officials have access to the largest selection of tools in their toolbox is to ensure that existing technologies can be applied through these new innovations. And certainly, I would invite anybody at this conference to reach out to myself. My email is Kurt, K-U-R-T, .vandock, V-A-N-D-O-C-K, at Bayer.com. I'd love to talk with you more about engaging and how we can utilize these new technologies to protect the public health. I want to thank everyone for their time today. Hopefully this gave you an idea of how we approach the adult side market, the really niche that we see for it within the Bayer public health sector. Certainly within crop protection, the opportunities are much more vast. But currently, there are thousands of acres being treated with unmanned aerial vehicles utilizing Bayer solutions. And I'm so thankful for all the people at this workshop who are dedicating their time and efforts to this emerging technology. It certainly is going to be the future and very important for everyone. I hope everyone has a great conference. And once again, please don't hesitate to reach out with any questions or desire to cooperate. Have a great day.
Awesome. All right. That was just great. So we're taking a couple questions here. And the first one, Doug, I'm going to bring to you, sir. And let's see, I got you live. You're unmuted. We're ready to go. So the question for you, Doug, is from Brian. And he asks, you showed an aircraft spraying a fungicide at specific patches in a field. How big of a buffer do you need around that targeted patch to account for errors due to aircraft speed, GPS update frequency, swath offsetting due to wind speed and direction, etc.?
Oh, that's a great question. Thanks, Brian. A lot of that, I believe, is handled internally by the aircraft when The software in the guidance controller can account for a lot of that type of information. What we generate is a prescription for the aircraft where the areas of the crop that are worth treating economically and those areas that are not worth, that they won't show an economic return even if they're treated. So, and generally with a fungicide, it's not as specific, to be completely accurate as a herbicide is. So.
Great. Yeah, and I think there's a good aspect of that because most UAV products will have a way to build in an automatic buffer zone. They can account for GPS variances, and that's getting more and more and more accurate as time goes on as well, which is good. Yeah, that's great, Doug. Thanks. I've got another question for you, sir. This person's asking, how accurate and reliable is your smart sprayer in a dusty and humid environment, as it uses imaging to detect weeds?
Yeah, thank you for that question. So it's also quite early on in that research. So we're just at the early stages of just starting to trial that technology. So yes, dust certainly can be a factor, and we're working through those type of challenges.
Awesome. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. And I've got another one here that's saying, let's see, for OHP. Good to see OHP here. Thomas is tuning in from the horticulture side. How much work is being done with drone spraying in the nursery business?
Well, not any that I'm aware of, but I haven't looked into it too much. But we are very interested. We think there's a lot of opportunities. There are high value crops, so in these systems, can make sense. Also, there's a lot of nurseries where the terrain wouldn't permit other type of aerial applications. So my answer is I don't know, but I hope in the future we can have a better answer for you.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks, Carlos. I think that's, there's so many different environments, where we're seeing RPAAS technology utilize, right? So, and as our company can say, we get contacted pretty frequently about all different kinds of scenarios of people wanting to fly inside and outside and, and all these different areas. So I think as the technology, maybe as the technology gets more appropriate for use indoors, we might be able to do some greenhouse applications, but we'll have to see. I think there's still some room for growth when it comes to, really unique environmental applications. So that's great. Thanks, Carlos. Let's see, I'm looking at, I don't think I've got any other questions at this particular moment. And we do have about 5 minutes left. So to everyone attending, if you've got some more questions for Doug or for Carlos or for Kurt, we can capture those and send those to Kurt later. So just ask away. Otherwise, Doug, Carlos, anything that, that you didn't cover in your presentations that you think would be, really advantageous for folks to hear, maybe on the heels of something that you heard from a presenter earlier today? I'll just open it up to you to share anything else.
From my side, there's a lot of new technology being developed for sensors inside the greenhouse that are mounted on irrigation booms and that sort of thing. Sensors to detect moisture levels or detect nutrition of the plants. And I think as this technology progresses, I see some of this drone technology, also acquiring some of these sensors that have multiple functions in addition to applications, but all related to plant health.
Wow, it's neat. We've got to continue to think bigger. It's not just the RPAAS. It's like all of the different ancillary components that go into it too. Yeah, it's exciting. All right, awesome. Doug, sir, I've got a question for you before, and then I want to come back to that question, okay? So this is from Erdal, and he says, can you please elaborate on the capability of the smart spraying system for recognition of weeds on the go, considering travel speeds? And then what about any kind of processing or a time delay? Like
sure, yeah, thanks for that question. So yeah, it's really comes down to the speed of being able to detect that weed from the camera ahead of the boom, and then being able to turn the nozzle on to treat that weed. And you have about 200 milliseconds to do that. So that requires a lot more edge computing right at the device to be able to analyze whether it's green on brown, just detecting that there's green material there that needs to be sprayed, or whether it's green on green, which is much more complicated in differentiating between growing crop and weeds, and eventually getting into recognizing what is that weed, what, is it a broadleaf, is it a grass, what species even, and treating it specifically. So there's a lot of computing power required to do that. And of course, as in the drone spraying industry, as technology evolves very quickly, so it is coming along, and we are hoping to commercialize that technology.
It's just really cool because, if we can think about, this is a vision that our company had several years ago, is thinking about the ability in real time to capture that data, right? To spot weeds and then apply on the same flight. Now that's pretty optimistic, but I don't think it's too far out of what's possible in the future, right? As a blend of those two technologies.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, technology is converging rapidly in a lot of areas. So it may not be that far off.
Yeah. Now, Doug, how would you answer the question that I asked earlier to Carlos? What else do you think, you didn't say in your presentation that you think would be advantageous to share with our attendees here?
Yeah, for sure. And I think it's maybe the idea that, RPAAS application isn't necessarily going to replace ground application or manned aerial application, that it can be complementary, and that, treating, say, a herbicide resistant weed patch out, in the back corner of the field, or it's been mentioned several times about steep terrain and areas that are maybe dangerous for a person to go in, or you can't get in there with a sprayer or with an aircraft. So I think those technologies have a lot of complementary potentials. That's one thing. And also the public perception is that drone spraying, it's not something to be afraid of, that it can be a useful tool for treating just specific weeds and specific areas of the field, so that we're not doing the blanket application that we do today.
It's really great. I think, again, just going into an efficiency and an efficacious, more efficacious product model in the future, right? Just people moving into that space when it comes to, weed mitigation or drift mitigation. All those different things, exposure that Amy talked about earlier, there's just so many opportunities here to bring technology into an industry that's just primed for it, I think. So thank you both. I so appreciate it. And Kurt, to you as well. I know you couldn't join us live. Thanks for your presentations. Thanks for your time and for your advocacy and just the work y'all are doing on behalf of the whole industry.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll see you next time. Okay, so I'm moving on to our nozzle manufacturers. So first, we're going to open up with a presentation from Dan Cederberg. Dan's a project engineer at Spray Systems. And you might also know them more commonly as TJET here in the States. And we're queuing that up now. And here we go.
Hello everyone, my name is Dan Cederberg and I'm a project engineer at TJET Technologies. This presentation will be an overview of methods and best practices to improve spray application by UAV and show some new fluid delivery products TJET is introducing that will benefit spraying by UAV. First, I want to go over some basic spray performance ideas that anyone with ground spraying experience is aware of, but applies just as much to unmanned aerial application. The first idea to keep in mind is achieving a high level of uniform distribution in your spray application. We measure how uniform the application is by calculating the coefficient of variation. A CV of under 7% is considered ideal in ground boom applications. Drop size is the second major thing to keep in mind when evaluating the effectiveness of a spray application. Every nozzle used in agriculture applications will have a rated drop size over its entire pressure range. These drop sizes range from extra fine to ultra coarse. A drop size of fine, medium, and coarse are typically used in applications that require a high coverage of fine droplets over the entire plant. A downside to these fine droplets is that they easily get blown away and drift off target. This is a serious problem for herbicides that can kill or contaminate neighboring crops that are not resistant to the herbicide being sprayed. For these herbicides, it's important to use an extra coarse or ultra coarse nozzle to reduce drift. A common topic of research lately has been evaluating what the best low drift, low capacity nozzle is for UAV applications. This is where the first new product from TJet will be beneficial. The TTI is considered the ultimate drift reducing nozzle in ground applications, and we've expanded the capacity lineup down to an 0.1 capacity, which is 0.1 gallons per minute at 40 psi. This nozzle was developed specifically for UAV applications and will provide the highest drift reduction 0.1 nozzle on the market, as shown in the drop size table, comparing commonly used 0.1 air induction nozzles by UAV. This nozzle will be available by the end of the year and should be a very good nozzle in applying herbicides by UAV, where it's critical that the spray stays on target but still provides the coverage and efficacy needed. I wanted to touch back on the topic of spray distribution. Whereas in ground applications, we aim for a CV of under 7%. In UAV application studies, a CV value of at least 15% and often much higher are common. The figure shows a typical UAV distribution result from a string collection test. The swath of 20 feet is shown between the two vertical lines. As you can see, the on-target distribution has a much higher coefficient of variation compared to the typical ground spraying distribution shown in the previous slide. Even though the spray uniformity is relatively poor, studies have shown that applications by UAV is sufficient most of the time to provide the application that provides the intended treatment of the crops. But there will always be benefits in improving the distribution of the treatment onto the target. There are multiple reasons for higher CV values in UAV spraying. These include turbulent airflow from the rotors and the wind, variable application height and flying speed, and no standard nozzle placement and spacing as the two common types of UAV spray system placement on the right shows. One idea we at TJet are thinking about is having a UAV with one nozzle mounted in the center of the UAV that creates an extremely wide and even distribution. This is in contrast to the current method of having multiple taper distribution nozzles overlapped. I believe this should provide a more even distribution, but we still need to perform some field testing to verify this. One benefit it would definitely provide is decreasing drift by eliminating multiple very low capacity nozzles with one higher capacity nozzle. This would allow lower spray pressures and coarser droplet size. The nozzle that we would use for this application is an entirely new nozzle we'll be releasing soon called the XE TJet. The XE TJet provides an extremely wide distribution using a unique and patent-pending design of two opposing spray patterns that combine into one even distribution. This nozzle was designed for manual applications like backpack spraying in mind, but we think this nozzle could be very useful in UAV spraying. It keeps a 2-meter wide distribution down to 15 psi and can be operated up to 60 psi, producing extra coarse and ultra coarse droplets. One other product TJet has developed for UAV spraying applications is a push-to-connect nozzle body with check valve. It conveniently attaches to a dry boom using a fingertip attachment design and quickly allows for PTC tubing to be connected and disconnected. This design will allow spray configurations to easily be modified for optimal placement that differing applications may require. In conclusion, as the use of UAVs continues to become more common, it will be important in educating operators on how to optimize their spray application for the best outcome in intended treatment and preventing off-target movement. It's important to keep in mind that it will take research and testing to determine the best nozzle and nozzle configuration that provides the best application depending on the chemical being applied. And standards in UAV spray system design are needed, and there currently is an ISO working group working on developing standards related to the design of the UAV and the spray system and methods to measure distribution and drift. Anyone interested in helping develop these standards is encouraged to become involved. Feel free to contact me with any questions about this or any new fluid delivery product ideas you would like to see available. Thank you for listening, and I'm available for any questions.
Hi, I'm Ed Bowles and I work for Micron Sprayers, a global leader in the development and production of application equipment, particularly those for low volume and ultra low volume application. Micron were the pioneers in the development of rotary atomizers, and our founding principle was the importance of efficient and effective application. This has made our equipment of particular importance to the aerial application industry for many years, as you can see from these lovely photos of some of our early kit on a tiger moth. Since then we've come a long way, as of the aircraft, but there's been a great deal of success with application from both fixed and rotary wing platforms using Micron Air equipment. This range now includes both wind-driven and electrically driven atomizers and have seen wide use in general agriculture as well as for more specialised areas. The key to Micron's application is rotary atomization. Conventional hydraulic atomization uses sheet breakup for droplet production, which inherently produces a relatively wide range of droplet sizes. Compared to this, rotary atomizers produce a more uniform spectra of droplets. For quoted droplet size, or VMD, rotary atomizers therefore produce less over and undersized droplets. A given droplet size can also be dialed in for a particular application, as, broadly speaking, you can control the droplet size by adjusting the RPM. Now moving rapidly on to RPAAS, in comparison to manned aircraft, this method of application is still very much in its infancy. Single rotor RPAAS have been in use in Japan since the 90s, but most of the interest and uptake worldwide has happened over the last decade, mainly led by an explosion of RPAAS manufacture and use in Southeast Asia. The majority of this has been of multi-rotor, small payload UAVs. Subsidies across Southeast Asia for application, mainly in rice paddies, has aided this growth, although the technology has also seen commercialisation in the USA for mosquito control with Bill Reynolds and Leading Edge, and for spot weed control, which I believe Strongfield Environmental gave a talk on last year. There have even been some applications in Europe, where aerial spraying is mostly avoided. The small size of these systems means they are unlikely to replace any conventional large area applications, but makes them well suited to applications in difficult terrain or otherwise inaccessible areas. However, due to their small tank size and limited endurance, these small payload UAVs are mostly limited to using low water volumes in order to remain a viable tool. This means they face very similar challenges to the low water volume applications which have made rotary atomizers such a success in its specialist markets. Micron currently offers two main solutions for small RPAAS. The Micromizer 12, which offers in-flight droplet size control, is shown in this video, where you can clearly see the change from a medium droplet size down to a very fine, all at the same flow rate. The Micromizer 16, on the other hand, runs at an even higher speed, which produces finer droplets, making it particularly suited for applications such as vector control. Both of these units are typically boom mounted onto third-party UAVs and use small brushless motors to drive their rotating disc. Larger RPAAS are often somewhat excluded from discussion, but there are a variety of designs in development, including the fixed-wing RPAAS from Pika, who are here today. At this size, Micron's conventional equipment becomes more applicable, as the flight speeds and rates aimed for are similar to that applied by manned aircraft. This probably represents one of the easiest routes, at least from a regulatory standpoint, into aerial application from RPAAS, as existing aerial labels and practices should be able to be applied. However, there are still many issues surrounding application from small payload RPAAS. There is a real need for reformulation and/or chemical label rewrites to include aerial specifications for low and ultra-low volume application. Alongside this are ongoing questions on packaging and transfer systems, optimal configurations for even distribution and acceptable swaths, spray modelling, standardised test protocols. The list goes on. Discussions surrounding the use of RPAAS, which aim to address some of these issues, are currently ongoing around the world. Personally, I'm currently involved in the drafting of ISO standards for UASS. their preferred acronym. The proposed standards are split into general environmental requirements and standardised test methods. These will to some degree mimic current sprayer standards with adaptations where necessary to make them more suitable for RPAAS application. If anyone amongst you would like to keep track of or even contribute to these standards, this would be done, at least for people based in America, by talking to ANSI or ASABI. There are also currently efforts from both the EU and the OECD looking at the opportunities and risks of application from UAVs. There are, of course, also myriad country-specific efforts. I believe the novelty of RPAAS is one of their greatest opportunities. Their relative newness and the fact that there are still questions to be answered, and even asked, presents a golden chance in terms of getting some sort of global agreement on RPAAS application, modelling and all that jazz at this early stage to encourage best practice and unified methodologies worldwide. And that's me done. Thanks for listening, and if any of you would like to get in touch, my email is there on the screen. Thanks again. Bye.
So great. All right. So I'm just going to say it because you might all be thinking I could just listen to him forever. That accent, Edward, is just timeless. And us Americans are fascinated by simple things. Maybe it's just me. I don't know. Anyway, I've got some questions. So Edward and Dan, I've got you with me. Also, shout out to Edward, who had a 5-minute 0000 presentation, which is just somehow amazingly precise. All right, so let's see here. The first question is for you, Dan, and I got you. Cool, you're live. So this is a question from Jeff, and Jeff asks, how high do you anticipate flying with the single XC nozzle? What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think we're going to need to do some testing to figure out, but I'm thinking it's going to be pretty similar in height to the current nozzles that we spray with.
Sure. So somewhere around 9 feet above crop height, somewhere around that ballpark?
Yep.
Got it. Cool. Thanks, sir. Another question here. This is from Abhit. And Abhit, I might be saying your name wrong again, so my apologies if I am. But the question is, how does spray pressure at the nozzle impact the spray drift? And can pressure be increased to improve targeting?
Mm-hmm. So the higher in spray pressure that you go, that's going to produce finer droplets and increase the amount of drift. So like I explained in my presentation, it's all about finding that balance of getting fine enough drops that you're getting good coverage and efficacy, but not too fine that you're getting too much drift.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you. And Ed, I've got a question for you next, sir. This is from Graham, and Graham asks, do you think that the Micron unit could somehow be retrofitted on like a DJI T16?
Yeah, so I've got some experience with that. We have done a retrofit to an MG1. The problem with the DJI units is the software. They're a very closed system, and they're quite hard to integrate. We had to sort of fudge a control system onto it, which wasn't through the controller or anything else, so it was difficult. But you could certainly mount them on. We'd probably do it on a little dihedral boom coming off that you'd have to attach to it. But that's how we'd approach that particular problem.
And is that something that you guys are running into pretty frequently? Is, you know, manufacturers having that kind of closed system that prevents y'all from being able to tie in?
Yeah, I mean, our greatest successes with our nozzles today has probably been with Leading Edge in the US, because they are the developers of their system. They have complete control and they're confident with integrating stuff into that. With other people, we've had many questions where it's like, oh, can you put this on a DJI? And it becomes that much harder to do it. Because although they're great and you can, in theory, get in-flight drop size control, that's only possible if you have a system to control it.
It's an interesting topic, right? I mentioned this a bit in our company's presentation, but you know, I'll back up a little bit. You know, this working group has created the term RPAAS because there are so many differences in just a traditional UAS that's flown around a park or even for mapping missions versus an aerial application system. And there's things like this, you know, in history, DJI having a closed system hasn't really been a problem in most cases, but it could be a problem when it comes to someone really being able to have a precise, you know, ability to control their application. So it's an interesting dynamic that I think is quite exclusive to RPAAS. So I'm glad you guys are looking, and you know, the good folks over at Leading Edge are the kind of team that's again committed to that quality application. It's great. I've got another question. Thanks for that, Ed. This question is for you, Dan. This is from Mark, and he says that new body, the nozzle body, is really exciting. Will it have a different diaphragm, check valve, pressure available? Also, will those XCs be recommended for application outside of the downwash?
So for the check valve, I think it's just the 8-pound, the 8 PSI check valve we're gonna have on that. But I'll get back to you and ask around and see if we're gonna have different pressures, different springs you could switch out. And for the spraying outside the downwash, again, that's just gonna come down to testing we do to find what the distribution is like spraying with this XC nozzle.
Awesome. Yeah, it's really neat too, Dan, because we've worked together for a number of years, and I love watching T-Jet's, their commitment, and the same goes for Edward and their work with Leading Edge, right? But just your obvious, you're seeing the opportunity to have several custom nozzles built specifically for RPAAS. And I know our original work together, it became really clear that the nozzle options out there, kind of standard off the shelf, had some opportunity to be improved on. And it's really great. You guys have worked really hard and tirelessly, to bring things to market. So
exactly, there's definitely some needs for the lower flow rate nozzles, which we're trying to meet here.
Yeah, it's really great. I've got another question here. This one is for, actually, it's a general question. I'll let either of you answer it. It's from D. Francois. Not sure if someone mentioned electrostatic sprayers. Would there be consideration for an electrostatic sprayer on drones as they're being used more now with conventional aerial applications?
That's not something T-Jet's looking into right now. I don't know if Ed is.
Yeah, I can jump in. We have some experience with electrostatics, but you probably run into a similar problem that Spectrum ran into, where they have to charge it oppositely on different wings, because otherwise you just charge your drone, or you have to have some sort of trailing ground or something like that, because otherwise sensitive electronics and charged bodies don't generally mix that well.
Hey, Brian, this is Dan. So let me answer that if I could. I've done research on this side. We prototyped a system that's working really well. Monopolarity, Ed, like you're saying, but we've got it working. So expect that to be released probably within the next few months or so for the community.
Oh, that's great. Look forward to seeing that.
Awesome. Thanks for that, Dan. Appreciate it. All right, with that, Dan and Edward, thank you for joining. Thanks for your presentation and for all the work you guys are doing, okay?
Thank you.
All right, appreciate it. Okay, we're moving in. Dan, are you taking on this next introduction here?
No, go ahead. I'm trying to connect with one of our speakers. Go ahead and take it, Brian, if you would.
Yeah, no problem. So we're now moving into the industry and end user experience. So I'd like to introduce, we've got, and I think it's Shara, is that right? Or Shara? I might be saying your name wrong, but I've got let's see here, we've got 2 presentations from yourself and then also Steve Wilson, and then we'll do a Q&A at the end of that. And here we go.
Good afternoon. My name is Shara Tardif, and I am the Executive Director for the Canadian Aerial Applicators Association. I will be presenting to you this afternoon on behalf of CAAA. We are pleased to be part of this North American RPAAS virtual workshop, and I'm going to spend the next few minutes updating you as to where our association sits with the adoption of spray drone technology in Canada. We also hope to gain further insight as to the introduction of spray drone technology into the aerial agriculture and forestry industry in Canada, as well as understand how this technology has been adopted and is being used in the US. Just to give you a brief history of CAAA, it was founded in 1989. Provincial associations were already in place across the country, and on March 1st, 1989, at a meeting of the minds of the provincial associations in Regina, Saskatchewan, it was decided that the aerial ag industry in Canada needed a national association to represent their interests and promote safety and professionalism in the industry across the country. The CAAA was formally founded on March 21st, 1989 in Winnipeg, Manitoba. Today, the association has over 160 members across the country, and this may seem like a small number, but we are a mighty bunch. The association works to promote safety, efficiency, and education in the aerial ag industry in Canada, and works regularly with different stakeholders and government ministries to make sure safety and efficacy is a priority. Through our annual AGM, conference and trade show, the association provides required continuing education credits to pilots, operators, ground crew, and staff, as well as professional development for our members. The annual conference also provides a great platform for social networking with stakeholders, sponsors, suppliers, and government ministries involved within our industry in Canada. Our conference in 2021 will look a little different as we move to a digital platform, but I promise the virtual event to provide all the in-person conference provides, as well as a few surprises. Keeping our membership and stakeholders in mind, the key objectives of the CAAA are to promote and foster the development of a professional approach and attitude to aerial application, to develop professional standards in the industry, to promote research and development in chemical application techniques, to protect Canadians and their environment, to develop an effective liaison with government ministries. So how does the history and key objectives of the CAAA fit with the adoption of spray drone technology in Canada? Simple answer is aerial application is one industry, no matter the method of application. Over the years, the CAAA has seen many advancements in aerial spray technology. We know that with time comes technology advancement and have seen spray drone technology on the horizon for a few years. As our association is for aerial applicators, we are excited to welcome another branch of aerial application to our association. As an industry in Canada, we recognize there is a lot for us to learn regarding drone application, which is why we're excited to have a seat on this RPAAS working group. We also know we have valuable information we have learned over the years, some lessons learned the hard and expensive way, that we can share with drone operators, which is another reason why we are excited to have drone operators in Canada join our association. CAAA has spent years working to debunk the general perception of our industry to an image of professionals providing an essential service to the agricultural and forestry industries in Canada. We see the introduction of drones as a way to benefit and increase positive exposure to our industry, providing drone application adheres strictly to Canadian regulations. Spray drones is a new innovative technology in Canada. As mentioned earlier in the day, drones are approved by Transport Canada to fly, and updates to the regulations for drones are currently under review as Transport Canada continues to adopt this new technology into Canadian airspace. As spray aircraft and spray drones will eventually be occupying the same airspace, our hope with the RPAAS working group and other potential stakeholders is to make Transport Canada aware of the possible dangers associated with sharing the same airspace and encourage the necessity in regulations for the use of avoid and detect systems, especially if drones are approved to operate beyond the visual line of sight. Spray drones have yet to be approved for use by PMRA in Canada as they are not on the registrant label. As an association, CAAA is excited to assist the RPAAS working group, drone operators, and registrants in any way we can to facilitate testing and other requirements necessary by PMRA to have drones added to product labels. Aerial application in Canada over the years has had extensive testing to ensure safety and efficacy in our knowledge and understanding of different spray systems and droplet spectrums, to minimize potential for drift and apply crop aid products on target. We would like CAAA to play a part in the adoption of spray drones in Canada and share our knowledge and work together with the registrants and PMRA to get drone technology safely in the air spraying. CAAA sees a synergy between spray drone operators and manned aircraft operators and recognizes this technology as a complement to our industry in Canada. We know that spray drone operators will hold themselves to the same high standard and professionalism and safety within Canadian aerial ag industry. We look forward to adding education for drone applicators and work as one voice when speaking to the aerial ag industry in Canada. CAAA is excited to welcome spray drone technology, and we know we can benefit the agricultural industry in Canada if we are working together. There is a niche in the Canadian market for spray drones, and we see them as a complement to the aerial application by manned aircraft. As the world around us adopts this technology, we must work to make sure Canada does not fall behind in the adoption. So in closing, I'll leave you with this quote from Amelia Earhart. Thank you for your time this afternoon and enjoy the rest of your virtual workshop. And I believe we'll take any questions if there are any.
Shara, this is Dan. That was a great lead into our next speaker. What I'd like to do is have our next speaker speak and then open it up for questions. Our next speaker is Steve Wilson. He's a traditional aerial applicator out of California. So your U.S. counterpart in the industry. And I'd really like you to meet Steve and hear his story. So Steve, are you on? Can you go ahead and start your video, please? And as soon as we can make sure that you're connected, we'd like to bring you up if possible. You just have to, if you would, start your video and make sure your audio mic is on as well.
So Steve, if you would, there you go. Now unmute, lower left corner of your Zoom screen, or I'll ask you to, there you go.
My very first Zoom meeting ever. I'm a pilot. I sit in the cockpit most of the time. So, hey guys, happy to be here. Steve Wilson with Inland Aviation Incorporated. We've been in business since the early 1940s. I'm president and CEO of this company. My grandfather started it in the year 1942. They started with 13 steermen. If you guys have seen those old bi-wing airplanes, had 6 pilots. Each pilot had 1 ship for spray, 1 ship for dry, and each pilot was his own mechanic. In the 1960s, they added some Bell 47 helicopters to the fleet. In the 1970s, they added ag cats. And then my dad took over in the 1970s, Noah Wilson. We come from a long line of aviation history. Amelia Earhart married into our family. He was my great uncle married her. And he said she was a little bit too wild for him. So that marriage lasted only like 7 or 8 years. And then we all know what happened to her. I have another uncle that was born into the family that helped engineer the space shuttle, the B-1 bomber, and his latest stuff was the Raptor and vectored thrust. I'm also a 3rd generation CFI. My grandfather was a flight instructor. My dad taught, and I had the privilege of teaching over 100 students here in the San Joaquin Valley to fly. We teach a lot of our own ag pilots here at Inland. And we've been protecting crops the whole time since the beginning. That's what we do here. That's our passion, to protect crops, to put safe, healthy, delicious food on your table. We now have a couple Jet Rangers, a couple Thrushes. We're flying every day, 7 days a week, utilizing a Cessna 206, dispensing naval orangeworm sterile moss. We're also doing beneficial bug drops with the drones. And the main reason we got into the drone business was because I went through a hard time. My family went through a hard time. We lost a family member in the crop dusting business. The aerial application crop dusting is kind of dangerous. And one of the things that concerned me was I'm very involved with the CAAA and NAAA, California Agricultural Aeronautical Association, and the National Agriculture Aircraft Association. Every time I go to one of these meetings, we have a momentary time of silence, and they'll put pilots up on the screen that have been in a fatal accident. And that hit close to home. I'm all, man, there's got to be a better way, because a lot of the fields we're requested to do are in danger zones. Lots of high lines. We call them wire patches. And when Bill Reynolds of Precision Vision and Leading Edge Technologies introduced me to these drones, I go, you know what? We can save lives. We can put these drones in the danger zones as opposed to asking a pilot to fly in them. So UAV, unmanned aerial vehicles, has been added to our program. We have four drones right now that we're utilizing for spraying and dry work. We use 2 Precision Visions. We're experimenting with a couple Agras T16s. But we're certified, and on our Part 137 are the leading edge technology precision vision drones, PV-35s. And so we're excited about that. We know that this is going to add to our program, and we're going to save lives with these drones. So that's the main reason I got into it. Yeah, it's an upcoming new technology. We're not able to cover as many acres as we can with the helicopters and the thrusters I have outside, including a Huey. But hey, let me tell you, when we start swarming them, we can keep up with an airplane. We can keep up with a helicopter. And I have 4 pilots on payroll, 4 certified drone pilots on payroll right now. Each pilot is going to have 5 drones each. We're in the process of getting our swarming waivers, our night waivers, and our over 55-pound waivers and exemptions. But that's basically my short story. I don't have a whole lot more to talk about. I'm willing to answer some questions if anybody's out there that has any questions for me.
Well, Dan, I've just got to jump in and say that this was just such a treat to have both of you on. You know, but in the inclusion that both of, you know, your company, Steve, and Shara, did I say it right? I did? Okay, good. She's giving me the nod. Both, I mean, really, that your agency, you know, your organization is showing is just, it's remarkable. And, you know, Steve, it's moving about the story and what's behind what the impetus is in your company bringing on RPAAS into your fleet. I mean, it's just, it's brilliant. And, you know, I think I can speak on behalf of the industry. We're not out here like trying to get a bunch of manned aerial applicators out of business. That's not our job, right? That's not, I don't think that's what we're here for. I know I can speak on behalf of our company about that. But there is a great place where they could be a total complement. And I would much rather you crash one of those aircraft or one of our aircraft, you know, and risk some money instead of life. So it's just awesome. So thanks for both of those. And then Dan, I'll turn it over to you. I just couldn't keep my mouth shut over here about that. I was really excited.
Yeah, that's great input, Brian. I appreciate that. And it really is nice. Steve, it seems like, you know, the drones right now, they're not going to be spraying the broad acres, especially, you know, here in Texas and where we have thousands of acres. But, you know, there's certain niche areas right now where the perimeters of fields around those dangerous areas that you're talking about, the power lines, trees, next to sensitive crops, that kind of thing, where we can control the spray maybe just a little bit better, use, you know, low drift nozzles right next to those areas where we have to be really careful. And then not only just the dangers of the power lines, but when you're transitioning into the field at 150, there's certain areas that might not get a full dose on the edges. And now we can go back around and we can clean up those edges of the fields with the drones. So I think it's a great complement, and I'd love to hear your input on that part of it.
Well, my input on that part, am I on now?
Yes, sir.
My input on the part of the danger zones is that, yes, the precision and accuracy of these drones that we're currently working is actually better than the helicopters and airplanes. It's why? Because we can slow down. And so we've been utilizing the drones we have now. We've done herbicide, we've done fungicide, and we've done pesticides with them, and carrots and potatoes and garlic and rangeland. And we're getting great results. We're very happy with the results. And so, yeah, we bought these to supplement our current business, but there's a huge future with the drone business. And so we're in the process of purchasing more at this time.
So see, Steve, it's interesting. We had a question on the Q&A from Erdal, and he was asking about, you know, flying in the dangerous areas and stuff, and whether you're getting equivalent efficacy in both areas, dangerous or non-dangerous. It seems like you just answered that really before I even asked the question of you, but you said you're getting really good results from those areas as far as efficacy and control of the pest.
Okay, that's a great question. We're getting increased efficacy when it comes to getting close to tower lines or schools. We have to spray when school's not in session, but we can get a lot closer We don't have to leave buffer zones unless they're required. If there's trucks or cars or people or houses, yeah, we do the 500-foot buffer zone. But
sorry, Steve. One of the other questions that we had. Did you want to finish that thought, please?
No, that was it.
Okay. So one of the other questions we have here is from Drew. He said, when you fly your manned aircraft to and from the field, like ferrying, right? What height do you ferry at? He's saying, are you at 400 feet and above?
We are at 500 feet when we're ferrying. If it's, we have an in-house rule. If it's easterly direction, we're 750 feet AGL. If it's westerly, it's 500 AGL.
Okay, very good.
Another thing, we're going to decrease a lot of ferry time with drones. So.
Very good. One of the questions we have here is from Grant. He says, one aspect I see a good use of drone spraying is for IPM spraying, going in and spraying a hot spot versus the whole field. Do you have any experience with this?
Yes, we do. We do site-specific spraying. And it's mostly on herbicides so far, but there has been some hot spot tests on the edges of certain fields, and the drones are a perfect complement to site-specific sprays. So yes.
Thank you. And then from Gary, he says, Steve, do you currently have the ability to spray at night? And if not, will the ability to spray at night with the UAS provide an increased ability to protect pollinators since they're typically resting at night and not foraging?
For sure. Here in California, we have a rule of thumb. We can't spray anything if the bees are out active and pollinating. So we're very close to getting our night waiver. And yes, we plan on spraying at night with drones, for sure.
All right, and so I'm going to throw this out to both you and Shara as well. I'm not sure exactly. It says from a regulatory perspective, PMRA is encouraging. It is encouraging to hear that drones can be used to spray accurately around field margins that may border water bodies as an additional method in conjunction with conventional aerial application. Any comments?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's talking about being able to accurately spray around field margins that may border water bodies. I'm sure you guys have them over there in California that you're spraying around as well, as an additional method in conjunction with conventional aerial application. So being able to spray conventionally, but then also using the drones to be able to spray around water bodies where you might have to be a little bit more careful.
Yeah, definitely. What I really like about the drones is we can control drift with them better. We're experimenting with different boom lengths and swath widths, but what I've found in the nozzles we're using T-Jet, our drift is way less than that of a helicopter and an airplane, and we're excited about that. But we do also spray water bodies. We spray seaweed and grasses around water, but of course the pesticides are labeled, or herbicides are labeled for specific applications.
Yeah. So one of the question here, Steve, is from Erdal. He says, how do you do your site-specific spraying? Do you do it on the go? What software technology do you use? I think he's probably asking if you do a remote sensing mission first, where you go out and identify what the targets are, and then load that up and go, or are you able to go spray on the go? What are you using? What software technology do you use right now to do your site-specific spraying?
We use some flyingag.com software and use of photographic imagery with 2 Phantom drones, another addition to our small drone fleet. And you can see hotspots, okay? And then you Google Earth it, and you can put in your grids over that hotspot and spray specific areas with that.
Very good. We have just a couple more minutes for this session. If there's any more questions, go ahead and put them in the Q&A. Brian, do you have? Yes, I figured you would.
All right. So yeah, this is a question. Shara, I'll come to you with it. You know, there's different schools of thoughts from aviation associations, from manned aerial applicators. And in the States, the NAAA's, team hasn't been as interested in, you know, integrating RPAAS? There are some, of course, but not everyone. Can you say like what the difference you think would be? Is it just a culture from those core values, or why do you think that changes geographically?
You know, I haven't noticed the change. From my understanding, NAAA is open and adopting of the technology. Maybe they're just not as, I don't want to say CAAA is being more vocal, but we're just, maybe we're a little smaller. So right now of an association, we're really concentrating on the drone technology, adopting it and bringing it into our association. Us as CAAA, we want to stay with that curve, ahead of the curve, make sure in Canada, as drones you know, have the testing they need and are approved and put on the label by PMRA, that we're involved in that whole process, and that we're not going to be reacting to it after the fact. We want to make sure that any spraying by drone, you know, comes with the CAAA as aerial application. And you know, I can't speak to the NAAA, but I have spoken with them, and they have the technology. They do have it present at their, you know, their convention that's coming up here at the beginning of December. So it is on their forefront and on their mind, but for us, I know it's just staying with that curve and making sure that we're involved as it moves forward in Canada.
Yeah, it's like future proofing, right?
Yeah.
Totally get it. All right, Steve, I'm coming to you with my other question, okay? So we heard some of the reasons that your company chose to bring on RPAAS, right? So what, if you had anything to say to other manned aerial applicators out there, what would you say to them about, you know, bringing on RPAAS?
I would say to all manned aerial applicators, due to the safety factors, hey, give drones, give UAVs a try. A lot of the older applicators I work with, they're closed-minded. Oh, like you said earlier, oh, they're going to take over fixed-wing aircraft and rotor-wing aircraft. No, we're not here to do that. We're here to supplement what we have and increase safety. So that's what I have to say about that.
Awesome. Yeah, and I just think from a business perspective, I'm not a manned aerial applicator, but I would think that it would also open up more opportunities for you guys to provide a service in places that you can't get to with your existing manned, you know, aerial rigs, right?
That's correct. Yes.
Awesome. Cool. Well, I thank you both. And Dan, I'll let you finish it out. Thanks for letting me jump in and submit my questions.
Yeah, that was great. Thank you all. That was a great discussion. Thank you both, Stephen and Sharon, for sharing with us. So we have another, for this little session, we have one more speaker that I want to introduce you to. It's Michael Ott. He's with Rantizo. He's out of Iowa, and he's doing something really cool in Iowa with spray drones, and has developed a automatic loading and filling station for drones, maybe even recharging. I'm not quite sure, Michael, but I want to let Michael talk to you a little bit about his system that he's developed there and how it's helping his business and may help the industry. Michael, if you would, please. Great to have you.
Sounds good. Thank you very much. I'm assuming everyone can hear me. Okay, very good. All right, I'll share my screen and go through a couple slides of what we're doing. So at Rantizo, we're a drone spraying company based in Iowa City. And a lot of people say that drone spraying is the future of agriculture. And we argue that they're wrong. We say it's the present, because Rantizo has paying customers in over a dozen states, flying legally, licensed, with insurance, properly trained, applying from a drone today. And we believe we're the only company that has a nationwide swarming waiver, that we can fly anywhere in the country without buffers, and we can fly up to 3 drones at one time. And with that, you get some pretty good coverage. You can see here, there's a drone about 400 feet above recording these 3 that are going in the top, the bottom, and then down the middle, covering quite a bit of territory, which is exactly what we need in agriculture. And with our drone, we're under 55 pounds, and we're spraying about 14 acres an hour, and that's at a 3 gallon per acre rate. So that's an important thing to make sure that you're quoting, viable, reasonable rates. So we're happy about that being under 55 pounds, 14 acres an hour. With our autonomous loading system, we reduce the amount of time the drone is on the ground. So with that same system, we're going to get up about 23 acres an hour. A swarm of 3 will do 40. Swarm of 3 with the mix and fill will do about 60. And that's pretty comparable to what a tractor will do. So I kind of walk you through the tech stack. I think people have seen this. We take a DJI spray drone and strip all the spraying components off of it. We upgrade them pretty significantly. That gets you from your standard 6 acres an hour with an Agris to 14 with a Rantizo upgraded Agris. And we do have integration with their software, so we're able to back into that and do quite a bit with the flight control system and everything else there. That's something that was brought up earlier. We've got that integration working right now. We also do dry applications. We've got the common granular spreader. We've also got some custom pieces that we've put on for pollen and for other special materials that we can drop in really precisely. Wanted to spend a fair bit of time on this. So reloading the drone is important. When you take the small tank size and make that a feature, not a bug, what we can do is integrate wirelessly with imagery. We've got about a half dozen imagery partnerships where we're talking to the Taranis, Centera, Pix4D, Sony, those companies, and we're able to take their shape files in, make up precise batches, and then deliver those batches right to the drone right when they need it. And that's all done wirelessly. And we're currently mixing, will soon be autonomously filling as well. That's going to be the next thing that comes out of there. And this is a system that works really well with a Rantizo drone, but honestly, it could work with any other drone. I mean, we can change the size of the tank, we can change the fitting. If you need to do precise loading, we've got a system that will work very well for you. So that's rolling out in the market here in the very near future, and pretty excited about that. And we can kind of change parameters for tank sizes and other things as needed. We've got a software suite. Everything goes through the app. We put everything in a trailer. It's really a full service, insurance, billing, you name it, we've got it all in there. We do have a few patents that under our control. All of our licensing, everything is secured there. And we're in multiple states. These are the states that we're permitted in and where we have operators working today. And this is expanding fairly rapidly in the very near future. And we couldn't do this without a lot of partners. On the chemical side, we've got some of the big chemical companies working with us. Obviously, DJI is a great partner. And then manufacturing, imagery, all those things are really important. And we want to stress more partnerships are good for the industry. I wanted to bring up something that I think is a valuable thing. I think we believe we need a trade association truly for the RPAAS group. If you look at what the NAAA has, as we've said earlier, they're focused on manned aircraft. And as we look at what the needs of what we're doing is, it's kind of a hybrid between manned and ground. And I don't think anybody is really advocating for what all of us need. There's going to be a lot of things that the industry could promote together when talking to registrants, when talking to government entities, other regulatory bodies. And that's something that we talked about a little bit last year at this meeting. And one of my wrap-up goals is to be able to kind of push this idea forward, because I think it's really, really needed. We've had a fair bit of press, which is nice, but I'm more excited about the applications that we're doing, being out there in thousands and thousands of acres in multiple states and having people be successful, doing things profitably and safely. So thank you very much. I'll stop now for questions.
All right, thank you very much, Michael. Appreciate it. Brian, do you see anything in the Q&A? I don't see anything right now. Anybody have any questions for Michael? Just go ahead and log that in the Q&A section, and we'll get those on to him.
Well, sure, Michael, it's good to see you again. And
yeah,
thanks again for being one of our sponsors for the workshop this year. Really appreciate that. And I really second, from an industry partner of yours, having the forming not only workshops like this where all of us can get together at least once a year, but also forming that kind of trade association, the advocacy that you mentioned, I think is really important. So thanks.
Yeah, and I think we'll have to figure out how to fund that. And I think it kind of comes down to, some of the companies maybe some grant money, being relatively creative as you start these things up. That's always a little challenge to do at the very beginning, but I think it's so important. And as we've seen, what the Canadian government wants versus what the American government wants versus the EU versus everything else, there's a lot of need out there. So I think this is an important thing to be able to bring together.
Absolutely. And Dan, I think we've got some questions in there.
Yes. So Michael, we have a question from Justin. He says, the mix and fill station, what kind of capacity will that have?
Sure. So it's currently set up with a 15-gallon tank. So you can mix up, multiple batches for what's probably the standard 3-gallon load for most under 55-pound drones. If we want to make that bigger, there's nothing stopping us. We just go a little bit taller and higher there as needed. But that could certainly be customized for a fairly large tank, depending on how big you needed it.
Okay, Michael, thank you. And Drew asks, do you handle all of your pilot training in-house? Do you train annually?
We have a robust training program. We normally do it here in Iowa City, but we can travel remotely in different situations, and it's been very well received. We've got checklists and packets and everything else, a day in the office, a day flying in the field, and it's been very well received.
Thank you, Michael. Joe would like for you to talk a little bit more on your licensing option.
Sure. So we've got our 137, and in that 137, we're flying the upgraded Agris, and we're able to fly swarms of them. So we're able to do that nationwide. We also work with the individual states where our contractors are and set them up. So if you're in California, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Indiana, wherever it is, we work with them to get things pushed through. We've had a couple successes recently in states where drone spraying was essentially prohibited, and we've worked with those state regulatory groups to be able to push that through. We'll have a nice one coming up here in the upper Midwest that I'm pretty excited about.
All right. This is the last call for Q&A for Michael. I don't see anything else in the question queue.
And we're going to kick it off here in a moment with Joel Buettner. And he is the general manager. Again, some really great input from an end user that's been with us. Dan, I think he's been part of our RPAAS
since the beginning
for I think 2 or 3 years now, right?
That's right, since the beginning.
Awesome. So we're excited to kick his presentation off. So there's not enough Q&A live for Joel's presentation. So again, use the Q&A option, and then we'll download and save and get those questions answered later. Okay, so don't be shy. We're up to 101 questions so far today, which is awesome. All right, magicians behind the curtain, take it away.
Good afternoon. My name is Joel Buettner. I'm the general manager of Placer Mosquito and Vector Control District. I'm going to give you an update on our mosquito control work using drones. Since 2017, we've been working on using drones to do a number of things in our mosquito control workflow. Everything from scouting for habitat using cameras, detecting larvae both above and underwater, mission planning, making treatments, we use the DJI Agris MG1S, and then confirming efficacy of our treatments and making sure that we're doing a good job. All of these elements working together are really what we're striving for to truly integrate UAS technology into our agency. I want to start off by giving you a little case study. This is a treatment we did earlier this spring with a liquid larvicide. This is a Bacillus thuringiensis israeliensis BTI application for snowmelt mosquitoes in Squaw Valley, California. This is our first in the area and first at this altitude. This is about 6,000 feet. Squaw Valley, for those of you who have not been there, is the site of a previous Winter Olympics and is surrounded by mountains and snow. And when that melts in the springtime, it all drains down into this basin. And as you can see from this picture, there's a golf course, there's some permanent lakes, there's some vegetated ponds, there's the Truckee River, and there's some marshy areas that basically collect that snow melt. These marshy areas are really the ones that are of most concern to us from a mosquito standpoint. These snowmelt mosquitoes can hatch and then become a major nuisance to the residents in this area. These vegetated ponds are also a mosquito source and is something that we need to deal with. The lake and the river actually don't produce very many mosquitoes, so we don't want to treat those and really target our areas just to those that produce mosquitoes. In the past, this has involved walking through these areas with a backpack. So we think we could do better with the drone. So we used our previous applied research project information and identified that our MG1S using a liquid Vectobac 12AS product diluted to 1 gallon an acre, flying at about 10 feet, swath of 18 feet and about 11 miles an hour will achieve what we want to. We've tested these protocols in rice fields and other places down in the valley, but this would be the first time we tried it up against snowmelt mosquito species and also at that altitude. So here's what our treatment looked like. The areas that were generally free of vegetation got hit really well. The areas that were flooded but under the vegetation had a little bit harder time getting that product in there. Everything that you see that is green and most of the brown grass is, if you were to stand out there, is about knee deep in water. So we wanted to treat various different areas, and so this was our first site. If you notice the bushes in the background, these were a bit of a problem since they were below our release altitude, our application altitude, and they weren't straight up and down obstacles. They overhang. There was a little bit of a wind, and that really caused problems in terms of planning the mission and setting the spray block. These undercut areas were difficult to identify, so either you have to swing way around them and you miss some areas, or you get really close to them and you risk touching the aircraft on the vegetation. Neither are real good solutions or real good options. All right. So this is a map of the areas that we treated. Scott Schoen, who's on this meeting, was a pilot for this, and we had very varied success. We had, again, areas that had very open water, minimal amounts of emergent vegetation had really good kill. Places that were more vegetated or had canopy or trees or barriers or obstacles that we had to navigate around were less effective. And then areas like in here where there were pockets of water with trees and things like that, we decided actually for safety reasons not to treat those areas because we couldn't get out there and delineate those edges of those spray blocks without actually getting into about chest deep water. So that just didn't work out. All right. That treatment was indicative of a lot of our work over the past couple years, where we're trying to figure out, what are the best uses for drone applications in mosquito control, and trying to match up the equipment that we have with the sources and the needs that we have in the field for treatment. So another ongoing project that we've been working on is a liquid larvicide application optimization trial. So we really want to figure out what is the baseline parameters for a drone application for liquid larvicide. What's the right height? What's the right speed, nozzle configuration, product? And we really want to figure out, how do we get the most out of the machine that we have? We understand that there's multiple choices in machines, but since we have the one that we have, we really want to see what it'll do. We have a project that's ongoing. We collected some data very recently, and we hope to publish some of this data later on in the fall. So where we started is where everyone starts for an application, is with the calibration. So with our DJI unit, it has a built-in calibration function. We've also verified that generally works. using standard on-the-ground methods of calibration. We did notice in our last trial that we had some clogging issues that caused some of the nozzles to perform differently than others. So that's something we're going to be watching for. Just a couple weeks ago, we did a trial with a product that's new to us with the drone. A product called Natular, Liquid Natular. It's a spinosad product, and this is an image of our trial setup. We have 3 reps, and we have chroma coat cards. We sprayed a dyed application, and then we have cups that we will then use for bioassay to determine the efficacy of those doses that we applied. So we fly the drone right along that yellow flight line to make sure that we can line it up as best we can with wind and everything else. We make our passes, collect the cards, scan them, and then do a bioassay on the cups. Okay. Here's a picture of the bioassay cups. We add water to them, add larvae, and then take a mortality measurement at 24 hours. So far, it seems like it's working pretty well. The results are important to us, but also having the protocol kind of tied down so we can repeat this with different products, with different heights and speeds, maybe even different drones at some point in the future. All right, so what have we learned so far? Really, with our experience with the drone that we have and using liquid BTI, we've determined it's not a surprise that pastures, wetlands, and areas that have minimal emergent vegetation work pretty well. These are the same places that other applications of this product work, but it's also places that we're easily able to access with the drone, and they are of a size that make using a drone to apply product efficient. So here's an example of an edge of a field and a ditch. That's not fog, that is smoke from the fires this summer. The pros of using liquid obviously is lower cost. We get better coverage because less goes further. The downsides are liquids don't tend to be residual, so we have to make repeated treatments, and obviously they don't penetrate through those canopies or vegetation very well. Okay. A lot of mosquito control districts also use granules from a drone. It's something we're just getting into, but these may be very, very helpful in picking up the slack that a liquid system won't work as well in. This picture is of another snowmelt area, but this dark area is water. And while it looks pretty open, and if you walked up to it, you could spray it with a liquid. From a drone, because of these trees, you can't really get low enough to get a good dose in there. So we're still kind of working with this idea, but we feel that this might be a good candidate for a granular application, so it can kind of penetrate that longer distance, get through the tree canopy. We also have the option with granules to put out residual products or put out products that pre-flood. So one idea is even to try to treat the snow or the areas near the snow and allow the product to melt into the snow melt areas, so we can time that treatment right when those larvae emerge instead of potentially missing them. The cons on the granule side, obviously, it's more stuff, it's heavier, it requires a larger payload, and they tend to be more expensive. Now, some of that can be mitigated through the actual aircraft itself. And there's examples of those as well. So speaking about aircraft and ours in particular, I would say the biggest issue is the inability to accurately map the spray block. If there was a scout drone where we could go and actually use some of the generally available visual or even sensors like LiDAR or mapping sensors, we could identify a spray block, draw it out on the, using the scout drone, load it into the spray drone, and I think that would be a much better solution. To our knowledge, that doesn't exist in a very operational manner yet. All the pieces are there. I just haven't seen it put together. Our drone doesn't have a camera, and for those spot treatments or long ditches and things like that, it would be nice to do a manual option for some treatments, and that makes it really hard with our aircraft that does not have a camera. Battery time, flight time, that's an issue for everybody. And then ultimately, beyond visual line of sight is something that I think would be helpful in this field. Adding detect and avoid and some of these emerging technologies may be something to look at down the road. Okay. Finally, our spray system limitations are probably our biggest problem. Some of these spray systems are not maybe as well thought out as the aircraft part of the apparatus. Not having the selection of nozzles or the pump pressures or the configurations to deliver the droplets and the swath widths and understand and mitigate the drift for some of these treatments are all things that we need to work on. With our aircraft here, this is a backlit spray trial where we're just trying to see what do these spray nozzles do. Unfortunately, it was inside because it was raining that day. But just understanding this from an application and also a regulatory perspective. I know there's other speakers here today that are going to address drift modeling and so forth. All very, very important work. In summary, here again are our missions. These are the ones that we really want to go for and make UAS work for us. Habitat assessment, get out there and fly and get their eyes in the sky on our habitats. That seems to work really well. Larvae detection is still kind of a work in progress. A liquid and granular larvicide application system, a lot of work there as we talked about. And then the mosquito adulticide, that is something that I think is a little bit of a ways off, but hopefully in not too very long I can come back and report on some efforts on developing mosquito adulticide application systems and use cases and so forth. And to close, I just want to acknowledge our staff here at Placer Mosquito and Vector Control District, especially Scott Schoen, our pilot, Everardo Ortiz, our other pilot. They are responsible for making all of this stuff work safely. Jake Hartle, Mario Boisvert, who's no longer with the district, but were instrumental in planning and making all of this happen. And then all of our other folks, consultants and suppliers that without them we couldn't have done this. So thank you all very much.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and move on. We have a couple other presenters here this afternoon that are in the area of vegetation management, primarily is what it is. We have Dr. Vijay Singh, who's now at Virginia Tech. I worked with him at Texas A&M here as a postdoc before he accepted a full-time position at Virginia Tech. And then we have Corey Wilness, who's with Crop Pro Consulting. So their presentations take up the entire time slot. So if you have any questions for them, please go ahead and put those in the Q&A and we'll have them address them after the meeting. Or if they're online right now, they can go ahead and address those questions at this time. So without further ado, this is Dr. Vijay Singh from Virginia Tech.
Hello everyone, I'm Vijay Singh, Assistant Professor and Extension Weed Specialist at Virginia Tech. It's good to know perspectives of engineers on new technologies and whatever you're developing for the farming community. Here, I would like to give you an overview of what we focus on, being a weed scientist or agronomist. We study these technologies to evaluate their long-term impact on agriculture sector and compare them with the existing spraying technologies like tractor sprayers or the backpack sprayers. I work with folks in private industry, that is drone companies, and also the researchers in public institutions. Today, I would like to highlight some of the findings of our studies which we conducted in 2018 and 19. So Daniel Martin, actually, from USDA, who is also part of this conference, is our partner in these studies. Before moving further, I would like to highlight that The world pesticide business is of near about $56 billion, and herbicides for controlling weeds comprise 40% of that sales. Many universities are actually working on the UAVs, but most of those universities are working on the mapping, classification, and identification of weeds. There are only few universities who are working on the spraying technologies or evaluating drones for spray applications. And that actually increases our responsibility of fairly evaluating these new technologies and to provide a perspective on whether these need further improvements or refinements. We started our objectives with standardizing the volume, rate, nozzles for UAV-based herbicide applications in various cropping systems. To save time here, I would be just discussing study we conducted in soybean. We utilized herbicide resistant crop technologies like Roundup Ready and Liberty Link crop technologies just to avoid drift damage, because there is a potential of drift if we are using drones for herbicide applications. We use 6 rotors drone with the 5-liter capacity, 4 nozzle boom, and it's from HSC actually. We compared different treatments. So that was the main idea behind, if we are using the drones, then we cannot use the same volume what we use with the tractor sprayers or the backpack sprayers. So for the backpack or the tractor sprayer applications, the normal recommendation is 15 gallons or the 20 gallons per acre. Now we evaluated 4 gallons with the drone and also 2 gallons per acre with the drone. This is a video. I don't know whether you would be able to see it properly. I would just like to play on and would like to highlight one important thing here, that when the drone works actually, so if you can see here, our crop, they move inside and expose the small seedlings, which may not be exposed if we are using tractor sprayers directly on the top we are spraying. So because of this air circulation and air pressure, our crop foliage, they move around and exposes those small seedlings also. So that's a main factor, and I would highlight in some of our results also. I would not go into detail of how we analyzed the data, how we conducted the study, just going with the results. So this is one of our main results. When we use 15 gallons per acre with the drone, only 4% of that total volume actually went underneath of the leaf, like hitting the abaxial surface of the leaf. But when we use drone actually, then 25% of that total volume went underneath of that leaf surface, which is abaxial leaf surface. So that result highlights that it has the potential to increase the effectiveness of the contact herbicides. So we have different groups and the categories for the herbicides, like one is systemic herbicide, one is contact herbicide. So we also evaluated different nozzles, and here you can see one particular nozzle type, it didn't provide us a very good control at 2 gallons per acre. But when we changed the nozzle types, then even 2 gallons per acre provided 100% control. We conducted these studies in the field as well. So you can see this in picture. I will not go into data here because data is a part of our publication on which we are currently working. But here with the diagrammatical representation, I would like to show that early post applications of herbicides provide equal control when we compare it with the backpack spray applications. But the late post applications of herbicides, what we see that drones are more effective compared with the backpack spray applications or the tractor spray applications. So you can see that this second picture is showing the 2 gallons per acre spray volume, and it is showing actually 95 or 100% of the control. And here in the 15 gallons per acre, when we use this backpack spray application, there are some few plants which were not exposed to the herbicide application and they were left behind. This is another overview of the control ratings. You can see easily, you visualize that with the 15 gallons per acre, with the backpack spray application, there are so many green plants still there in the field. We could not control it. But with the drones, even with the 2 gallons per acre and the 4 gallons per acre, there was 100% control. So this is the end of my presentation, but in summary, I would like to say that developing a product or designing a product is a different aspect compared to when it comes to operationalize that product in the field. So we have to standardize nozzle, different pressures, height, and evaluate these drones with the different herbicides, the contact herbicides, systemic herbicides, to actually evaluate their impact on agriculture sector and whether we can replace the existing technologies. We would be actually also working on evaluating this drone technology for the spot spray applications. There are many components to that, but I would welcome you all, the engineers of the drone companies who are into that business, and if you would like to collaborate and work together with us, here is my email ID, and you are free to contact me. Thank you very much.
I'm going to be talking to you today about some opportunities for drones, in particular with our SWAT map technology. So I'm just going to show you how we make the maps, some of the zone-related applications I think there are opportunities, and then highlighted this sort of 10%-ish. And what that is, as we go through, you'll see, you know, not every part of a field needs a treatment all the time, and sometimes it's like maybe 10%-ish of the acres. And that's sort of what I want to focus on today. So how we make maps, we require some type of soil properties layer. It's collected typically for our company with SWAT box, electrical conductivity mapping system. We need RTK elevation or LiDAR for elevation maps. And this gives us an indication of soil properties through electrical conductivity. And we turn the elevation layers into multiple layers. In this case, I'm showing you it's sorted into depressions, mid-slopes, and hills. And the end result is just a soil type map. So I'm trying to group the field into these are the extreme high and dry areas with less organic matter. And then you get to your field average soils. And then as you get to your zone 10s, these are water collecting areas. They may have salinity. They're likely high organic. And yeah, it's sort of a general trend to do soil types on the field. So how do we use these maps for some of our application opportunities? So fertilizer spraying. These zone 1s, because they have a thin topsoil and low organic matter, they have a low mineralization of organic nutrients like sulfur and boron. And, you know, conversely, the depressions have high test levels of those nutrients. Water collects there, they're mobile. So you can see that we're predicting you're going to get a good response to sulfur and boron in these zones. And this was just a trial to prove that. We had 0 sulfur in this field last year. And yeah, like the zone 1s, huge response to sulfur, like 10 bushels an acre. The depressions, next to nothing. And so we did a boron trial this past season, and we had Strong Field come in to do this. And here's a little bit of a example of a drone out there spraying boron. And some of these micronutrients are a great fit for this type of thing, this zone-related stuff, because, you know, the low application rates. So if only 10% of this field is going to respond to boron, well, why treat the whole field? And I think that that's where the drone is a great opportunity. Drone seeding, we also had Strong Field come in and demonstrate to us the, you know, ability to do this. Again, with this specific mix, 10 pounds per acre, we could do 20 plus acres per hour. So there's an opportunity there for the same type of thing. There's lots of zones that are saline or wet. Crops don't establish well there. They don't compete well with weeds. And if we want to make those areas better, then we need something to be growing there. So we could put crops or, you know, covers or something that's more adapted to there, spread it before the drill goes in. Or if we can't, due to herbicide restrictions, then we could do it after in-crop spraying. But it's a way to just send the drone to these specific areas, seed things, to help get something established. Weed spraying, we have a SWAT cam, so this thing takes images every 30 feet on the field and builds a map, uses machine learning, so it maps the weeds in the crop at each location where there's more weeds, maps that, and we can make a chart by SWAT zone. So in this particular case, we can see there's very low weed leaf area here in the orange bars and all the upper high and dry areas, and the weed populations are much, much higher in the wet areas, and that's pretty common. So in this case, we did a prescription with our field sprayer. Well, what I wanted to highlight here, it was 12 acres of the field, 12 acres of the field, which is about 10% of the field. And we came back here and did a second application. We could have done that with the drone. So 10%ish acres of the field could have just been touched up with the drone. So there's lots of opportunity for this. Like Western Canada, kochia is a real problem. You could do touch-ups in crops so you didn't have these harvest issues. And a lot of these are related to SWAT zones, right? Salinity zones, you could just go in and respray them. In some of these high weed population zones, maybe you could do a second application there and not cover the whole field with the sprayer, right? Just touch it up with the drone. We also did some plant stand counts and weed maps with the drone. This was AgriCity came and used the Tyrannus system. Just highlighting a little corner of the field here. A few images taken here, and you can see just, it was fantastic counting. When you zoom in on it, you could see, it was fantastic plant stand counts. But it wasn't really that good for weed population maps and general maps in general. So this was our SWAT cam map of the field. This is what I'd call medium resolution images, but they're every 30 feet. Whereas this is very high resolution images and every 2 acres. So we have a much more high resolution map. So yeah, we could send the drone to these areas with maps. And just lastly, we have a Morse code project with the University of Saskatchewan. And where I see the opportunity for this is it's very difficult to get accurate yield maps, especially for really sensitive things that we're trying to test. Like for example, that boron where, very expecting a small yield response, and it might be only in certain areas of the field. So sometimes the yield map just doesn't capture that stuff. And things other than yield, there's lots of other things here, early season biomass boosts. And just, there was an example in this field of something did not show up on the yield map, but different fertilizer placements. There was a maturity difference in this field, and that has some value. And just, I'm not an expert at what they're doing there, but I mean some fantastic stuff we're learning there. So just to summarize, find the 10%ish drone opportunity. I think there's lots of opportunities for drones to do more prescription applications for nutrients, seeding and spraying. Plus, I love the future of it for counting and doing in-crop touch-ups, and also love the opportunity to start using this for research. So thank you very much.
All right, appreciate that, Corey. Thanks to you and VJ for introducing us to some of the ag applications for spray drones. At this time, we're going to shift gears just a little bit. We're going to go to public health. So Brian, if you would, introduce our next speaker.
Absolutely. So this is Andrew Asher, who's the CEO and co-founder of our friends over at Lucid Drone Technologies. And Andrew's got a really short live Q&A at the end of his presentation. So first come, first serve, get your questions in. Here we go.
Hey everyone, I'm Andrew Asher, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Lucid Drone Technologies. At Lucid, we build and lease drones for chemical applications. That might sound a bit odd, but let me show you what that means. In these first few shots, you'll see our disinfecting drone being used at an NFL stadium to disinfect their seats. With drone technology, this NFL team has been able to disinfect up to 14 times faster. In this second set of clips, you'll see our cleaning drone, which features a tethered hose and allows companies to clean at great heights with greater ease, safety, and efficiency. In order to understand how we got to today, where we're building drone technology for disinfecting in the middle of a pandemic, it's pretty important to understand where we came from. Several years ago, my co-founders and I, we started this company out of humanitarian concern. We saw these window washers and pressure washers hanging off of lifts, ladders, swing stages well above ground, trying to find a way to effectively clean these buildings at great height. We'd seen these workers just blowing in the wind on the swing stage very dangerously, and we were amazed that no one had found a way to leverage existing technology to make this a safer job. So we set out to do just that and build drones that could effectively clean at great heights. And we wanted to make it user-friendly to the point where we could train those workers to be relocated to the ground and operate our technology. So that's what we did for the first few years of our company, was build drones that could clean buildings. And our drones clean anything from college campuses to commercial office buildings, warehouses, country clubs, you name it. And all of a sudden, the pandemic sets in last spring. And many of the cleaning companies and chemical partners we had been working with started banging at our door saying, hey, is there anything you could do with drones on the disinfecting front? We're being inundated with disinfecting work, and one of the biggest challenges right now is trying to find a way to disinfect large facilities with regularity because handheld methods are so time consuming. So that's what we set out to do, was to leverage the drone technology we had already developed on the cleaning front, because we'd been living at this intersection of industrial drone technology in the cleaning space for quite some time. And we wanted to find a way to rework our technology so that we could then provide this disinfecting drone solution to, a broader market. When we get down to the bare root of the problems here, I think a point that deserves mentioning is chemical applications are repetitive and are often expensive, slow, and dangerous in a number of ways. If we were to say give cleaning examples, when you look at cleaning a large building, if you want to rent a 100-foot lift, it could cost you up to $10,000 a month. And also suspending human workers from above ground and lifts or swing stages or even climbing a ladder is incredibly dangerous, as you can see in the picture on the right. Now, if we get more specific with COVID-19 and this pandemic, trying to disinfect large facilities is very slow right now. In this picture, you'll see Atlanta's football stadium, and based off their estimates, it would take them almost 80 hours to disinfect this facility by hand. But oftentimes, they'll have an MLS soccer game on a Saturday and then an NFL game on a Sunday, and they have to turn around the facility in between that time. And they already have a really difficult operation schedule where they've got to go through and pick up trash and make sure that the field gets painted appropriately and a whole host of other activities. And now they had to add in this line item of disinfecting on top of it. When we talk about drone technology and disinfecting, it's important to discuss where the drone fits in. And in very broad terms, it fits in well wherever you have a large facility with a tremendous amount of square footage that would benefit from regular disinfection, whether that's in a high school environment like large hallways and lockers, gymnasiums, auditoriums, or even university and professional sports stadiums, cafeterias, warehouses, weight rooms, airport terminals. We could probably sit here and list use case after use case, but anywhere that you have, again, a lot of square footage, that's where the drone should be utilized. At the end of the day, if you're inside a small conference room or a bathroom, those are the places where handheld methods will still be superior, but the drone just is a tremendous time saver for these types of facilities. So these are our two specific drones. You'll see the disinfecting drone on the left and the cleaning drone on the right, but we'll focus on the disinfecting drone for now. The disinfecting drone features a 10-liter onboard tank, and we're chemical agnostic. So you have the flexibility to choose what type of solution you want to put in there. Specifically for COVID-19, you should be using anything on EPA's List N in order to properly disinfect. And we're more than happy to talk about what solutions may be the best suited for different facilities. But the drone also features two disinfecting nozzles that are electrostatic, which will ionize the particles of the chemical solution, giving them all a like charge. So when you spray that solution onto a surface, it will then seek out the most even distribution on that surface because those particles will actively repel one another. Now, efficiency will vary slightly from venue to venue, but on average, our drones are able to disinfect up to 14 times faster than handheld methods, and you can set up our drone and be ready to fly within minutes of arriving on site. Another really important aspect of our technology is that it is simple to use. Oftentimes, people look at drones and they think it's esoteric and will be too difficult to understand or use, especially in more blue-collar type work. But I can promise you that our drones are easy to use. We have a track record of working with and training individuals that have absolutely no background in flying drones. And within our 1 or 2 day training options, they go from being complete beginners to absolute experts who are calm, confident, and competent at using our drone technology to regularly disinfect. Lastly, these drones are intelligent. When it comes to disinfecting, it's really important that you spray the surface with the adequate amount of solution so that you're getting the appropriate dwell time. Each and every chemical is going to list a dwell time required to appropriately kill whatever pathogens may be on the surface. They can be up to as long as 10-minute dwell time and all the way down to, say, only 60 seconds needed for dwell time. So what we've incorporated on the drone is an altitude tracking sensor, which is a downward facing sensor that allows the drone to maintain consistent altitude that ensures you're getting an even distribution and lay pattern of chemical on a surface. To go hand in hand with that, we've also programmed in speed controls so that the pilot can only pilot at a certain maximum speed, which helps ensure that the pilot is never going so quickly such that they won't be able to appropriately cover the surfaces they're trying to disinfect. So it's a way to leverage technology to actually ensure you're getting a higher quality disinfection on that surface. Lastly, this point needs to be stressed. Our drones can operate indoors and outdoors, as opposed to most drone technology that is reliant on GPS navigation systems. Our drones use a host of other sensors that aren't GPS dependent that allow us to operate indoors and outdoors. So to speak a little bit more about some specific customer examples, as mentioned, this is Atlanta's football stadium, who's one of our early customers. And this is a quote from Jackie, the manager of their building operations. This stadium is incredibly large, and as we begin to slowly welcome fans back, these drones allow us to maximize the time between games and private events to thoroughly sanitize. Based off their estimates, it would take between 75 to 80 hours to disinfect the stadium by hand in between games. As mentioned, they often only have a matter of hours to do that disinfecting work to turn around the facility. With our drone technology, they've been able to disinfect the whole stadium seats in give or take 4 hours. Additionally, we're working with university customers like Texas A&M, and this is what Kevin, their AD of facilities, had to say about the drones. With handheld methods, it's taken a crew over 7 hours to disinfect our basketball arena. With one drone, we have been able to disinfect the arena in 1 hour and 15 minutes. And one point worth mentioning in both the Atlanta Falcons use case as well as Texas A&M, the individuals that we trained at both of those places, none of them had prior drone experience. So again, I really want to emphasize what we pride ourselves on is building this easy to use and friendly technology such that anyone can learn to operate it. So at the end of the day, what we do as a company is we lease our drones to service companies and large facilities. We really pride ourselves on being this trustworthy solution. We're at the forefront of innovation, but we want to provide customers with a well-rounded full stack solution. And each and every one of our drones is built, programmed, and tested locally in Charlotte, North Carolina. And then on top of that, I want to hammer home this point. It's a complete package for these companies and facilities. We do the training on the front end and can provide robust support, such as through our online knowledge base or just even phone calls and video calls we'll have on an almost weekly basis with our customers, just to make sure that they're using the technology well and see how we can help them. And to also go on top of that, we do have product partnerships. So we're more than happy to point you in the direction of the best types of disinfectants to use for different surfaces and different environments and whatever the situation happens to be. And again, at the end of the day, what we found is by delivering this full stack drone experience, we are able to lower the expertise needed to become an industrial drone pilot and really make this technology accessible to a more general public and audience. So again, that's Lucid. We build innovative drones for chemical application.
Wow, Andrew, just awesome. Really great work on that, and glad to have you here. Thanks for joining, and thanks for putting that together. Let's kick it off with our first question, and it's the only one so far, but I've got some questions for you too. So this is from Justin, and he says, "What products are being used for large-scale disinfecting with your drones or your aircraft?"
Yeah, so you should strictly use stuff off of EPA's N list. Some of our favorite products are typically those that have a shorter dwell time and have no hazardous claims. Like Diversey has a product called Oxivir. It's accelerated hydrogen peroxide, 60-second kill time, and it breaks down water and oxygen, so it's very friendly for the surface.
It's pretty impressive. I think the other part that I'm really, noticing, Andrew, is that similar, as I mentioned earlier, there's a big difference between just regular drone operations and RPAAS operations. And similarly, there's another big difference between traditional agriculture or even vector control RPAAS operations and cleaning or sanitizing. So it's really great that your company's here as an expert in that arena. I've got another question here. This is from Joel, and he says, actually, I skipped someone. This is from Airedale. He says, people leasing the drone from you for indoor use, do they need to have a UAS pilot license?
So that's an interesting intricacy, and the answer to that is actually no, because anything that's enclosed in an indoor environment is not technically a part of the FAA's jurisdiction.
So a little easier to start a business when it comes to that, in getting into that sector.
It's one less barrier.
Yeah, great. And then here's the question from Joel. He says, do your outdoor building cleaning operations require the client to get a 137? And I know there's some distinctions between saying we're sanitizing versus we're cleaning. So can you talk to us about that?
Yes, it's a very interesting question of semantics that I've talked to the FAA a whole lot about. And their official legal team has clarified anytime you intend to spray for a virus, that is definitely 137. However, if your intention is cleaning, that does not require a 137. So it's interesting because some products you could say they're cleaners, but they do have disinfectant properties. But again, what they really hint at is it all comes down to your intention.
Interesting. All right. Well, everyone, you heard it here first from Andrew. Andrew, thanks for joining us. Great to have you. And look forward to having you be part of this in the future, okay?
Thank you. Appreciate
Absolutely. Yeah. And now we're going to move over to our next presentation. This is from our good friend and committee chair and one of HSE's exclusive dealers in Canada. This is Corey Southam. Corey, are you there?
I am here and I'm taking my hard hat off. One sec.
So you guys should know it's -20 where Corey is right now. So
yeah, my apologies, been in and out. Yeah, it's cold. Coming to you live from the Alberta-Saskatchewan border. Beautiful town of Burstall. We're doing some pipeline reclamation work. And like Brian said, we work very closely with Brian and really everybody else has been involved here today. It's the presentations that everybody's put in so far have been fantastic. So we're just thrilled to see the turnout and the response from this. Don't really have a whole lot more to add about myself. I guess an operations manager of Strongfield Environmental, like we mentioned in the morning. Not sure if the video is a little shaky. We're currently driving down the road.
It is a little shaky, but let's kick off your presentation and then I think we'll do a Q&A in the thread, which Corey, you can answer after your presentation, okay?
Beautiful, sounds good.
All right, be safe out there. Thanks, Corey. Here's Corey's presentation now.
Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks again for taking the chance to join us here today for the 3rd annual RPAAS workshop and the first ever RPAAS virtual workshop. My name is Corey Southam, and I wear a couple different hats. One is as operations manager for Strongfield Environmental Solutions, and the other as the acting chair for the North American RPAAS working group. And I'm here to talk to you guys today about industrial and commercial uses for RPAAS technology. What I'm going to talk to you guys about today for our presentation is a brief background on our company, as well as how we incorporate RPAAS platforms for spraying purposes, as well as granular spreading purposes throughout our operations. Strongfield Environmental Solutions was originally founded in 2006. We primarily focus on industrial reclamation and vegetation management programs in the energy industry, and we began looking into RPAAS platforms to improve worker safety, operational efficiency, and also decrease our environmental impact throughout our operations. After being introduced to the platforms roughly 2 years ago, we were fortunate to hold our first field demo day in Lacombe, Alberta back on September 3rd, 2019. And following that event, there was enough interest drummed up that we were able to create the North American RPAAS Working Group to help further the work required to regulate these platforms in Canada and the United States. Now, just to get a quick overview and an idea of what the platforms look like that I'm going to be talking about today, these are the platforms that we currently have in our equipment lineup. So in the bottom right corner is our smallest 5-liter platform. Above that is the 10-liter platform. In the top left corner is our new 16-liter platform, and below that in the bottom left corner is our 20-liter platform. Now you notice that one is a little bit different. Rather than the nozzles being mounted under rotor, it's on a boom setup. And also of note for that one is in about 5 minutes, that whole spray system pops off and we can throw a granular spreading device on there as well. And I'm going to talk about those use cases later on in the presentation. So the biggest upside we see to RPAAS platforms is overwhelmingly worker safety. It's our single biggest concern every single day. And we like to send our employees out and have them come back safely at the end of the day. Now, every year we can't get our ground equipment into several sites. These areas are too difficult to get to. They could be uneven, so we can't get vehicles in, so we send people in on foot. Whether this be with a backpack sprayer or a broadcast bag seeder, it just opens our employees up to a heightened risk of slips, trips, and falls, and ultimately injuries. And another big one as well, especially for backpack spraying, is exposure to pesticides. So on the topic of exposure to pesticides, here's a picture of a guy out backpack spraying. Now keep in mind, this isn't one of our guys out doing a job for us. This is just a picture I pulled off the internet for visualization purposes. So you can see he's out, he's backpack spraying the crop that he's trying to treat, and he's literally wearing the pesticide on his back for this application. And then he's walking through everything that he's spraying. So this is exactly the type of applications we're hoping to replace with drone spraying. Another application tool that relates to exposure to pesticides, the ATV. Again, this is not a picture of ours. This is another picture I pulled off the internet. We actually use UTVs, not ATVs. But the design is very simple and very similar. The operator drives the piece of equipment with a spray system on the back. When we're out treating any areas, we are wearing full PPE, coveralls, hard hat, safety glasses. This guy obviously is not wearing anything. But you can see here the spray is being deposited directly behind the operator, and you're very susceptible to wind gusts or turning, and it's very easy to be exposed to pesticides in this scenario as well. Now, this video is ours. I'm going to play it for you here in a second, and this is really just to show what a typical RPAAS spray application could look like. So this is just a demonstration that we were doing with water, but you'll notice to the right of the screen here as the camera pans, there's a flag showing that the wind is at our back. So during the application, any drift from this application is going to be traveling directly away from the applicator as well as the ground crew. So during an application like this, you can see there would be very little pesticide exposure to the applicator and the ground crew during the application. And really the only exposure is going to be happening during the mixing and loading portions of the treatment. So it makes sense, seeing these different application methods, that exposure from RPAAS platforms is going to be significantly less than backpack and UTV spraying, but exactly how much lower is that going to be? Well, it turns out somebody has done a study on this. I couldn't find the direct reference for this, but I wanted to share some brief numbers with you guys. So there was a full body dosimeter suit study conducted in 2017, and they were doing exactly this. They were comparing the operator exposure from a backpack to an RPAAS platform. And really what they did is they did a herbicide application in 6 separate rice plots. They did 3 replications per application method, and the operators wore a full body dosimeter suit where they could pull off the actual amount of active ingredient the operators were exposed to. So they did their 3 replicates on the backpack, and what they saw was 10, 23, 12, and 15 milligrams of active ingredient per person. So 15 milligrams seem high? Does it seem low? It's hard to say with really no frame for reference. So they turned around and they did the RPAAS application, and what did they find? So it turned out they only saw 0.22, 0.11, and 0.1 for a mean of 0.14 milligrams active ingredient per person. So what that's telling us is operator exposure from a backpack really ranges from 45 to 230 times greater than that of the RPAAS spray application. And even if we compare the means directly, it's greater than 100 times operator exposure. One other area we see RPAAS platforms being a great benefit to our company is in terms of our environmental impact. So again, these difficult to access areas, they can be just uneven, they could be wet, we could be causing damage by trying to get to them with our vehicles. Several of these sites that we treat, they're overgrown with weeds, whether they be noxious, prohibited noxious. And when we're driving through them with our side-by-sides, with our trucks, really all we're doing while we're spraying is picking up these weed seeds and carrying them to areas that are otherwise uncontaminated. On a job that we're currently working on right now, we've got a level 3 club root cleaning protocol in effect. So what this means is we have to pressure watch, we have to bleach between every site that we travel to. Now, based on which piece of equipment we're using, this is anywhere between a 1 and 2 hour process. We have to take off the skid plates and make sure there's no soil particles, no weed seeds, whatever that may be, before we travel to another site. So this is where, by having the drones not actually touching the sites, it just makes the decontamination efforts that much easier. Another side is spills. With the lower volume that we're carrying on board, any spills are going to be a lower volume than they would be from our ground rigs, as well as we're able to reduce our water volumes while on site as well. Now, just to get an idea of some projected numbers, this is a pipeline construction topsoil pile spraying operation that's 80 kilometers in length. So we did this project this year with our ground rigs, and it took us about 10 days to complete it. Now, if we can get away, if the topsoil piles are only 5 meters wide, we can get it in a single pass with the RPAAS platforms. Really, we're able to do that entire site that took us 10 days with our ground equipment, 12 and a half hours. So a good day, day and a half, we're done. Even if it requires 2 passes, say the piles are 10 meters in width, we're still only 25 hours, and we're greatly quicker than we are with our conventional ground rigs. And the other RPAAS usage case I want to talk to you guys about today is granular spreading. So again, this is the 20-liter spray platform that we've got that's been swapped out with a 20 kilogram capacity granular spreader. So the places we see the granular spreading being useful is obviously for seeding, so forage crops like alfalfa and clover, as well as cover crops. So in an industrial setting, here's an example of how a topsoil pile is currently seeded to a cover crop to try and keep weed competition down. You basically walk the top of the topsoil pile with a granular spreader in hand and cover the whole thing that way. Again, uneven, slips, trips, and falls. It's pretty dangerous stuff. But we want to take the drone and just fly straight up the topsoil pile and cover it that way. As well as granular erosion control products. So for construction activities, we got steep slopes. We're on a project right now where we applied some Soil Links tackifier, which is a granular product from that drone that we just showed you. And then as well, fertilizing and mosquito control can be done on the granular side as well. Now, the use case we have for the granular spreading is an alfalfa brome seeding job we did earlier this spring. Now, this was for Corey Wilness, who's also presenting today with Crop Pro Consulting. And this is a 20-acre site that was difficult to access that he wanted seeded to a forage blend. It was a 90 to 10 alfalfa brome blend. We were seeding at 10 pounds an acre at 7 meters per second, 7 meters altitude, and we were getting a 10-meter effective swath with this. We were able to get roughly 3 acres done per load and 4 loads per set of batteries and approximately 17 minutes flight time per set of batteries. And we were able to complete that entire 20 acres in just under an hour. These are a couple after pictures showing that we got a great catch with the alfalfa, but unfortunately they didn't have anybody to come cut it, so they just had to mow it, and we'll try again next year with that. But it's just a great visualization to show how good of a catch we were able to get with that. And a week after we seeded it, he harrowed it, and this is the catch that we got. Now, due to time, I've cut the conclusion. I already talked about everything in the slides, so let's go straight to the questions. Thanks again for taking part today, guys.
And Corey, we actually have a moment to take some questions live. We've got about 3 minutes. So anyone that's got questions, Corey, you covered a tremendous amount of awesome use case scenarios, really not only showing the difference between exposure to applicators, but also the time savings, obviously the implied cost savings. It's just really awesome work there.
Thank you.
Yeah, no doubt. So any of our attendees that have questions, go ahead and use the Q&A now. In the meantime, Corey, what are you guys seeing, in all of your experience out in the field, what are you seeing as if you were to pick your top 3 areas that you would use the RPAAS for, what would you say that those top 3 would be?
Yeah, I would say as far as use cases on the spraying side, definitely topsoil piles. So they're linear piles of topsoil along a pipeline right away. And you'd basically be able to program that in. And current methods are very similar to what we showed with the granular spreading and the seeding on those topsoil piles. You have to walk the top of the pile. You have to spray down both sides. Whereas with the drones, we'd be able to basically program it in and send the drone right up that right away and do it that way. Again, on the granular spreading side, the erosion control products, there's starting to be more and more of those. Some of them are bigger particles, some are smaller. So there's going to be limitations there depending on particle size and rotor wash turbulence. But then on the seeding side, especially with the cover crops, stuff like the alfalfa, the clover, the fall rye, it all flows so great out of these things and is really affected so minimally by the turbulence. We're able to get a pretty predictable and really reliable pattern out of those. And it's just the flight time we're able to see in the coverage was really promising this year.
That's awesome. Yeah. Cool. All right, I got a couple quick questions. You ready to nail through these?
Perfect.
Okay, here we go. First one's from Edward. Okay, he says, do you see the closed transfer systems for filing paper apart and reducing RPAAS operator exposure even further?
The closed system for filing paper, does that mean the filling of the pesticide?
Oh, I'm sorry, I might have read it wrong. Let me read it again. For playing apart. Yeah, closed transfer system for filling, playing apart. Sorry, Corey.
Yeah, so once these get to be a little more prevalent, we are ourselves going to build a closed transfer system again to really reduce the operator exposure that much more. Because really right now that's going to be the greatest time of exposure. So if we can seal that off and just have a quick connect system where you're really not in contact with that at all, that would greatly reduce operator exposure as well.
Nice. And I'm going to throw one more to you. This is from Drew. He said, Corey, have you encountered low enough temperatures where UAVs cannot operate?
Not yet. That seeding job, or not the seeding, that Soil Links tackifier job, that was, well, you can see what it looks like outside today. It's minus 20 degrees, and that was 5 days ago we did that tackifier. It was hovering right around freezing, and we didn't have any issues at all. Just as a safety precaution, we shut down one flight earlier than we would on the batteries, just so we weren't running into any issues there and cutting it too close. But as far as operational efficiency, there was no problems with the aircraft whatsoever.
Oh, awesome. Corey, thank you. Thanks for your advocacy and just all the awesome work and the case studies you put together. It's just brilliant. So thank
Perfect.
you. Dan, I'm going to turn it over to you. Yeah, absolutely. Dan, I'll turn it over to you for our last speaker before we wrap up for the day.
All right, Brian, thank you very much. So I started off the session with some of the research that I've been doing this morning. Now we're going to go across the world to New Zealand, and I'm going to introduce you to Dr. Brian Richardson. He is the principal scientist for forest protection there in Sion. there in New Zealand, and he has a pre-recorded presentation that we'll play right now, and then we should have a chance for just a couple questions after his presentation. So if you will go ahead and start that, we'll listen to what Brian is doing there in New Zealand.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Brian Richardson, and I'm a principal scientist at the New Zealand Forest Research Institute, which is also known as SCION. My aim today is to provide you with a summary of some of the UAV research we've been involved in over the last few years. However, I'll start with giving you a bit of background on New Zealand and UAV use. New Zealand is a small country in the middle of the South Pacific with a total land area of just under 27 million hectares, comparable in size to the state of Colorado. About half of that area is used for primary production systems, particularly growing grass for sheep, beef and dairy farming, also plantation forestry and horticulture. With a large primary production sector, it's not surprising that crop protection products, particularly pesticides, contribute greatly to economic activity. And common application methods for these products include use of helicopters or fixed-wing aircraft, tractors, or orchard sprayers. However, to date, there are only a relatively small number of aerial applicators in New Zealand using UAVs to apply pesticides on a commercial basis. We've been undertaking research into performance attributes of spraying UAVs over the last 5 years. And over this time, UAV technology has developed rapidly, and from our first studies with the custom-built UAV through to today, we've worked with 5 different systems. With each new system, we've seen improvements that have overcome some of the deficiencies we identified with earlier systems. Our major research activities are listed on this slide and have included studies to measure spray deposition in a plant canopy, measuring wake downwash velocities from UAVs of different sizes, measuring swath patterns, and measuring spray drift. I don't have time to discuss all of our research in this short presentation, so I'll simply summarize 3 of our studies. One of our early studies was to measure spray deposition in a young Douglas fir tree canopy using a DJI MG1 drone. The aim of this study was to quantify canopy penetration by spray droplets of 2 size classes. We measured spray deposition profiles on the foliage itself and on artificial collectors positioned at the top of the canopy and at different heights through the canopy. And the artificial collectors comprised either steel plates placed horizontally in the canopy or table tennis balls. I'll jump straight to some of the interesting results from this study. Firstly, we found that the UAV application resulted in excellent levels of deposition on the foliage and excellent canopy penetration. And if you refer to the graph in the top right and the top line on that graph, here we have deposition on the y-axis, and as you can see, as you move from the top of the canopy down looking at deposition on the foliage, there was good deposition all the way through that canopy. This result is not entirely surprising given the high downwash velocity from the UAV wake and the low leaf area index of the young Douglas fir canopy. It was only about 0.5. Interestingly, quantification of canopy penetration using artificial collectors produced a deposition profile that was very different in shape to measurements made on the foliage itself, with much stronger attenuation of spray deposits. It's been known for a long time that if you really want to know how much spray deposits on target foliage, then measurements of spray deposition on that target on the foliage are required as opposed to measurements on artificial targets. And this study was a useful reminder of that fact, and it's worth noting that a high proportion of studies in the recent literature that are measuring spray deposition in plant canopies from UAV applications have reverted to measurements on artificial targets, often water-sensitive papers. and that's without any calibration against deposition on the target foliage itself. Next, I'll talk about a PhD project being undertaken by Ilya Shiva at Canterbury University. He's investigating the velocity flow field produced by a multi-rotor UAV and how the flow field influences spray droplet trajectories. I don't have time to go into too much detail, but the basic approach he's used was to firstly use particle image velocimetry, or PIV, to visualize the flow field produced by a single rotor or multiple rotors operating in a wind tunnel. Then computational fluid dynamics modeling, or CFD, was used to simulate the PIV experiments by calculating droplet trajectories released into the wake produced from the multiple rotors. And finally, actual spray deposition was measured also in the wind tunnel. A key result from Ilya's work was identifying zones of upwash between rotors in hovering flight, and those are shown by the red circles on the top right diagram of this slide. Ideally, UAV nozzles should be positioned to avoid these zones of upwash, as they will likely contribute to increased spray drift if droplets become entrained in these zones. The final research area I will touch on concerns the effectiveness of UAVs for spot spraying. One reason why we're interested in spot spraying is for control of wilding conifers. Wilding conifers are exotic or introduced to New Zealand conifer species that are spreading from planted forests, shelter belts, recreation areas, and gardens, and they're invading vast areas of conservation and productive lands in parts of New Zealand. While UAVs have potential for economically controlling scattered individual conifers, early results testing this method of application were erratic, with relatively poor control achieved. And the figures at the bottom left of this slide, the conifer trees, they show two sides of the same tree treated with herbicide using a DJI MG1, just illustrating the highly variable application from poor positioning. Hence, research was initiated to quantify the targeting accuracy and spray deposition patterns from a UAV configured for spot spraying. Our initial studies were undertaken using an XAG P20 UAV, which has RTK navigation. The basic approach was to lay out a grid of horizontal steel plates on which to capture spray deposits, as you can see on the diagram and pictures in this slide. At the center of the plot, we created an artificial tree which was 2 meters high and had cross arms, including horizontal steel plates to capture spray deposits at different heights above the ground. This slide shows a short video illustrating the P20 moving to the plot center and carrying out its spot application by rotating as it releases spray from its spinning disc atomizers. And you can see the yellow stain of the spray pattern on the ground slightly offset from the spot center in this example. As a result of these studies, we were able to demonstrate that the P20 was highly accurate in targeting the artificial tree. We developed a new method for describing the 3D swath pattern produced from spot spraying and for calibrating the aircraft to deliver required doses to trees of different sizes. The graphs labeled A and B in the lower left show the relationship between tree crown diameter on the x-axis and the total spray volume applied in litres, or the actual application rate in litres per hectare. The figure in the top right of the slide shows the typical shape of the spray deposit pattern, and the figure below it shows the same information represented as contours. On the contour plot, it's easy to see the displacement of the spot center from the actual plot center, and we've also shown that the magnitude of this displacement is easily predicted by the wind speed and direction during spray release. So to summarize, Even though we have a relatively small UAV research program, it's been challenging to keep up with the rapid changes in technology that we've seen over the last 5 years. Over this period, there's been major improvements in the performance of the systems we've tested. And while spray UAV use in New Zealand remains relatively low today, I expect to see a rapid increase in the uptake of this technology as the systems become more robust and their niches are defined. Our next study will look at use of UAVs to spray trees in urban areas as part of biosecurity incursion response operations, and it'll also include the investigation of the social acceptability of UAVs for this type of application. So I'm sure that study will be pretty interesting. Anyway, that's a summary of our work in New Zealand. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much, Brian. We do have a couple minutes for questions for Brian, if anybody has any. If you have any questions, go ahead and put those in the Q&A. I see a general question in there that we can go ahead and answer right now while people are still thinking about questions for Brian. John says, is there a process in place to oh, it's gone now. Sorry, I can't see it anymore. It disappeared. It may have been answered already. So if you have questions for Brian, go ahead and put those in Q&A and we'll try to address those. Brian is online with us, although it's about 10 o'clock in the morning his time. So anyway, just let us know if you have anything. Otherwise, we'll take about maybe 30 seconds here or so, see if anybody has anything. Brian Sanders, you got anything that we need to address while we're waiting?
I have just a couple things when we're wrapping up, Dan, but yeah, we can give it a couple more moments for Q&As. It's really fascinating and great to see the work that Brian's done there in New Zealand, you know, specifically talking about the targeting, not only the accuracy of getting to the target, but how the actual application can impact the efficacy of whatever that mission was. In that case, it was the wilding, not a cypress, but whatever the tree was.
Some kind of pine tree, right?
Lodgepole pine.
Yeah, there you go. Good. So Brian, what I really liked about this was we know that wind always plays into the applications, and never more so than when you're trying to do a spot application, right? So you have one chance to hit, let's say, a red root pigweed or Johnson grass or kochia or something like that, right? And all it takes is for the wind to move that off 5 or 6, 7 feet or so from where you're actually targeting, and you're missing your target. So what you're doing there is really important. And I'm trying to do some of the same types of things over here, is really quantify, you know, what that displacement is from the drones, and so that we can actually target our plants just a little bit better. But thank you for doing that.
No problem. I guess a question or a thought around that real-time adjustment of the position of the drone for spot spraying due to wind speed. I do wonder the reality of that. You know, given the frequency of variability with wind speed and direction, making those real-time adjustments, I just don't know if that is actually realistic, or whether you should be considering what the main sort of fluctuations are at a period and sort of changing the target size to allow for that variance to make sure you do get the right dose on it.
Yeah, it's a little tricky. We do have a question for you though from Drew. This just came in. He said, how did you quantify the amount of spray hitting the foliage versus hitting the water-soluble paper?
So we used a tracer, a colorimetric tracer. So we used sample trees and basically pull the trees apart, wash the spray off the foliage, measured the foliage areas very precisely. So it was fairly laborious, but we got a good measure of deposition.
All right, thank you, Brian. And Chris asks, did you experience challenges with navigating around and over trees of varying height?
Yes, we did. Particularly, as I said, in the early studies, it was very challenging without the RTK navigation. But with the latest systems, the improvements have been dramatic.
Excellent. And our last question, Joel asks, have you ever used drift reducing adjuvants in your research?
No, we haven't not with the drones. We have with aircraft, but not with the drones. But we have we've adjusted droplet size quite a lot to achieve the same goal with different types of nozzles.
Yeah, excellent. Well, thank you, Brian. Appreciate that.
Okay.
And there's so many questions with spray application research with the RPAAS units, and it's nice to know that we have researchers working on this because there's so many unanswered questions really that we have. So that pretty much wraps it up for today. We appreciate you guys hanging out with us for the whole day. I think it's been great. We'd like to hear your input on that. We'll probably send out an evaluation form sometime next week to follow up with you, but we just really appreciate you guys attending today. And we're going to try to continue to do this next year. We're in talks about trying to meet face-to-face, but we really like the virtual component as well for those that where it's really difficult to travel, especially if you're halfway around the world. So we're gonna work towards a physical meeting if we can next year, but then we may also keep the virtual component for those that can't make it. So anyway, just grateful that you guys were able to join us today and hang with us. Brian, what you got?
A couple other things in addition to that. So as a reminder, the FAQ, you guys asked some really, really great questions. So that will come out. We're going to go to the different presenters and get all the things that we didn't get to address live. We'll get resolved and have a comprehensive PDF of 116 or so questions out to y'all sometime next week. So keep an eye out in your email box for that, okay? Additionally, as Dan had mentioned, we really want to hear your feedback about how the workshop was. What kind of value added? We're going to take that feedback from you and directly put it into the planning and subjects and attendees and presenters, et cetera, for next year. So please share your feedback. That'll be next week as well, along with the directory from the presenters and anyone that said, hey, I want to be in the directory. That will be coming out next week as well, along, last but not least, but with the recording of today's conference. So anything that you missed, if you had to step away, you'll get that. It'll be a link on likely a YouTube page because it's going to be too big of a file to send you any other way. And then I think we want to do something kind of special, don't we, Dan? Tell us.
Absolutely.
Or maybe
thank you, Brian. So before we go, what I'd like to do is I'd like to, anybody that's interested, turn your video on. We're going to go to a gallery view, and then we're going to get a screenshot of all the participants. We, as presenters, panelists, we haven't been able to see you guys the whole day. We trust that you're out there somewhere, but if you can turn on video, our moderator is going to go ahead and switch to a gallery view so we can see all of your wonderful faces out there, and we can do a screenshot.